Chapter 826, Divine Pills. Su Ping was thrilled. He didn't expect the ghosts to be that friendly. He wasn't worried that the old man would be lying and luring him into a trap, because there were already a large number of ghosts present, and they could have easily overpowered him. There was a chance that he could beat them, thanks to his experience in the chaotic realm of the undead, but someone else with a similar combat ability would have never beaten them. "Thank you for your enlightenment, Senior." Su Ping quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. All the ghosts were warriors who had died fighting in the divine residence. Their words implied that they were his predecessors, who had made enormous contributions to humankind. He could only feel respected for them. "No need to thank us. After all, we'll soon be gone. The Twilight Deity King's lineage shouldn't be cut off. I simply hope that you can defend and protect humankind if you acquire the legacies. You mentioned that humans are already the strongest species, but there are still certain things you need to be vigilant of," said the old man thoughtfully. Su Ping was puzzled. What things should we be vigilant of? "Things we must not talk about. If you smoothly obtain the legacies and reach the Twilight Deity King's height, you would naturally know," said the old man in a low voice, as if he were scared. The other ghosts were also sobered up by the comment, shivering at the thought, as if they would have been reminded of something horrifying. Su Ping thought of the golden crows. Even though they were strong, they were still living in seclusion to avoid catastrophes. What was it that made the golden crows so afraid? Is it the cycle of the heavens' will? Some sort of supreme being is going to rain disasters upon us. Su Ping ventured, feeling like he was touching the deepest secrets of the universe. The old man was surprised that Su Ping knew that. He glanced at Su Ping and shook his head. Not the heavens' will, but something more ancient and dreadful. He suddenly shivered as he talked, as if suppressed by some sort of power. He quickly stopped talking. The elder took a deep breath and said to Su Ping, "My friend, I'll give the treasury of the divine residence to you. As for the Twilight Deity King's legacies, we don't know if there are any or where he left them. You have to find out by yourself." Su Ping didn't probe further, seeing how weary the old man was. He simply nodded with a heavy heart. "Got it." Soon after, a map popped up in Su Ping's head. It was the map of the divine residence. "I've given you the map of the entire divine residence. The treasury is over here," pointed the old man. There was a place marked with golden light on the map. That was the actual treasury the old man mentioned. Su Ping instantly became excited. It was a map of the ancient divine residence, which could help him avoid many unnecessary dangers. He had not dreamed about finding the legacies, but he could find a lot of other treasures through the map. That would be rewarding enough. "Thank you, Senior," said Su Ping quickly. "Go." The old man gradually faded away. The other ghosts also turned into fumes of death, to then return to the soil and the tombs. The previously withered peach trees were instantly enlivened, becoming pink again. Su Ping took a deep breath and walked to the exit that the old man had opened for him. Su Ping then returned to the square. He carefully read the map in his head, only to find that it was slightly different from what he saw. The depicted channels to enter the divine residence included not just the Lotus Lake and the Garden of Laws, but also a floating mountain and a bamboo garden. However, he didn't see the latter on his way in. There was no telling whether they had been destroyed or if they had been modified after the old man's death. In addition, there wasn't an abyss below the stairs from where he came. It used to be a sacred place where cranes and marvelous beasts lived. And yet, that place was brimming with bodies at the moment. The square he was in had kept its original appearance. The palaces ahead were also the same, except that there were some hidden traps and arrays in the square that weren't marked on the map. Some of them were even fatal. He had also been teleported to the graveyard a moment earlier by a trap that was so inconspicuous that he didn't notice. Those traps must have been set up after the deaths of those ghosts. Su Ping took a deep breath. He had a map, but he still had to circumvent the traps on his way carefully. "That's a prison of deadly beasts. I can't go there. The Pill Temple is over there. Ultimate divine pills are kept in it. I should check it out. The treasury is at the rear of the divine residence. I'm sure that all the ascendant state experts are there at the moment. There's no need to go there just yet. Su Ping found the direction he should take on the map and then took action. He was aiming at an enormous palace. He went there while carefully avoiding the traps on the way. He didn't try to crack the traps. After all, cracking took too long. He wouldn't do so unless there was no way to avoid them. Fortunately, while the traps were old, they weren't very sophisticated, and Su Ping could even destroy them with brute strength. Such traps had obviously not been implemented by that deity king, or Su Ping couldn't have noticed them as easily. Boom! Su Ping accidentally stepped into a hidden trap, and a glowing, golden-armored divine guard charged at him with a sword. Su Ping changed his expression and hurriedly fought it after merging with the little skeleton and the Inferno dragon. Su Ping finally crushed the guard after a battle which lasted several minutes. The latter dispersed into a puff of mist. He then returned to the square. Su Ping was breathing heavily. The golden-armored guard was already at the advanced phase of the star state. Taking into account its divine techniques and solid defenses, it was much stronger than the advanced star state warriors of the Federation. Whoosh! Su Ping pressed on. Several hours later, Su Ping finally reached the edge of the square after some fighting and fumbling. The divine residence at the end of the square looked as magnificent as a mountain, and as distant as if it were 1,000,000 kilometers away. Once he finally reached it, he found it so tall that he couldn't even see its eave. There were several characters on the board above the gate, but Su Ping didn't recognize any of them. He was illiterate when it came to the language of the deities. There's indeed a barrier here. Su Ping saw the golden light of a barrier outside of the divine residence. It was also quite a sophisticated one. At this moment, Su Ping felt that he was missing Joanna. It would have been easy to crack the barrier if she were by his side. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the employees out, at least not at the current level of his store. Su Ping heaved a sigh. What made him feel better was that he could more or less understand the barrier, thanks to what Joanna had taught him. The gods were ahead of all the other species in every aspect, having established a super country that was way ahead of others in technology, finance, infrastructure, and all remaining aspects. Gods were as good as the ancient deities in terms of barriers and arrays. Once you got to the bottom of it, deities were actually evolved human beings, whereas gods were independent and were unrelated to humanity. Or rather, human beings had been created by the gods. Later on, the Heaven Masters, the ancient deities and other strong beings emerged from humankind, and it was no longer an inferior species. Nevertheless, from what he learned from Joanna, the gods were still condescending. They despised human beings and all the other races. Su Ping set foot on the first step in front of the divine residence. The moment he stood there, Su Ping detected a gale passing through his body like a blade. Fortunately, his body was hard enough to endure it. If any other battle pet warriors were there, they would have been wounded even if they were in the advanced phase of the star state. Su Ping calmed himself down and quickly cracked the barrier. He didn't have to fully crack the restriction. All he needed to do was to lift part of it so that he could crawl in. It's not that he couldn't crack it completely. Time flew. There was no telling how long it had been, but Su Ping finally found a weakness and was able to reach the second step. The trap was instantly triggered. Su Ping felt like he was being scorched. The board above his head glowed even more brilliantly, as if an intelligent god was looking down at him. The pain in his body and the intimidating power above his head were both enough to make anyone retreat. That was just a weak part of the barrier. The other parts were even more powerful, and even Star Lords would have to step aside. Su Ping calmly continued cracking the rest of the barrier. His special resistance to flames was helpful. A heat that was enough to set Star State warriors ablaze only made him feel slightly hot, and he soon regained control of himself from being subject to the intimidating power above his head. After all, He had seen too many giants such as the chief elder of the Golden Crows. Days, or maybe months, passed while he remained in a trance. Since he was fully devoted to cracking the barrier, Su Ping was unable to sense the passage of time. There was no sun inside the divine residence, and the hazy light always remained the same. Su Ping considered quitting halfway, both because cracking the barrier was too hard and because it was taking too long. He could have spent that time searching for treasures in other places, with the chance of finding something good. But he eventually dropped the idea, as he preferred to finish what he started. Phew! Su Ping took a deep breath and defeated the 3 golden-armored divine guards that challenged him. He finally smiled when he saw the mist gone, finding himself outside of the temple. He managed to cross the barrier. The gate of the palace was right before his eyes. Su Ping exerted strength on both hands and pushed the gate. He felt like he was pushing a mountain. An echoing creak was heard, after tens of millions of years of silence. Perhaps that gate had been opened frequently ages before, but it hadn't been opened for a long time until that day. Dust fell from the gap. Su Ping quickly entered the palace after slightly opening the gate. He had already scanned the palace and didn't detect any traps. The palace was extremely spacious. It looked like a world of treasures. There were tall shelves with frames nearby, with hundreds of bubbles floating inside those frames. Every bubble was about half a meter in diameter, and every frame could contain 1,000 of them. It was not hard to imagine how big the palace was. Some of the bubbles contained furnaces, some had bottles, and some contained divine pills. Su Ping instantly became excited. He had stepped into a treasury. There were so many items. Such pills were also available in the Federation. They were crafted by other civilizations and left in ancient, mysterious realms. The Federation had copied some of them. Pills from mysterious realms boosted the development of medical technology in the Federation. A lot of medications designed for battle pet warriors had been created. Whoosh! Su Ping flew to one of the shelves, on which plenty of bubbles were floating. He focused his attention on a bubble, and information instantly popped up in his head, showing the name of the pill. However, it was just a name without any description. What should I do? I can't eat it directly. This isn't a cultivation site where I can be resurrected and run tests with my own body. Su Ping was in a dilemma. He didn't have enough storage to take all the pills away. If he were a Star Lord, he would be able to absorb all of them into his small world. Su Ping put on a bitter smile, wishing he were a Star Lord. Little skeleton, you're good at regeneration. Why don't you have a taste? Su Ping looked at the little skeleton by his side. The little skeleton raised its head and looked at Su Ping. Soon, it realized it didn't have a choice. It was already used to it, too. Su Ping had always preferred it while testing and exploring cultivation sites. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound were both present. Su Ping had summoned them in case he was caught in danger. Both of them looked at the little skeleton sympathetically. The Dark Dragon Hound glanced at it and then licked its paws. Please don't notice me. Su Ping glanced at it. While the Dark Dragon Hound was good at self-protection, it didn't have a life-saving bloodline ability as the little skeleton did. Otherwise, he would have given the opportunity to the dog. He snatched a green bottle inside the bubble and opened it by plucking the cork as if it were champagne. However, a smell rose from the bottle. It was so nastily that Su Ping had to hold his breath. What's going on here? Have the pills expired? Su Ping couldn't help but think. Could divine pills expire? Well, probably not even Google knew the answer to that one. Deities weren't immortal. After all, not all deities could reach the ascendant state or higher. Many gods in the demigod burial had high start points, but they also had to train one step at a time. Most of them couldn't even become major gods. If deities weren't immortal, why wouldn't their pills expire? Su Ping was almost weeping after thinking it through. He had finally cracked the barrier and snuck in. Would he have to embrace the cruel reality that the divine pills had expired due to a long time storage? Chapter 827, the strongest void state cultivator. While Su Ping was lost for words, an inconspicuous wave of energy appeared. "Who's there?" Su Ping suddenly turned around. The little skeleton and the dark dragon hound quickly stood on his sides, protecting him and releasing a daunting aura. A slim person suddenly drifted toward him and floated several meters from the ground. She turned out to be a girl in a green dress. Although dressed in an ancient style, she was remarkably beautiful. A keen mind could be seen through her eyes. She looked down at Su Ping and asked curiously, "Are human beings still alive after so many years? How did you come through the barrier outside?" Su Ping was equally stunned, not expecting to see someone else in the palace. "Senior, I mean no offense," Su Ping quickly cupped his hands and said. He was unable to tell how strong the girl was, but his experience made him feel her cultivation was undoubtedly beyond the star state. It was easy to infer that she was virtually immortal, still being alive after so many years in desolation. "Humph, there was a recent disturbance and the divine residence shook. Now its power is fading. You must be an intruder who seized the opportunity to break in, aren't you?" snapped the girl with arms akimbo. "Today is not your lucky day. Tell me what's going on outside. I'll refine you into a pill if you lie." A giant bubble that had a furnace in it flew toward them as she talked. Su Ping started to feel dizzy. He might not be able to resist if the girl really attacked him. "Senior, I'm the Twilight Deity King's heir," Su Ping hurriedly replied. "Heir?" The girl was dazed. She observed Su Ping and remarked grimly, "Are you trying to fool me? You don't carry the aura of a deity at all. How can you be the Deity King's heir?" "It's absolutely true." Su Ping felt relieved since she had yet to attack him. He knew that he had managed to win some of her trust by mentioning the Twilight Deity King. He immediately made up a story, as he always did. "The Federation rules nowadays. My ancestor sacrificed himself to resist the heavenly pit and finally ensured peace for humankind. The ancient family records were lost. My generation no longer had information about him. I only found this place, and it's mapped through the incomplete books my family still has." Su Ping rambled with tears. He gave the map that the old man in the peach orchard had offered to the girl while he spoke. That was great evidence to back his claim. The girl was stunned for a moment after seeing Su Ping's map, then became less suspicious. After all, she remembered the battle Su Ping described. While there were records of the events inside the divine residence too, Su Ping was too weak to retrieve them. "It seems that the deity king won the battle," mumbled the girl. Tears filled her eyes as she talked, apparently reminiscing about the shocking and devastating battle. Only those who had experienced it knew how challenging and influential it had been. Only a fearless warrior would have had the courage to sacrifice himself for victory. "There's indeed an ancient aura inside your body. Never mind, regardless of whether or not you're the Deity King's heir. The Deity King asked me to help human beings train a new Deity King to pass on his mission." The girl lowered her head and stared at Su Ping. Her girly eyes suddenly seemed old and weary, but that feeling was soon gone. She calmed down and said, "Tell me what's going on outside. The divine residence has been trembling recently. I recently detected 3 golden deities passing by. Are they intruders who intend to claim the Deity King's legacies?" 3 golden deities. Su Ping was quite shocked by her choice of words. Obviously, she was referring to the Ascendant State experts who had previously entered the divine residence earlier. She called them golden deities. Golden deity and deity king. Su Ping didn't know which was stronger, but there was no way that the master of that divine residence was only a star lord, right? Besides, what was a deity king? He had surely been a king who commanded all the other deities. Did this residence belong to a supreme celestial? Was the Twilight Deity King an ultimate expert who had reached the immortal celestial state beyond the Ascendant State? Su Ping was quite shocked, not expecting that to be the residence of a celestial state expert. The entire Sylvie galaxy would have been shocked if the news were to spread. Not only those in the Ascendant State, even celestial state cultivators in other galaxies would be attracted. Maybe the ascendants themselves would not even qualify to compete for the treasures. So the three ascendant experts were only taking advantage of the early access to the place. You're right, they are intruders. Su Ping instantly came back to his senses and decided to sell out the three ascendant state experts who had cracked the residence's barrier. Just as I expected. The girl didn't seem angry. She simply nodded and asked, "How are human beings doing these days? Are the three golden deities the strongest human beings?" Su Ping instantly shook his head. "No, humankind is the strongest of all species now. There are supreme deity kings like my ancestor." He repeated the information he had told to the old man back in the peach orchard. The girl was in a trance for a long time. She then finally took a breath of relief with sadness and comfort in her eyes. So, the deity king made the right decision. This is the world of prosperity that he looked forward to. After thinking for a moment, she said to Su Ping, "Since you're the deity king's heir, you may get the things in this room. Just tell me what pills you want. I'll pick them for you." Su Ping's eyes glittered, not expecting to win her trust so easily. However, he also knew that she had deliberately gone easy on him. The air of the golden crows inside his body had also played a part in making him seem more trustworthy. Su Ping wasn't in a rush to eat the pills. Instead, he asked prudently, "You must have watched over this place for years. May I know who you are?" "Me? I'm just a pill that the deity king refined," said the girl with a casual smile. Su Ping was stunned. This girl is actually a pill. Is she edible? "I can give you a better chance to turn into a king when you become a golden deity," the girl chuckled and said. "But you're too weak right now. Although there are plenty of pills that suit people of your level, most have rotten over the years despite the use of good preservation methods. However, some of the high-quality ones are still good. I'll fetch them for you." The girl turned around and flew away. Su Ping, however, was in a trance. He was shocked by what the girl said. She could increase his chances of becoming a king. In other words, it would be the level up from ascendant to the celestial state. It was definitely an ultimate treasure for ascendant state experts. All of them would go crazy over it. Several minutes later, the girl returned with a long series of bubbles behind her. Su Ping was dumbfounded to see the number of bubbles that almost stretched to infinity. He didn't expect for them to be that many. It seemed that some meant different things to her and to him. How many divine pills were there inside the palace? This is a foundation polishing pill that can cleanse your body and improve the quality of your bones. This is a pill that can strengthen you. This is a pill that can purify your energy. This is... The bubbles cracked as the girl presented the goods. The pills inside flew towards Su Ping. Su Ping breathed heavily and asked, "Can I eat them just like that?" "Of course. You're too weak right now. Besides, the pills will rot in several thousand years anyway," said the girl. So the pills were about to expire. Su Ping didn't really mind. He had eaten food with only a month left, right at the beginning of the month. Besides, the expiration date was still thousands of years away. What was there to be afraid of? Bo bo bo. Su Ping opened the vials and stuffed the pills in his mouth, chewing and swallowing them. Gulp gulp. The pills were round. They emitted the fragrance of various herbs. Some had weird smells, but Su Ping still ate them after confirming that they had yet to expire. The girl was a divine pill herself. She was a specialist in that aspect and could be trusted. After emptying several vials, Su Ping soon felt changes inside his body. A wave of heat was rising like a volcanic eruption, and all his muscles were constricting. "Don't eat so quickly. You might die," said the girl, seeing how desperate Su Ping was. Su Ping had no time to talk. He closed his eyes and felt that his bones were burning and his muscles were spasming. A stream of holy energy was instilled into the vortices in his cells, creating an excited reaction which made revolve more intensely. Those revolutions refined the astral power inside the vortices. It became more profound, but not any purer. Su Ping's astral power had been tempered by the heavenly tribulations again and again. It was so pure that the purifying pills didn't really work on him. However, the energy inside the divine pills had been transformed into astral power and made Su Ping's storage even more magnificent. Phew! Su Ping's skin was red and steaming. The solar bulwark inside his body was also activated. It emitted an ancient mythical aura. The illusion of an enormous golden crow appeared behind Su Ping's back. The girl was shocked to see that. She could tell that the aura inside Su Ping's body was even older than that of the Twilight Deity King. It belonged to an even older creature. Is he truly the Twilight Deity King's heir? The girl's eyes flashed. She merely fed pills to Su Ping without saying a word. Those supplements would strengthen him. Su Ping swallowed all the pills, and his body trembled at times, with occasional rumbling noises. His body was becoming increasingly harder, and the hot air he was releasing had covered him completely, making him look like a steam train. Chapter 828, The Astral Body State. This is a building foundation pill that can help consolidate the bridge. This is a pill that can increase your power of understanding. The bubbles behind the girl cracked one after the other, and all sorts of top pills flew out. They had been refined for the Twilight Deity King's subordinates, and all were of the best quality in their level. Great! While standing in the middle of the accumulated steam, Su Ping felt that his body was overflowing with power, but he felt that he could still continue. The vortices inside his body became more and more condensed and looked like planets. The astral power within them had already slowed down, turning from gas into liquid. Su Ping snapped the corks on the bottles, then chewed and swallowed the pills they contained. Boom! A significant amount of astral power was flowing into his limbs. Su Ping felt that he could reach the fate state with the astral power. He could sense the bottleneck above the bridge, and he could break it at any time. However, he chose not to jump the gun and break through. Instead, he compressed all his astral power into liquid inside his cells. The building foundation pill also helped in further consolidating the bridge that Su Ping constructed. Su Ping felt that the bridge was ascending as more and more pills were swallowed. It would soon turn into a mountain. The bottleneck was right at the top of the mountain. The bridge could simply hit and break it. Closing his eyes, Su Ping controlled the bridge with his best efforts and further compressed it. Su Ping's mind became agile and inspired thanks to the pill that increased his power of understanding, allowing him to capture many subtleties. He had a strange feeling while he compressed the bridge. Very soon, the strange feeling became stronger until he had an epiphany. He had attained a new law, fusion in the water class. Everything could be fused. Su Ping kept on fusing the power of the pills with that new law, making the bridge harder and indestructible. You still haven't broken through. The girl was surprised, considering the number of pills Su Ping had consumed. Even a pig should have advanced after taking that many of them. She could easily tell that Su Ping was still in the void state, yet he released such a magnificent amount of astral power. She even felt that someone a realm higher than him could be maimed by a gentle touch of his. He already has the power of the upper deities who master laws. He's even stronger than most upper deities. How can his body store such an amount of power? It's so horrifying. Despite her high level, the girl was indeed surprised by Su Ping's weird phenomena. She had never seen anything as horrifying as him. He probably would have defeated the geniuses on the talented deities ranking. She then thought about many things from the olden times as she remembered that ranking. She was still a pill by the Twilight Deity King's side back then. She traveled across the world with him, met countless young geniuses, and explored plenty of dangerous places. Buzzing. Su Ping's body hummed again. The liquid astral power inside his cells had been compressed to the limit and turned into a fiber-like solid, which was akin to mist but actually tangible. There was more and more fibered astral power on the cell walls that the space inside them became smaller and smaller. Su Ping continued swallowing the pills, which turned into scorching energy, to then convert into magnificent astral power that filled his cells. The fibered astral power was accumulated, and his cells were entirely filled up. His cells became like spheres of astral power. This is the real astral body state. During the training, Su Ping suddenly entered a meditative status. He could clearly sense all the organs and cells inside his body. He could even control each of the cells individually. That was mind-boggling and hard to believe. It had to be noted that ordinary people could hardly control their ears to move. Cultivators had a higher control over their bodies, but it was already their best to move their bones. Su Ping, however, was able to control his every cell, which meant that his body could be altered if he wanted to. He could assume any form in the world anytime he wanted. That morphing ability was the greatest form. Not having a definite shape meant that he could be fearsome in melee battles. It would be impossible for his enemy to imagine how he could attack. The astral body state was the third level of the chaos star chart. Above the astral body state was the astral painting state. Su Ping had originally thought that he wouldn't attain the astral body until he advanced into the star state or become a star lord. The combat ability of each level was described when he practiced the chaos star chart. Normally speaking, only star state warriors could have accumulated enough astral power for them to reach the astral body state. And yet, the gifts from the divine residence had allowed Su Ping to accomplish this while still in the void state. All the cells in his body had turned into veritable stars of astral power. However, he had barely entered the astral body state. If he wanted to make further progress, he would have to control each of his cells and create internal circulations within each one. To reach the astral painting state, you would have to draw ancient star maps with soul power. Just like arrays, star maps would allow him to unleash incredible divine power. My body seems to be stronger. Su Ping carefully examined himself and then sensed that his body had indeed gone through drastic changes. If he were to fight the purple-robed young man again, he would defeat him with a single punch. Su Ping's strength had increased by more than 10 times in that short period. It was a qualitative leap. Fuse. Su Ping didn't stop. He seized the opportunity to continue absorbing and training. He fused the laws such as cutting and God of lightning into the bridge and consolidated it. More and more laws were fused into the bridge. They formed magnificent power which surrounded it like a guardian. Su Ping became even more intimidating and immeasurable. He can still endure it. The girl was surprised and solemn. Even though she had met a lot of people, Su Ping was still an unparalleled being in his level. He could count as an astonishing genius in every age. Half an hour later, Su Ping gradually stopped. The bridge inside his body had been fully constructed. It couldn't be further compressed, even with the fusion law. He would reach the fate state if he only took one step further. Su Ping chose to wait until he absorbed the fruits of law on the leader girl's tree, so that he could have the greatest accumulations after he broke the bottleneck with laws. You can have the rest. Su Ping threw the other divine pills to the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. He also summoned the purple python, the white-scaled dragon, and the void bug that he rarely took out. Huh. The girl was rather stunned to see the void bug. An abyss creature. You enslaved an abyss creature. Abyss creature. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at the void bug which had already become fat. He had captured it in the demigod burial. It was an alien being that invaded the demigod burial. He didn't know that the girl would also recognize it. So to speak, that creature actually had a long history. It's a creature from the heavenly pit. I didn't know you had one, said the girl solemnly. Has another heavenly pit appeared? Are the abyss creatures here again? Stunned, Su Ping asked, is it a creature from the heavenly pit? So, the Twilight Deity King blocked the heavenly pit because he wanted to stop such things. The girl shook her head. It's just a creature that lived in the heavenly pit, but it had the weird trait of being able to eat anything. Even the gods were scared of them. However, this one is too small to be a threat. It's still cyan-colored and hasn't evolved yet. Speaking of which, I've given you a lot of things. Why have you still not evolved? Su Ping looked at the void bug as if it were a disappointing child. The void bug. It looked at Su Ping in frustration and waved its claws, claiming innocence. What a useless guy. Su Ping rolled his eyes. It had soaked in Joanna's spring for such a long time, yet it evolved so slowly. He wondered why it had been regarded as a plague in the demigod burial. You're lowering the average dangerousness of your bug kind. The girl looked at Su Ping but stayed silent. She sensed that this self-proclaimed inheritor of the deity king had a lot of secrets. However, she wasn't reluctant to give the pills away, which were of a low level and would soon expire in any case. Su Ping would be unable to digest the pills that only the golden deities could take, and he would simply die in the process. Assorted pills were then fed to the little skeleton, the inferno dragon, and the other pets. They all had a great time. We are technically family since you're a pill that my ancestor created. I wonder, how should I call you? Su Ping finally had the time to ask the girl's name. The girl said casually, just call me Green Lady. Do you have any plans, Green Lady? There will be more intruders coming this way, now that the divine residence has been exposed. The 3 golden deities will surely come by soon, looking for my ancestors' relics, said Su Ping worriedly. It's fine if they just want the relics, but I'm afraid that in their greed they'll ruin my ancestor's body. Green Lady raised her eyebrows and said after a moment of silence, I've lingered here for too long. I was also greatly exhausted in that battle. I'm no match for 3 golden deities. Su Ping was regretful after hearing her reply. He had planned to trick the girl into fighting for the deity king's legacies in his stead. The 3 ascendant state experts would certainly not be happy about it, but who could refuse the legacies of a celestial state expert? Not just the legacies of a celestial state expert, even the legacy of several billion astral coins was enough to turn brothers against each other. Emotions were the most vulnerable things in the world. But then again, emotions were also the most indestructible things. However, while I'm not strong enough to deal with them, there's a couple of guys who can. We'll leave the rest of the pills for later. Let's go meet them, Green Lady said. Su Ping's eyes glittered. Are there other seniors inside this divine residence? Sort of, Green Lady didn't explain. Su Ping didn't ask further. He simply had his pet stop absorbing the pills, then merged with the inferno dragon and the little skeleton to keep himself at his strongest status. After that, he stored the purple python and the void bug in the summoning space. Let's go. Green Lady waved her hand, and all the pills were gone, collected in another space. She then released a power that enshrouded Su Ping. Su Ping then found himself in the middle of the void. There was a floating palace in front of him. Boom! A huge explosion burst out in front of the palace. Dozens of people were fighting outside of the floating palace. 3 of them were half-beasts, which emitted a horrifying power. They were all accompanied by mountainous beasts. Su Ping quickly noticed that one of the beasts was exactly the dragon elder who had appeared outside the divine residence before it was opened. The 3 horrifying men were undoubtedly the 3 ascendant experts that had entered the divine residence earlier. Close to 8 shadows were fighting against them. Those shadows were changing constantly during the battle, morphing into long spears and sharp blades. How is this possible? Green Lady's expression changed. She then took Su Ping further. All of them have mounts and spiritual beasts of golden deity level. Her face looked awful. She didn't see that coming. Su Ping was briefly stunned. He instantly realized that she wasn't familiar with the battle pet system and thought that there would only be 3 golden deities. As a matter of fact, the 3 ascendant state experts plus their pets would count as a dozen golden deities. Even though not all those pets were in the ascendant state, they were still horrifying. Their opponents are. They're the top artifacts that the deity king had collected. Su Ping was lost for words, not expecting Green Lady's helpers to be the artifacts. Those artifacts were intelligent and could fight while in human shape. They probably had ascendant fighting capability since they had yet to be defeated. Unfortunately, the Deity King's unparalleled artifact was damaged, otherwise it could have suppressed them. Green Lady seemed angry. Su Ping then realized it was unrealistic to compete for legacies with those experts. He secretly heaved a sigh, but he wasn't too disappointed. Even though there was some regret, he had indeed looted enough things during the trip. Su Ping turned around and said telepathically, "Senior Green Lady, since things are like this, why don't we just leave this place?" If he could take the girl away, Su Ping felt that she would be as good as any of the remaining legacies. After all, she was a divine pill that could increase the chance of becoming a king. The Ascendant State experts probably didn't know that there was such an incredible divine pill in that place. They had gone straight to the treasury in search of legacies. If only one Ascendant had made the trip, he probably would have thoroughly investigated every palace, but the three Ascendant State experts were keeping each other in check. None of them wanted to miss getting the most valuable treasure that was oftentimes the one with the most protection. As a result, they had missed that great divine pill. Chapter 829, Outburst. Let's wait a moment. The Green Lady frowned worriedly. Su Ping could tell she wasn't fearing that the artifacts might fail, but that the Twilight Deity King's body might be ruined by the Ascendant State intruders. I have myself to blame for this. Su Ping smiled bitterly. Had he seen this coming, he wouldn't have let her take him here. He would have opted to search for treasures in other places. There were treasures everywhere in the divine residence. Su Ping wouldn't regret it even if he couldn't find the Deity King's legacies. It was unrealistic to take some away right under the noses of three Ascendant State experts. However, since Green Lady was determined to watch the battle, and Su Ping couldn't abandon her, he had to watch with her. Soon, the situation of the battle changed. There was a flaw in the formation that the artifacts had established. The three Ascendants and their pets breached it. Very soon, a sword dimmed and was knocked tens of thousands of meters away. The three experts seized the opportunity to press on. The other artifacts were instantly crushed and seriously damaged. "Senior Green Lady, we should go. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape if they notice us," Su Ping hurriedly persuaded her. Green Lady was also aware that her side was losing. She said sorrowfully, "I have a stealth technique that the Deity King taught me. Normal golden deities cannot notice me. Fine. I'll go after I take a look at the heavenly pit." "Sure." Su Ping was relieved to see that she was finally convinced. Green Lady released a mist of energy that shrouded Su Ping before she turned around and flew away. By then, the artifacts in the distance were gradually subdued by the Ascendant experts and stored in their small worlds. Whoosh! The scene before Su Ping's eyes changed. He then found himself in an ancient battlefield instead of the misty palace. Countless bodies were scattered in the void, as if frozen in time. Many of the bodies were ancient warrior deities who fought under the Twilight Deity King's command. There were also behemoths. Some were enslaved spiritual beasts, and some were invading monsters. Su Ping even saw the bodies of the worms from the deep caves. Those worms were as tall as two-floor buildings. Their golden, hideous shells and their wings were broken. In addition, a lot of shattered weapons could be seen. Some had broken blades, and some had lost their grip. It wasn't hard to imagine how ferocious the battle must have been. There was a man at the end of the battlefield. Su Ping felt as if 10,000 years had passed when he saw the man. It was a magnificent giant that looked like a tall mountain. His feet were firmly on the ground and his head was in the clouds. He was carrying the sky on his back. His head was lowered and his hair was unkempt. There was endless damage in his broken armor. Even though there was no sign of life on the giant, Su Ping felt as if he were alive, remaining immortal in the long river of time. Lum-dum, lum-dum. Su Ping's heart was pounding beyond his control. He felt even more awed than when he saw the Golden Crow Elder, because the latter had concealed his pressure when they met, while the giant's body was still terrifying even though he was gone. Deity King. Green Lady started to shiver the moment she saw the man. Tears flowed from her eyes. She was pained to see the wounds on his body. She fought as part of the vanguard in that battle, but she was asked to fall back after she was wounded. The deity king ordered her to wait for the outcome of the battle inside the Pill Palace. She had waited for millions of years. And yet the result was that he was already gone. You told me to wait, and I did. Green Lady bit her lips, with tears on her cheeks and infinite sorrow in her eyes. You promised that you would take me to other worlds so I could enjoy the candies there. Green Lady held her chest. It hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. She could almost feel how her heart was beating. The nerves all over her body seemed to be taut. The pain was so severe that her limbs were cramping. Green Lady bent her back and wept soundlessly. Su Ping looked at the unworldly pill deity in a trance. He found it hard to imagine how deep a connection of millions of years could be, and how painful such a departure was. He could sense that the pain was cutting deep into the bones, and even her soul. Su Ping was silent. He didn't try to comfort her, because he knew that any verbal consolation at that point would be meaningless. The magnificent giant was none other than the Twilight Deity King, the master of that divine residence, an ultimate expert in the celestial state. He remained daunting even though he had been dead for millions of years. Very soon, Su Ping noticed a dark halo in the void behind the deity king's back. There seemed to be a huge hole over there. Intrigued, Su Ping couldn't help but ask, "Is that the heavenly pit?" Green Lady was still too lost in her grief to hear what he said. Seeing that, Su Ping didn't try to disturb her again. He looked around and fixed his eyes on the worm bodies from the deep caves. He said, "I remember that your kind has a liking for cannibalism, right? Go eat them." The void bug was shocked by the Twilight Deity King's magnificent body and didn't take a breath of relief until after finding out that he was already dead. After hearing what Su Ping had said, it then noticed the bodies of its kin and instantly widened its eyes in disbelief. Disbelief was quickly replaced by ecstasy. It lunged at the nearest golden beetle and bit it. It started from the internal organs inside the broken body, but even they were extremely tensile too. The void bug had a hard time eating it, as if it were chewing uncooked beef. However, it was smart enough to swallow them without much biting. After all, its gastric acid was much more vicious than its sharp teeth. Huh. Su Ping then detected an enormous force. He was so shocked that his hair was standing up. He turned around but didn't see anything. "Senior, the three intruders must be approaching." He could tell who they were, although he didn't see anyone. Who could be so unstoppable inside that divine residence except those three experts? They were moving like stars, causing a huge gravity pull as they moved, and Su Ping was like a grain of dust. Had it not been for Green Lady's stealth technique, he had no doubt he would have been detected. The Green Lady came back from her grief and changed her expression upon hearing his telepathic message. She made a quick decision and sensed the circumstances. Whoosh! The void bug was gone along with the body it was eating. Both were absorbed into her small world, even faster than when Su Ping summoned it. In the meantime, she disappeared from that spot with Su Ping in tow, reappearing inside the torn remains of a dragon. A few men rushed over 3 seconds after they vanished. Indeed, the three experts had arrived. Their pets were following them, but those of the ancillary kind had been put away. Only the ascendant state pets stayed by their side in case of ambushers. Huh. The one in the lead glanced across the battlefield, which was littered with corpses. He frowned, but his expression remained unchanged until he saw the magnificent giant at the end of the battlefield, one that looked like an ancient god. He became much more solemn and secretly excited. The other two ascendant experts were the same. They looked at each other and saw wariness in the other's eyes. A mere quick glance was enough to realize that the magnificent man was probably a real supreme being with a cultivation beyond the ascendant state. The three experts looked at the Twilight Deity King's body and made remarks with mixed feelings. That body surely belonged to the past master of the divine residence. He has an intimidating aura even after being dead for such a long time, truly an immortal. That's the celestial state. It's too far away for us to reach. Even a man as strong as him had died. Guys, this is a well-preserved body of a celestial state warrior. There must be great secrets hidden in this body. Maybe we can figure out celestial state mysteries through the structures inside his body. Why don't we divide the body evenly into 3 parts so that we won't need to compete amongst ourselves?" said a smiling, scholarly old man whose hair was entirely white. Another red-haired young man raised his eyebrows and said casually, "It's so well preserved. Wouldn't it be a shame to destroy it? We should explore it together first before we discuss how to split it up." "Sounds good." The last one, a woman with deep blue hair, agreed with the proposal. She had fair skin and a pretty face. There was iciness and pride in her eyes, which seemed to have gone through countless years. Now that they had reached a consensus, they wasted no time and rushed to where the Twilight Deity King's body was. They didn't keep their voice down during their conversation. Maybe their attention was too focused on the celestial corpse that they didn't check the environment. Su Ping had heard everything they said. They had spoken in the common tongue. Su Ping had an indescribable feeling. The Twilight Deity King was surely a great hero when he was alive, yet his remains were going to be cut to pieces. How humiliating was that? However, there was nothing he could say. After all, the 3 experts were there precisely to hunt for treasure. What did they say? Green Lady turned around and looked at Su Ping. She noticed Su Ping's change of expression and figured that he understood what they had said. Well, Su Ping didn't know how to respond. Considering her feelings for her master, she would probably burst into a rage if she knew what they were up to. Charging recklessly at them would only get her and himself killed. After all, the Ascendant experts had allowed the lesser cultivators to enter because they could merely scavenge. They would definitely search his body and kill him if they found out that he had managed to reach such a deep place. About that, while Su Ping considered how to phrase it, a shocking explosion burst out. Su Ping and Green Lady looked at the source of the sound simultaneously, only to see that the Twilight Deity King's chest was radiating. The ruined armor reached its limits at that moment and fell apart. There was a boom, then a dragon roared and flew out of the Deity King's broken chest before it flew back in. Su Ping was stunned. Having seen the 3 experts' quick consensus, he had thought that they would split the loot in peace, not expecting they would start fighting right after they entered the body. It was true that no one could hold back when in front of ultimate treasures, no matter how strong they were. Self-control and greed weren't dependent on a person's level. Chapter 830, The Sky is Falling. Green Lady was dazed while watching nearby. Hot tears flooded out of her bloodshot eyes the next moment. She unleashed a daunting pressure, such that Su Ping felt as if his body were going to be squished. Senior. Su Ping invoked his own strength to resist the pressure before he hurriedly said, "Don't be rash. They will attack you if you show up. You're an unparalleled divine pill. They will swallow you if they defeat you, all to strengthen themselves. You must not let them. The Twilight Deity King would never wish for you to die for nothing if he were alive." Her green hair was fluttering as if she would have gone mad. Green tears were flowing out of her eyes. Those tears were the pill power from inside her body and were highly powerful. Senior, if they were to eat you, they would be able to ruin the Deity King's body even more. Try to hold back. Su Ping did his best to seize her hand and talk sense into her. Green Lady shivered and finally calmed down. The madness of destruction in her eyes gradually left, while she gritted her teeth and contained herself. Su Ping was slightly relieved after seeing that she regained her rationality. He said, "Senior, revenge is a dish best served cold. We'll settle the score with them when we're capable. Please don't be rash right now. You're the greatest treasure that the Twilight Deity King has left." She changed her expression when she heard "the greatest treasure" and looked at Su Ping. The sorrow and pain in her eyes were enough to pierce through a heart of stone. Even someone like Su Ping felt the urge to protect her. "But I can't do anything for him." The Green Lady gritted her teeth. Her tears kept running down, but she gradually concealed all her aura. She looked at the battlefield and saw the three experts fiercely mauling each other inside the giant warrior's chest. Two of them seemed to be attacking the red-haired young man together. Their battle gradually damaged the corpse's chest until it fully fell apart. Even though he had been a celestial state expert, he had exhausted all his power in the last battle before his death. His body was no longer able to resist the attacks of three ascendants. Su Ping also watched the scene with mixed feelings. He remembered what the ghosts had said in the peach orchard. The Twilight Deity King had created a future for humankind, yet his body was being destroyed by one of the future generations of human beings. How ironic was that? The Deity King's armor was heavily damaged in the battle ages before, but his body remained intact. And yet it had been destroyed right then. Senior, let's not watch any longer. We should get out of here. Su Ping watched the battle and noticed how it was becoming fiercer. His eyes couldn't keep up with their movements any longer. Their divine techniques also carried a radiating power that stung his eyes. He wanted to take Green Lady away, in case she lost control of herself again. Green Lady clenched her fists. The grief in her eyes had been replaced by an overwhelming hatred that was etched deep into her soul. Boom! At that moment, one of the Ascendant State experts took out a long mist-like spear he had just subdued moments earlier. He held the long spear and stabbed through the wings of an Ascendant State phoenix. The aftermath of the attack left a wound several hundred meters long on the Twilight Deity King's chest. The weapon that the Deity King had once collected was being used to destroy his own body. Green Lady shivered as she witnessed this. Suddenly, she put on a crazy smile and mumbled as if possessed. They'll die. They will surely die. The Deity King blocked the heavenly pit with his body to protect humankind. The heavenly pit will be opened if they destroy his body. The more she talked, the scarier she looked. She didn't look like a lady at all. She was more like a devil. Fury often led to madness. Su Ping was stunned by what she said, then narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, what will happen if the heavenly pit is opened? Su Ping didn't dare to imagine what was behind the ancient Deity King's body. He looked at the dark area behind the body. Just as he thought, there seemed to be a great, radiating black hole with the Twilight Deity King's body as the center. However, there were only a few inconspicuous shadows circumventing his body. Die, all of them will die. Green Lady laughed creepily while tears kept falling from her eyes. She knew how devastating the battle ages before had been, how many experts had fought, and how determined they were. Still, their efforts turned out to be useless. She hated those three human beings and regretted that the Deity King's sacrifice had been done in vain. Su Ping had goosebumps all over his body. What could have been blocked by a celestial warrior? If it came out, who could once again stop it? Would another celestial arrive? However, there were very few of them in the entire Federation. Those three guys are making a big mess. Su Ping was rather angry too. They were in the Ascendant State, yet they were bringing a disaster. Senior, we should go now, Su Ping said quickly. His store would be the safest hideout if matters were truly dangerous. Green Lady turned around and stared at him, as if she were judging him and all of humankind. His heart skipped a beat when he saw her eyes. He had a bad feeling, but he didn't flinch as he looked back at her with utmost sincerity. The stare lasted for a long time. She eventually withdrew her gaze and said, whether or not you're the Deity King's descendant, you have a promising future with the secrets you carry. I can take you away and help you become a king. But before that, we have to sign a contract. Once you become a king, you must search for the lost chaotic realm of the undead and find the Deity King's soul. Su Ping was stunned and then quickly said, I promise you I will. He felt puzzled by her proposal. Is the chaotic realm of the undead lost? He had access to the place via the system. Did the system have other channels? The chaotic realm of the undead disappeared in a battle during the primordial times, said the Green Lady with a gloomily expression. Otherwise, I would have gone there to search for my senior's soul a long time ago. I would have helped him reforge his body and reclaim his throne. I promise you that I'll help you find my ancestor's soul, said Su Ping solemnly. He didn't confess that he had a way to go to the chaotic realm of the undead, though. After all, Green Lady believed it was already lost. She would only think he was lying if he claimed he was able to go there, especially when he was that weak. Talk is cheap. We'll sign a contract, but this isn't the right place. Let's go, said Green Lady with a cold tone. Su Ping gave her a bitter smile. Green Lady had obviously changed her attitude because of the actions of those three experts. She became unfriendly, if not hostile, towards human beings. Boom! Exactly at that moment, a huge noise was heard. Su Ping shivered. Even his soul had been shocked by the noise. He turned his head around, only to narrow his eyes. He saw that the Twilight Deity King's chest had completely burst open, and the three ascendants were fighting in the void. They evidently didn't want to cause more damages to that celestial state body, either. Huh? Su Ping's expression had a sudden change. He saw a black vortex revealing itself deep inside the Twilight Deity King's torn chest. On the other side of the vortex was a vague and distant place, but it could be seen that the place was a barren and desolate world, which was brimming with a weird aura of death. Is that the Heavenly Pit? Chapter 831, Return. While Su Ping was feeling surprised, the three fighting Ascendant State experts realized something and stopped. They simultaneously looked at the vortex deep inside the torn chest. Green Lady was by Su Ping's side. She gave a sad and scornful smile after seeing their reaction. Indeed, they're not dead yet. They're coming back. Hee, let's go, said Green Lady with an indifferent tone. Su Ping then found himself in the arsenal where a battle had taken place earlier on. Su Ping heard a devastating explosion the moment he arrived. The noise was spread all across the divine residence. Whoosh! Green Lady didn't stay. She became solemn again, then made flash movements with Su Ping again. This time, they arrived at the stairs he had crossed in the beginning. He suddenly saw a broken monument at the end of the stairs. There were several ancient characters on it that he didn't know. The deity's stairs are still here. Green Lady looked at it and was about to take Su Ping away again, but then he saw a lot of people in the square next to the stairs. They were none other than the leader girl and the others who had been waiting outside. All of them had somehow crossed the stairs and reached the square. Wait a moment. The Green Lady paused for a moment and looked at him, frowning. Su Ping said quickly, I have an old acquaintance over there. Could you let me warn her? The three Ascendant experts had pierced through the Celestial Warrior's chest and revealed the previously blocked Heavenly Pit. Adding what the Green Lady said, Su Ping knew that something horrifying must have been released, and staying there would mean death. However, his Tree of Laws was still in someone else's possession. Huh? The Green Lady frowned and said quickly, You have 1 second. Sure. Su Ping summoned his power and sent out a thought into the proud girl's head over at the square. Get out of here. It's very dangerous. The leader girl, who was checking the place at the moment, was stunned to hear the voice. She looked around but didn't see Su Ping. However, she recognized him. Is it very dangerous? Her expression changed when remembering the previous earthquake from a moment earlier. Was the noise not caused by the three ascendants deep inside the divine residence? She looked at the divine palaces in front of her and hesitated. Su Ping started to feel anxious, given her passive attitude. Greed was truly the cause of death on many occasions. In any case, he didn't have time to say anything else, because Green Lady had already dragged him away. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let her keep the Tree of Laws. Su Ping smiled bitterly, but it was impossible to predict the future anyway. Once he reappeared, he found himself in space, right outside the divine residence. Is this the outer world these days? Green Lady looked at the stars and planets in the vast universe, then left without hesitation. Many more spacecraft carriers and warships were flying over. All of them were adventurers who intended to find some treasures. Whoosh! Su Ping found himself in an empty area. Based on the distant, dazzling star, he realized he was already far away from the divine residence. He heaved a sigh as he remembered the many people gathered in the divine residence. He didn't know what was inside the heavenly pit. But since the Twilight Deity King sacrificed himself to stop it, and Green Lady preferred not to talk about it, it seemed that the three ascendants would barely be able to stop it. It's too dangerous. While risks may bring fortune, you might also get killed. It's much safer in the cultivation sites, Su Ping thought. This place will fall soon. I'll take you away. Green Lady looked back. Su Ping knew that she was looking back at the place where the divine residence was. He said, I have a shelter. All you need to do is take me there, senior. A shelter? It won't matter. No shelter can keep you safe. We must go as far away from this place as possible. You mentioned that human beings are the strongest species nowadays. Are there any experts as strong as deity kings among you? Yes, but I don't know if they can arrive in time after the news spreads. Don't entrust your hope of survival to someone else. We'd better get away from this place, Green Lady lectured, as if she was truly grooming Su Ping as a future deity king. Su Ping asked cautiously, Senior, you only need to take me back to my shelter. It's probably the safest place in the entire universe. The safest place? Is it defended by a deity king? Snapped the Green Lady. Su Ping hesitated and scratched his head. No, but there's a guy who's even trickier to deal with than deity kings are. It's likely that not even a deity king can conquer the place. Huh? Green Lady was astonished. She looked at Su Ping and noticed that he wasn't joking. She asked, Are you sure? Yes, Su Ping nodded. Green Lady was going to say that he had no idea how strong the deity kings were, but his confidence made her hold back and decide to check it out first. After all, there was some distance between that place and the divine residence. Even if those things got out, it would take them a lot of time to get to where they were. Okay, I'll go there and check it first, said Green Lady. Point out the way. Su Ping was relieved. He instantly took out the Lord badge, which could show his position in the universe. There were satellites everywhere in space, which ensured there would be a signal in every corner. It's over there, Su Ping pointed in one direction. Whoosh! Without a word, Green Lady took Su Ping away. Their every flash passed by multiple planets, which amazed Su Ping. Very soon, Su Ping saw Rhea, which was in the northwest side of Zarapron. It's right there. There. Green Lady raised her eyebrows and looked down at the planet. She then said, This planet has a thin spiritual energy. Even the strongest person is barely an upper deity. Are you sure your shelter can block a deity king? She didn't look good at the moment, feeling that Su Ping was underestimating deity kings. Such experts were awe-inspiring. Lack of respect for them was punishable by death in the old days. Well, Su Ping didn't know how to respond, but he had a lot of mixed feelings. She knew the situation of the planet after only a quick glance. Was that how terrifying ascendant state experts were? It's right there. All you need to do is follow me, said Su Ping with a smile. Green Lady frowned but didn't reply. She then took him to a space station outside of Rhea, much closer to the planet. The atmosphere and the checkpoints didn't stop their advance. In the high sky, with sea underneath her feet and continents around her, she asked Su Ping, Where is it? Su Ping checked his position and said, It's on the continent just ahead. I'll lead the way. He unleashed his astral power to move on his own, and simply rushed forward in the fourth space at the highest speed. Several dozens of seconds passed. Su Ping then came out of the fourth space and reached the sky above the camp continent. It would take him less than a minute to cross an entire continent. He found that he was able to resist the chaotic sharp torrents in the fourth space with his body and not get hurt. He had just realized how strong he had become. His estimation was that not even top star state experts were able to achieve that. Green Lady wandered casually behind Su Ping and observed the scenes down below. She had already scanned the planet fully when she was in space. The bottom of every ocean, which were tens of thousands of kilometers deep, volcanoes, and the rumbling thunder continent which were strewn with beasts, all of it had been investigated, but she didn't find any shelter, according to what Su Ping mentioned. Whoosh! Very soon, Su Ping found Wafat City and flew there. Su Ping reached the sky above the city and then flashed to his store. His sudden arrival shocked the customers that were waiting in a long queue. Still, all of them were shouting excitedly after recognizing him. Right after, they noticed Green Lady, who arrived right after him. Many had difficulty breathing after they saw her gorgeous and unworldly face. The previously noisy street instantly fell quiet. Huh. Tang Ruyan, who was by the door, noticed Su Ping's company and was astonished by Green Lady's look, too. She looked at Su Ping in a weird way, as he seemed to have kidnapped another girl who was as beautiful as Joanna, albeit of a different style, during his trip. How was business? Su Ping was finally relaxed after returning to his store. He greeted Tang Ruyan with a smile. Tang Ruyan came back to her senses and snorted coldly. Do you even need to ask? There are too many customers to receive. While Anna and I were busy making money for you, you actually... Actually what? Humph. Green Lady glanced at Tang Ruyan and immediately saw through her, inside and out. None of her cells and veins were secrets to her. This is the shelter you mentioned. Green Lady observed the place, not expecting it to be a store. What caught her attention were the two statues outside the store, which were valuable and intimidating thanks to the essence of beasts sealed inside. The fat mouse underneath the statues was also strange. Its level was low, but it had much more energy than their kind should. Indeed, this is my shelter. I'll show you around and introduce a friend to you. I believe you two will have a lot to talk about, Su Ping replied with a smile. He was naturally delighted to return home. After returning home safely, Su Ping thought of the trip in retrospect and found it rewarding. It would be even more rewarding if the leader girl returned alive. Green Lady didn't reply, merely choosing to enter the store with Su Ping. Oh my God, who is she? She's so beautiful. I thought Ms. Anna was already unparalleled. I didn't know that someone could be as attractive as her. I wonder if she loves seeing people on their knees, because I feel like kneeling before her. Boss Su is so awesome. I heard that he was out on a business trip, and now I see him returning with such a beautiful girl. Is Boss Su a beauty reaper? How can he always find such pretty girls? I think that the strongest female warrior of the Federation can't be as beautiful as them, can she? I wonder if Boss Su is still hearing. I want to work as a gatekeeper for Boss Su. The customers in the queue outside the store came back to themselves and went crazy. All the males, from teenagers to old men, felt excited. Inside the store, Su Ping saw that Joanna was receiving a customer behind the counter. He instantly said, Anna, I'd like to introduce you to a friend. Joanna raised her head and astonishment flashed in her eyes. Did I feel it right? This stranger feels somewhat familiar. Huh. Green Lady was also surprised. To her amazement, she discovered that she couldn't detect what was happening in the other rooms of the store. Not just the store, she should have been able to see the core of the planet if she wanted to. She didn't pay attention to living quarters such as that one when she scanned the planet. After all, the cities were mostly the same. A shelter able to resist a deity king would normally be elsewhere, not in a downtown area. It should have been a special fortress in the wild. Surprisingly, the shelter was indeed in the downtown area. Of all things, it was a store. A pure-blood god. Green Lady narrowed her eyes in surprise, as she had seen few gods with such pure blood. She also sensed that the woman had a strong body. She was probably part of the royal family among the gods. She is Joanna, my employee. This is Senior Green Lady. Anna, Senior Green Lady is as strong as your original self. Su Ping introduced them with a smile. Shock flashed in Joanna's eyes. As strong as my original self. Is the stranger on par with gods of rules? Su Ping brought a god of rules back from his trip. It surely is intimidating. Was she the person behind Su Ping's back? As strong as her original self. Green Lady was shocked by Su Ping's words too. Is this girl only a clone? She was unable to tell, but she could sense that the girl's energy was disproportionate to her level. She had to be an unparalleled genius if she wasn't the clone of a golden deity. After all, it was normal for a clone to have a horrifying aptitude given the experience from the original self. And you said that she's your employee. Green Lady looked at Su Ping suspiciously. Did a golden deity ask her clone to work for Su Ping? Even her clone should still have dignity. Yes, Su Ping nodded with a smile and said, if you want to work in my shop, you can sign an employee contract. Right, if you work for me, I can take you to the chaotic realm of the undead that you want to visit. Chapter 832, News of the Blue Planet. You can go to the chaotic realm of the undead. Green Lady's eyes widened. She asked, do you know the way to the chaotic realm of the undead? How is it possible? It's already lost and the way to get there has also been. You're too weak to go there. Suddenly she stopped and her body shivered. There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She would have laughed at Su Ping if she hadn't seen Joanna or that shop which blocked her detection. However, she found that Su Ping was rather enigmatic at the moment. Maybe, could this young man indeed have a solution? Maybe something in the world had changed while I was asleep. Maybe the formerly inaccessible realm has returned to the universe. She became nervous again upon thinking that. Joanna couldn't help but observe Green Lady after hearing Su Ping's proposal. She's not Su Ping's supporter. Did he really trick her into coming with him? The chaotic realm of the undead, isn't it a world like the Archean divinity? How could its path be cut off? What kind of being could have done that? That was the ultimate destiny of all the creatures in the universe. However, Green Lady didn't seem to be lying. Joanna felt puzzled about it. At least, she had never heard of that during her years of fighting in the demigod burial. Is it because of the war that took place in the Archean divinity earlier? She thought of many things and fell silent. Tang Ruyan, however, was absolutely confused. She vaguely realized that they were talking about something incredible, but she couldn't make heads or tails about it. Am I so weak that I can't even understand what they were talking about? Tang Ruyan glanced at Su Ping in frustration. I have my own method, don't worry about that. There's no need for me to trick you, said Su Ping sincerely. Green Lady looked at his brilliant smile in a trance. If he does have a method, doesn't this mean that I'm only one step away from reviving the Twilight Deity King? Can we go there now? Asked Green Lady quickly. Su Ping shook his head and said, not now. You must be an employee of this store first and then work hard to be acknowledged as an outstanding employee. Then you'll have the privilege of going there. What's all that about? I can give you all the pills from the divine residence. Take me there now, said Green Lady quickly. Given the importance of the matter, she was not interested in listening to any employee blabber at all. Is he kidding? Why can't I go there without being an employee, and an outstanding employee no less? Joanna, however, looked weird. Is he pulling the same trick again? Well, she was quite familiar with that. Is he serious or just blatantly lying? Is it a trick, just like how he promised to take me to the Archean divinity? She became somewhat suspicious. However, remembering Su Ping's performances in the demigod burial, especially his ability of infinite resurrections, she realized that it was something that even the superior gods weren't capable of. Whoever was backing him had to be an unimaginable being, and there was no need for him to trick her like that, was there? It has nothing to do with the divine pills. This is just the standard procedure. Only by distinguishing yourself as my employee will I be able to take you there. I can't explain the reason to you. Anyways, that's the rule. Su Ping spoke in a tough tone and added, Senior, you've waited countless years. You can afford waiting a while longer, right? If you work hard, you'll probably become an outstanding employee in a couple of months. Green Lady was dead serious at the moment. She could afford the long wait when she didn't have a direction, but every second became torture after a glimpse of hope. Can I just give you all the divine pills for a chance to go there? No. Green Lady was lost for words. The divine pills were so tempting that even golden deities would have gone crazy about them, yet Su Ping simply ignored them. Do the pills not even amount to one employee? Fine, I accept. Green Lady gritted her teeth and compromised. She vaguely realized that there seemed to be some kind of plot in this. For instance, becoming an employee might be a trap. Otherwise, Su Ping wouldn't have been so persistent. Great! Su Ping was a lot more relieved to see that she had been persuaded. This pill deity would have to stay inside the store if she worked as his employee, and he could count on her ascendant state help. However, her condition was special. If anyone recognized her while she was outside, all the ascendant state experts in the Federation would probably chase after her. Even though Su Ping could keep her safe in the store, he wouldn't want all of them to be holed up in the store until he reached the ascendant state. That would take too long. He might consider this if he only had to reach the star state. After all, it was a piece of cake for him to break through. He could take that step immediately if he wanted to. System, draw an employee contract for me. Okay, replied the system quickly in a perky tone. It became increasingly clear to Su Ping that the system was not a machine but a living creature, and a very cunning one. Humph, the snort echoed. Undoubtedly, it came from the system. It was peeping into his mind, as it had always been. Very soon, an employee contract appeared in Su Ping's storage. He took it out and read it. It was identical to the slave contract. No employee contract that Joanna had signed. Okay, sign here with your soul aura, said Su Ping. Green Lady narrowed her eyes. She detected a subtle, intangible power that was beyond her understanding on the piece of paper. She became even more surprised. She had traveled a lot of worlds with the Twilight Deity King in the past, but she had never seen anything like that. For sure, you'll truly take me to the chaotic realm of the undead. Certainly, the girl next to you is working for me because she wants to go to the Archean divinity. She's already an outstanding employee, but I've been too busy recently. I'll take her there when I have the time. Su Ping nodded at her. Briefly stunned, Green Lady glanced at Joanna and then asked Su Ping, "You have access to the Archean divinity too. Hasn't the path there been cut off too?" "Oh, is that so? I'm not sure, but I can go there either way," Su Ping shrugged and said. Joanna gazed at Su Ping but kept silent. Green Lady glanced at Su Ping and was silent for a moment. Then, she released her soul aura and signed the contract. Her heart died when she saw the Twilight Deity King's body shatter. If Su Ping hadn't said that the invaders would capture and eat her, she would have attacked them without caring about her own life. She held back simply because she didn't want the guys who ruined his senior's body to benefit. "Okay," said Green Lady. Even if the contract was a trap, she was fine with it. She had originally planned to help Su Ping become a king and let him search for the chaotic realm of the undead anyway. Huh. A golden light flashed on the contract and then disappeared. Green Lady then sensed that there was something additional in her head. Soon after, she heard an old and awe-inspiring voice. It was more like some sort of will rather than a voice. The will was inviolable and untraceable. Even though she had seen many dignitaries along with the Twilight Deity King, she felt frightened in front of that ancient will. She had the feeling that the will could destroy her soul completely. What kind of being is that? Very soon, the will informed her of some rules. Those were rules that an employee should follow. In addition, there were also the duties that an employee should carry out. She was shocked for a long time after accepting the will. There was astonishment in her eyes when she regained control of herself and looked at the young man. Is that being his backer? Green Lady was no longer as suspicious. She had felt that the ancient will's presence was even more horrifying and unimaginable than that of deity kings. Is it an ancient deity emperor? Deity emperors were masters of the deity realms and equal to the heavens. Su Ping then saw the new employee in the store menu too. All her detailed information had been listed, including her skills, cultivation, and the usages of her body. Well, that was all the system's work. Su Ping had nothing to do with it. She's a divine pill that contains the air of chaos. Su Ping was rather amazed. He didn't know that she had been made with the chaotic energy when the universe came into being. No wonder she could help with advancements. Starting from today, you'll be an employee in this shop. "I'm the boss here and I would like to thank you for your help in advance," said Su Ping courteously. Green Lady had saved him multiple times. Although she had become his employee, he still respected her. She replied with complicated feelings, "Got it. If I become an outstanding employee, you won't go back on your word, would you?" "Of course not. You'll be free to go anywhere, as stipulated on the contract. You can even go to the Archean divinity if you want to," said Su Ping solemnly. Green Lady nodded and put on a smile, which almost brightened the entire shop as if snow were thawing in spring. "I'll do my best." "Yes." At this moment, Su Ping was again worrying about the catastrophe in the divine residence. Although he was safe in his store, there were countless innocent people on Rhea who had nowhere to go. Also, besides Rhea, the entire Zerapron solar system had a huge population too. "Mia's family rules over Zerapron. I should inform them." Su Ping remembered Mia, who had been to his store several times. She had told him her family name. Su Ping looked them up via the Lord badge and found that her family had reigned in that planetary system for 10,000 years. The leader of her family had lived even longer. The last Lord of Zerapron had been ousted due to a violation of federal law, and the Layefa family replaced them. "Beep. Habasu." The call soon went through, and Mia's surprised and delighted voice was heard, accompanied by another female voice. "Mia, who is it? You seem so happy. Is it your boyfriend?" "Ah, no." Mia was speaking to the girl on the other side of the phone in a shy tone. Su Ping could already imagine her reddened face. He couldn't help but cough and say, "It's me. There's something important I need to tell you." Mia became calm again and then asked Su Ping, "What is it, Boss Su?" Su Ping said solemnly, "You know about the recently opened divine residence, right? Something happened there. I just ran back to my store. There's a terrifying thing inside the divine residence. I don't know if it can escape, but it probably will. You'd better ask your family to investigate the matter and take countermeasures accordingly." Huh. Mia didn't expect Su Ping to talk about the divine residence. She thought he would talk about pets. After a moment of shock, she asked, "Boss Su, are you serious? But didn't 3 Ascendant State experts enter it already? Even if there's something in there, they should be able to suppress it, right?" Su Ping was at a loss for words. Those 3 guys were exactly the cause of this disaster. What could they suppress? "Probably not. I'm not sure of the details. You'd better ask your family to investigate as soon as possible," said Su Ping solemnly. He didn't mention the heavenly pit's level of danger, as this would expose how far he had explored in the divine residence. Besides, even if he said how dangerous it was, she might not believe him. After all, he only impressed her as someone with a star state cultivation. The family backing her was led by a star lord and had countless star state members. They wouldn't be intimidated by a star state alarmist and would only send investigators to check on the matter. With that in mind, Su Ping didn't confess everything he knew. Those people would find out everything once they went there. "Well," Mia hesitated. Her position in her family wasn't important. There were plenty of members in the Layefa family, and more than 1 million of them were considered elites. She was strong, but she wasn't qualified to ask for attention from her family. Also, should the alarm be false, it would bring great trouble to her and her parents, who might be lambasted by the other branches of the family. "Mia, did you just say Ascendant State? What's going on?" "Sister Offit, the thing is," Mia quickly informed her of the situation. "Seriously?" "Yes, that's what Boss Su said. He's a Grandmaster trainer, I don't think he's lying." "A Grandmaster trainer. Okay, I'll contact my father and ask him to look into it." "Thank you, Sister Offit." "Don't thank me. If the alarm is true, we'll be in great danger." The 2 girls talked on the other side of the phone. Then, Mia suddenly realized that Su Ping was still waiting, so she quickly apologized. Su Ping didn't feel bothered. He had nothing else to worry about since the matter had been reported. Once he hung up the phone, Su Ping thought for a moment and entered the alliance via the Lord badge. However, the meeting room was absolutely empty. Were they all eliminated? Su Ping's lips twitched. The tree of laws was still in the hands of their leader. It was true that women were obstacles in men's growth. Su Ping exited the badge's virtual network. He heaved a sigh and suddenly remembered O'Neill. The guy was in her small world and had probably died too. If so, wouldn't Rhea be unowned at the moment? Then wouldn't he be able to pick the Transcendence fruits free whenever he wanted? Su Ping could exploit the Ryan family in any way he wanted if O'Neill was out of the picture. He had also grown much stronger that he could defeat O'Neill and rob him silly if he ever returned. However, being a civilized man, he preferred not to rob unless he didn't have a choice. "How is the pet contest going? Have we reached the finals yet?" Su Ping asked Tang Ruyan. Tang Ruyan woke up from her absent-mindedness. Seeing the care in Su Ping's eyes, she felt warm and nodded. "Almost. You've been away for a week. The finals will be held soon." A week? Su Ping was stunned, as he thought he had returned in only half a day. Did the time flow at a different speed? Su Ping realized that a day in one place might mean a week in another. "All right, you can go and receive the customers." Without giving much detail, Su Ping said to Tang Ruyan, "Senior Green Lady is new here. Teach her if she doesn't know how things are done." "Okay," Tang Ruyan nodded obediently. Su Ping was quite unaccustomed to her obedience. He found it weird that she wasn't arguing with him. He currently had 3 employees, 2 were official plus a temporary one, so he could finally retire. He sat on the couch and checked the updates of the Alliance on the Lord badge. A piece of news was pushed to him right at that moment. "Huh?" Su Ping shivered and sat straight when he saw the title. "Who will claim the mysterious tree on the blue planet, human beings' ancestral home?" Su Ping clicked the title and instantly saw paragraphs and pictures. The blue planet in the news was exactly his hometown. Chapter 833, Push a Planet. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and quickly read the news. He couldn't have looked more awful after reading them. Recently, a mysterious tree had grown on the blue planet. It was quite extraordinary, attracting the attention of forces from many planets. They went to the blue planet and fought for it. The battle had lasted 3 days. The natives of the blue planet fought against those foreign forces to defend the mysterious tree, but they were immediately suppressed. Forces from the other planets were currently competing for the tree. Damn it! Fury burst out of Su Ping's eyes. He remembered that the strongest warriors on the planet were Nai Huofeng and Qin Duhuang when he left. No one knew where the mysterious tree came from. In any case, it belonged to the blue planet. The forces from other planets had gone to the blue planet and suppressed the natives. They were almost like lawless burglars. "My dad is a heaven executor. He's quite strong and I left some items to him to use for self-defense. Did he join the battle?" Su Ping became even more anxious. Green Lady then noticed Su Ping's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" The busy Joanna and Tang Ruyan also looked at him. They were both stunned to see Su Ping's expression, as he would always act calm and composed. They would rarely see him so upset. Big things were bound to happen when he was infuriated. Tang Ruyan ignored her customer and asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Holding back his fury, Su Ping rose and said, "I need to go back to the blue planet." "Back to the blue planet?" Tang Ruyan changed her expression. "Did something happen on the blue planet? I'll go with you." "You stay here, I'll go back by myself." Tang Ruyan bit her lips hard. She didn't like being regarded as a liability. Su Ping turned around and said to Green Lady and Joanna, "The store is yours." "I'll go with you," Green Lady frowned and said, "You're my only hope. I won't let you go away. I'll go anywhere you are." Su Ping shook his head and replied, "I could have taken you with me if it were before, but now you can only stay inside the store since you signed the employee contract. I can't take you even if I wanted to." He would have asked her to take him back home had he read the news sooner. Being transported by an ascendant was much faster than taking a spaceship. "Huh?" Green Lady changed her expression when he heard his reply and quickly flashed to the door. An invisible power was then activated, keeping her inside. At the same time, The ancient will that had disappeared in her head had just sent out an inviolable thought again. The thought warned her, telling her she would be erased if she attempted to step out of the area. Green Lady gritted her teeth. She didn't quite believe it, so she extended her arm forward. Buzz! Divine light was dispersed like snow, and her fingertip was evaporated. There was no wave of any power, but something was destroying her. Green Lady quickly retreated her hand, but half of her thumb had been cut off. She spent some of her pill power and finally regenerated the severed finger. Green Lady's sudden arrival stunned the customers in line. They were also shocked by the divine light in her hands. All of them were able to sense a magnificent power that was completely beyond them. The feeling was even more horrifying than that of the Star State. Is she a Star Lord? The people in the queue became jealous upon thinking that. Boss Sue had found a woman who was both pretty and strong on his trip. They could only curse inwardly, wishing that he couldn't remain a pretty boy forever. Whoosh! Green Lady didn't give them more chances to appreciate her. She flashed back into the shop with an awful expression. It's useless. It's one of the terms on the employee contract. You should have read them, said Su Ping. Green Lady was stunned for a moment. She didn't know that the things on the contract were true. Back then, she had thought that they were merely words, that she couldn't be stopped even if she defied the contract. However, the truth had proved her wrong. I won't let you leave my sight. Green Lady gritted her teeth and stared at him. Although I can't leave this shop, I can move it anywhere you go. You can move this shop. Dazed, Su Ping asked the system in his heart, is it possible? What do you think? My shop can't be moved by a random person, replied the system angrily. Su Ping could picture a pair of eyes rolling at him. He didn't know whether he should feel disappointed or happy. If possible, he would love to see Green Lady moving the shop back to the blue planet. He would feel more reassured if an Ascendant State expert was by his side too. What made him happy was that the system remained as powerful as before, which was rather reassuring. It's useless. You can't move this shop or you wouldn't be confined here to begin with, Su Ping shook his head and said. Green Lady closed her eyes and then opened them a moment later. She said gloomily, this shop does seem to be an unparalleled artifact that I cannot move. Su Ping nodded and said, that's one way to look at it. The shop is yours. I'll be on my way. Wait a moment, Green Lady quickly shouted. Su Ping frowned and looked at her. I've just made an attempt. Although I cannot leave this store, I can send my power outside. If I can't move this store, I'll move the whole planet, said Green Lady. Su Ping was stupefied, and so was Tang Ruyan. However, Joanna remained calm, as if he weren't surprised at all. You are going to move this planet. Su Ping realized what she just said and looked at her in shock. Move this planet? Do all the Ascendant big shots talk like that? Yes, where are you heading to? I'll just push this planet there, said Green Lady solemnly. Well, Su Ping didn't know what to say. Pushing a planet sounded unbelievable to him. Still, it was probably as easy as playing marbles for the Ascendant State big shots. Let me find the map. Su Ping didn't say anything else. He was in a hurry, and he wanted to return to the blue planet as soon as possible. Su Ping searched for the blue planet on the Lord badge, and soon found it on the east side of Sylvie. After the migration, the blue planet had arrived at a solar system called Mox in the Sylvie galaxy. Mox was 10 times larger than their previous solar system. 100 planets shared one super sun. Choose your vehicle: spaceship, interstellar, train, foot. Su Ping chose foot. All the other ways of transportation required zigzagging, and the route on foot was the most direct one. It's in that position, but it's very far away, across many solar systems. Su Ping projected the map on the Lord badge and pointed out the way for Green Lady. Sure. Green Lady looked at it and took a deep breath. An unpredictable aura suddenly burst out of her body and she said, let's go. Su Ping was surprised. Exclamations burst out exactly at that moment. Inside the store, Su Ping also sensed the earthquake and his eyes widened. Is Green Lady already pushing the planet? He was quite shocked. That was the power of the ascendant state. Blowing up a planet was nothing, pushing it away was much more awesome. Even Su Ping was already able to blow up a planet. All he needed to do was dig deep into the planet and unleash his power at its core. Then, he could destroy the planet by detonating the heated core. However, to push the planet away was a wonder that he couldn't imagine. It had to be noted that it was a revolving planet which was attracted to Zeraprun's gravity. To push it, she had to stop it from revolving, and then free it from the gravity circles of other planets. What's going on? An earthquake? That's not possible. There's an Earth predictor in Wafat City. Besides, the rock-armored beasts defend the underground world. How can there be earthquakes? Oh my good, look, the moon is out. It really is. What's going on here? Exclamations came from outside of the shop. Su Ping flashed outside of the shop and immediately saw how the sky, previously sunny a moment ago, had gone dark, and stars were flying above his head. In addition, a silver moon had appeared in the sky and illuminated the city. Well, Tang Ruyan, who had also walked out, was also shocked by the scene. She's pushing the planet. Is the woman that strong? And still Su Ping managed to snatch her. The shock in her eyes was soon replaced by frustration. Su Ping, however, didn't notice any of her reactions. He was too shocked to say anything when he saw the flashing stars outside. He returned to the store and saw that green lady was enshrouded in emerald light. She doesn't seem to be a human being. Joanna had appeared next to him at some point. She gazed at Green Lady and spoke telepathically. Su Ping gazed at the deity and said solemnly, "She is." Joanna looked at him and frowned. Su Ping lowered his head and looked at the Lord badge. The map was still there. His eyes slightly widened as he saw that Rhea was indeed moving on the map at a visible speed. Rhea had indeed jumped away from Zeraprun. It was being pushed towards the blue planet like a shooting star. Everybody on Rhea was shocked at the moment. The changes in the stars were so fast that they were visible to the naked eye. Everybody was confused, clueless about the situation. Some even thought that it was an illusion. The media on all the planets were seething. They sent out all their investigators and reporters to look into the matter. Central Continent, Ryan headquarters, all the important departments were shocked. The astronomy department, which was responsible for monitoring outer space, was particularly astounded. What am I seeing? We're sailing away from Zeraprun. Have the planet's propellers been activated, but there's no energy reading. What's happening? Hit me? I must be hallucinating because I didn't sleep enough. Apart from the astronomy department, the group responsible for the planetary propellers was also dumbfounded. Inspectors were sent to examine them immediately. Those propellers had been designed to alter the planet's trajectory to avoid the supposedly unavoidable meteorites. However, most of the meteorites would have been destroyed by cannons while still in space. Report, planet propeller in Area 1 is inactive. Report, planet propeller in Area 2 is inactive. Reporting. The messages were sent out quickly. The leaders were stunned by the outcome. None of the planet propellers had been activated. Why had the planet thrown itself out of Zeraprun's gravitational pull? Very soon, the message was reported to the Ryan family's headquarters. The leaders of the family gathered in the meeting room as holographs. An emergency meeting was held. You didn't find out the reason. Damn it, what's your job? Being useless. A mysterious power has covered Rhea. Have you found the source of the power? What's the energy? Hurry, contact Zeraprun. Use the planet caller and ask for Lord Leiafa's help. Hurry and calculate the speed of the planet and the blast if we hit any meteorite. Deploy all warships. We must keep the planet safe before the Lord arrives. Heat the cannons first and destroy the meteorites if we encounter any. Ask all civilians in the globe to run to the shelters. Ask all cities to activate their energy shields. We're going to pass through this together. In the meeting room, the leader of the Ryan family roared. He had to make those decisions since O'Neill, the president, had yet to return. All the Ryan family members were as busy as bees. The sudden movement caught all of them completely unprepared. Everyone on Rhea had walked out of their homes and looked up at the cosmic view above their heads. The sky was ever-changing. They saw galaxies they had only seen on TV's flash right in front of their eyes. Some planets were very huge and brushed past the atmosphere. Some enormous meteorites flew away at a high speed too. All the changes gave them the illusion that the planet was rushing forward like a train. However, was that even possible? Everybody was dumbfounded. What slightly calmed them down was that, even though the stars were changing constantly, there were no more bumps or earthquakes except the first one. However, as time went by, some felt that they had trouble breathing. The oxygen in the air seemed to be vibrating, which made it hard for them to breathe. The people in some areas felt that the gravity had intensified, and there was more pressure in the air due to an oppressive force coming from the sky. What's going on? Is this the apocalypse? I think I just saw Centaurus, but it's supposed to be far away from us. How could this be? Everyone on the planet was currently paying attention to the unusual phenomena above their heads. Even the adventurers on the rumbling Thunder continent were shocked and overwhelmed by the weird things happening. Su Ping saw that the planet was quickly moving forward according to the map on the Lord badge. He became worried and asked Green Lady, who was exerting her strength, would the planet collapse if it's pushed away? The vague divine aura on Green Lady's cheeks was absorbed, revealing her extraordinary face. She replied calmly, "No, I've covered this planet with my power to offset the blast. Otherwise, all the human beings on it would have died." Su Ping was slightly relieved. Such a method was beyond what he was able to understand. Chapter 834, Arrival. Rumbling Thunder Continent. On an enormous mountain deep inside the thunderous woods, many vast sky thunderous dragons were gathered. Some were flying above the mountain, and some had landed on the top. There was a deep lake at the peak. Half of the lake had been filled with blood. A dragon was crouching in front of the enormous lake. Its body had been entirely tied up with chains and impaled with sharp black nails, making it impossible for it to move. Next to the strong, vast sky thunderous dragon was a white long serpent. Its white scales were blood-stained and was also impaled to the ground. An intimidating, cold and ruthless voice emerged from an old dragon. "You come from a lesser species, and yet you allured one of our kind and attempted to have a child. That's punishable by death. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" All the dragons roared outside of the field. Their roars echoed throughout the mountain. On the ground, the long white serpent lay with sorrow in its eyes. Nearby, the restrained dragon suddenly widened its half-open eyes. Roar! It let out such a mad and intimidating roar all the other dragons. Roars were suppressed. "You must kill me first if you want to kill her," said the enchained dragon with bloodshot eyes. It craned its head, and the chains on its body were tightening and tearing at its body. Blood sprang and dripped on its scales. It raised its head and looked around with pride and dignity. On the ground, the long serpent trembled and looked at it. Tears flooded out of its eyes. It sobbed and said, "No, don't worry about me. You're the prince. They won't do anything to do. My death is nothing. If there's an afterlife, I'll definitely be reborn as a dragon so that we can live together." "You don't need to be reborn as a dragon. You are a perfect match for me right now." The massive dragon lowered its head and looked down gently. The long white serpent cried sadly with tears on its face. All of a sudden, a devastating roar burst out, and a horrifying pressure covered the field. "Shut up!" All the dragons lowered their heads and looked at the new arrival in awe. It was their clan master. "Evil son, you mated with a humble long worm and even gave birth to a weird bastard. When will you come to your senses?" bellowed the clan master furiously. "She's not a long worm. She's my partner." The dragon raised its head and looked at the superior being, which was actually much bigger than itself. That was their king, the one it had never dared to defy until that day. It looked at its father with fury and determination in its eyes. "Shut up," the clan master roared again, finding it impossible to tolerate the situation. It said to an older dragon nearby, "Execute them and let them die in the dragon transformation lake. It'll be our last mercy for them." "As your wish, clan master." The old dragon accepted the order dutifully. Exactly at that moment, an exclamation burst out. The sky above became dark, and the moon appeared. Stars were also moving at a high speed at the same time, and a neighboring planet with a distinctive ring was left behind. It could no longer be seen. Huh! The clan master was stunned to see that. It raised its head in shock. Why is the planet moving? How is it possible? O'Neill is definitely incapable of this. Did he encounter a formidable enemy? At this moment, the nearby dragons also exclaimed, shocked by the unprecedented scene. An elder couldn't help but ask, "Sea Clan Master, what's this about? Is it an illusion? What's O'Neill up to? Has he found out about our escape operation?" The clan master was puzzled and suspicious too. On the ground, the impaled vast sky thunderous dragon didn't look at the strange phenomena. It simply lowered its head and tried its best to move closer to the long white serpent despite the flowing blood. They looked at each other affectionately. They only cared about each other at the moment. Being determined to die, they preferred to cherish whatever time they had left together. "The stars are moving." "No, I think our planet is moving." "What's going on?" All the dragons looked up at the sky, so distracted by the unusual phenomena that they forgot about the execution altogether. Well, the Leiefa family, which ruled over their planetary system, was also shocked when Rhea sailed away from Zarapron. They had been monitoring every planet in their territory. They had quickly noticed when Rhea bolted away. What is going on? Is Rhea running away? Was it pulled out from the gravity ring? Is there something wrong with the planet's gravity? I don't think so. The readings of the surveillance devices are normal. It seems that some external power is pushing this planet away. Weird. It's been detected that the waves on the planet were in the green range when it broke free from the solar system. They were only equal to a level 9 tsunami. That's not possible. It's fleeing so fast that a global level 20 apocalyptic tsunami should have been caused, considering the momentum. At the same time, Rhea's cry for help was sent. Very soon, their intelligence report and Rhea's cry for help were both delivered to the leader of the Leiefa family. "Rhea is flying off orbit." "Weird, no need to panic. I'll go there and take a look." The master of the Leiefa family instantly set off to investigate. Being a Star Lord, he had his own special spaceship. He took it out of his storage and rose to the sky in the blink of an eye. Then, the engines were fully activated, boosting the spaceship into a vortex right in front of it like a sharp arrow. Whoosh! The spaceship disappeared. It was already 8 light-years away when it reappeared. The spaceship soon reached Rhea after a few consecutive ships. While inside the spaceship, the Star Lord saw that Rhea was moving forward in the void like a burning meteorite. Huh! The Lord was shocked by what he found when he caught up with Rhea. This planet seems to be covered by a mysterious and profound power. Is that an ascendant state power? It was shocking. Rhea is being moved by an ascendant state expert. Why would an ascendant expert steal planet Rhea? It's not that prosperous a planet anyway. Did they find a random target? Weird. The ascendant state expert never contacted me to talk about the matter. Is it due to fear of violating federal law? Lord Leiefa frowned, wondering what to do. He couldn't be reckless when dealing with an ascendant state bigshot. "My lord, should we intercept Rhea?" said a sexy girl who wore a delicate space uniform. She smiled with a vivacious expression, but she was actually a robot. Her skin was made of silicone gel which felt like human skin. "No, let's just follow it for now," said Lord Leiefa, frowning. It wouldn't hurt to wait until things were made clear. On Rhea, inside the store in Wafit City, Su Ping asked Tang Ruyan to send the customers away and close the store. Although some of the customers had noticed the glowing green lady, they didn't know what she was doing and would never associate the pusher of the planet with such a beautiful girl. After all, everything was too unbelievable. Most people were still unable to believe that their planet was moving. They thought that something had gone wrong in outer space. So fast. Senior, how much longer can you hold up? Su Ping was still shocked as he looked at the map on the Lord badge. The planet was moving as fast as a spaceship. How much longer? Green Lady turned around and looked at him. Are you kidding me? You think this is an exhausting task? Yes. Fine, forgive me. The planet will do a spatial jump. It may be bumpy, said Green Lady. Then the emerald light outside her body became more brilliant. After a dumb, Su Ping felt an earthquake and heard exclamations. The sky is gone. All the stars are missing. What's going on? Everybody was shocked and frightened, not having the faintest idea about what was happening to the planet. Su Ping came out of the store and looked, only to be crept out, as Green Lady had inserted the entire planet into a deeper space. Deeper spaces were so dangerous that only those in the void state could travel in the secondary space. However, considering the pitch-dark space outside the planet, Su Ping felt that it was more likely to be the tertiary space or the fourth space. The deeper the space was, the faster one could travel. Suddenly, Su Ping heard ambiguous whispers that disappeared at a fast speed. However, he already had goosebumps. Were those the whispers of the ancient creatures in the fifth space? While Su Ping was numbed by shock, stars appeared in the sky again and rays of sunlight were far away. A radiating star could be seen at a distance. They had jumped into a solar system. Very soon, the scenes disappeared as the planet jumped again. Su Ping returned to his store and looked at Green Lady, only to find that she was more solemn than before. It seemed that flying a planet in deeper spaces was a demanding task even for an ascendant state expert. Su Ping looked down at the map, only to be astounded. The previous jump had covered 1/5 of the entire journey. They crossed at least 7 solar systems and were hundreds of thousands of light-years away. Blue planet. Su Ping looked at the glittering spot on the map, which was where his home planet was located. Father, mother, sister, wait for me. I'm coming. Su Ping began to make preparations. He summoned the Inferno Dragon, the little skeleton and other pets, and made sure they were in their best status. Very soon, the second space jump was over. The distance was significantly shortened again. Time flew. Everybody on Rhea remained shocked. At the same time, on the blue planet. Ever since the deep caves were unsealed, the planet's land mass was significantly improved, and it was much bigger than before. Constructors returned to the continents that were ruined by beast tides when the disaster was over, then began the reconstruction process. Most of the destroyed base cities had been mostly fixed. In a deep sea adjoining the subcontinent district, one could see a tall tree standing. The lower half of the tree was submerged in the surging sea, and the exposed part had already pierced through the clouds, seemingly stretching out of the atmosphere. The crown of the tree was surrounded by clouds. Its green leaves were reflecting sunlight, showing its extraordinary nature. That was exactly the mysterious tree that had emerged on the blue planet a couple of days prior. The tree was so enormous that it was soon discovered. There was no way to hide it. The blue planet was already connected to the Federation at the moment. Many travelers had gone to the blue planet, which was the oldest planet known as the origin of life, to see what that ancient planet actually looked like. Given the presence of all those foreign travelers, it was impossible to keep the tree a secret. More and more adventurers had gathered for the tree as time went by. Right then, many people were looking at each other vigilantly above the tree. There's a mysterious force field underneath the tree's crown. I can't approach it. None of my laws can break it. This tree is so mysterious. I think it'll yield an incredible fruit. This may very well be a Star-Lord plant. The Baloya family came here first, so the ancient tree belongs to us. Does everyone agree? Bullshit, whoever sees it gets a share. The Baloya family isn't qualified to monopolize it. All of them looked at each other coldly, mutually regarding the others as their competitors. Far in the distance, several men floated on the sea and looked up at the tree, as well as the foreigners above it. That massive ancient tree grew too fast. It has to be a precious treasure. Are we really giving it away to the foreigners? What choice do we have? Our lord isn't here. Senior Nai was wounded and is still resting. All the warriors present are in the star state just like Senior Nai. We're incapable of keeping the tree, even if we wanted to. Damn it, the tree grew on our planet. Why do we have to give it away? We're not even allowed to have a share. A few men responsible for monitoring the invaders had gathered there. All of them had grim and angry looks. Chapter 835, Jump from Space. Something unexpected happened when all the forces were watching. The tree trembled, and waves thousands of meters tall rose in the sea from movements deep underwater, as if a beast were stirring it at the bottom. The crown of the tree emitted golden divine light that contained green energy. Suddenly, the energy was gathered on one of the branches and attracted all the energy floating in the air, forming a huge vortex. A storm was caused, just as if a whale were playing with water. What's going on? Is the tree awake? It seems that something is about to be born. It feels as if all the energy in the environment is being absorbed. All the forces were shocked and suspicious, eyes glittering. The tree was definitely remarkable, but nobody knew its effects. Such a manifestation had never happened before. Far from the tree's crown, a lot of the Blue Planet's media representatives were streaming the scene remotely. The tree had garnered the attention of all the planet's inhabitants. Many were reluctant to give it away, but there was nothing they could do. A lot of the battle pet warriors who had just been admitted in academies were still young men. They could only stand and watch the scene unfold. Their blood was hot and all of them were infuriated, but watching the invaders take the treasure away was their only option. Countless young men swore to themselves that they would grow strong and defend their hometown, so that they wouldn't suffer such a humiliation ever again. The light and energy underneath the crown gradually faded, revealing a crystal fruit that was more than 5 meters tall. It was quite unique, surrounded by green leaves, and only the tip of the fruit was revealed. The tree has yielded a fruit. It straight off bore a fruit. The fruit attracted the energy within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Considering the added essence of the tree itself, it must be very special. The Baroque family will take the fruit. Get lost, the fruit belongs to us. Cut the crap. Whoosh. Very soon, someone flew towards the divine fruit. The space under the crown was sealed, and nobody was able to break into the secondary space. They could only approach it with movement techniques. Even though none of them could do flash movements, they still dashed as quickly as lightning and soon reached the tree. Bang! Someone took action and blocked the man who reached the tree first, intending to take the fruit for himself. But very soon, a third person attacked him, forcing him to defend himself. Otherwise, he would have been too heavily wounded to secure the fruit. A great battle was about to happen. All the experts summoned their battle pets. The power of laws swept across the universe. Glamorous skills appeared. Divine lotuses and giant swords attacked in midair, unleashing dazzling energy that felt like thousands of nuclear explosions. Their blasts could push a continent away. The powerful attacks shadowed the experts and their pets. The natives of the Blue Planet who were seeing the battle from a distance, some who had just become legends, were frightened by those exchanges and were only able to resist the blasts with their bodies. The aftershocks of the attacks were already forcing them to retreat nonstop. Damn it! That divine fruit must be marvelous, but they're taking it away. A bunch of legends of the Blue Planet stood at a distance with contorted expressions. Together, they tried to resist the blasts. Get the hell out of my way. Exactly at that moment, a roar burst out from their rear. Several men flew close by and scolded the planet's natives for crowding their path. The natives showed a slight change in their expressions, but then they saw a giant purple hand aim to slap them and push them away before they could dodge. Many legends who failed to dodge in time vomited blood, and 2 titled warriors were killed, with eyeballs popping out. Even their bodies had fallen apart. "Natives, don't you know that you're like ants? You think barbarians such as yourselves can get this fruit," said a young man in disdain behind the giant purple hand. He sprinted forward towards the battlefield, along with several men behind him. "Chin Yumo! Liu Jian!" Several roars echoed, and the wounded legends rushed to the exploding mists of blood. There was nothing they could do except to watch the death of the titled talents of their families. All of them trembled with fury. They had been told that the Federation was a place where law mattered, but they didn't know that the law of the jungle would still be the main theme. Strong enough people could ignore the law, or rather, the law was designed to defend their interests. That tree belonged to the blue planet, yet they didn't have a share in it and couldn't even look at it. Weakness was always the ultimate sin. The legends were angry, but none dared to say anything. They clenched their fists with gloomy faces. Boom! The battle ahead became fiercer by the minute. Power of laws exploded in the battle. The lingering energy was enough to wipe out many people in the Fate state. A lot of legends who showed up to watch had been scared off. Many feared that they could be accidentally killed. Whoosh! It was then when for some reason the recently condensed fruit suddenly broke free from the branch, then flew in a certain direction, leaving a golden trail of light behind. Not good, the divine fruit is fleeing. It's so fast, what kind of fruit is that? I think it's very smart. Chase it. The experts had no time to fight each other anymore. They quickly chased after the target. While chasing it, they attacked each other and tried blocking the others. While all those warriors competed, a spot of light had appeared in the space beyond the atmosphere like a glittering star. Then, the spot of light gradually grew big and revealed its true self, turning out to be a planet that was moving at full speed in that dark universe. The planet, like an aggressive cannonball, was like a shooting star. "This is the place. The blue planet is right up ahead." In Ria, Su Ping stood outside his store. He no longer needed the map, as he was able to see the beautiful and blue planet expanding visibly in front of his eyes. The distance between them was quickly shortening. The blue planet. He was finally back. Su Ping was quite excited. Green Lady had been pushing the planet dozens of times faster than a spaceship could have flown. "Senior, lower the speed and approach it," Su Ping said to Green Lady. "Sure." Green Lady accepted the task. The rapidly moving planet decelerated. The inertial forces caused by the quick braking was offset by using her ascendant state power, so that the residents on the planet only shivered a little bit when they saw that the stars in the sky slowed down. "What's that? What a huge planet. I think we've slowed down. Are we still in Zerapron? Have we really been drifting this whole time? Is it my illusion, or are we about to crash into that planet? It's so huge. What's that planet? I don't think it belongs to Zerapron." All the people on Ria were shocked. They kept on talking amongst themselves. Many were frightened by the beautiful and blue planet becoming increasingly bigger in their eyes. The collision of 2 planets could even kill Fate State warriors. Only Star State experts, who could flee from the planets in advance, would be able to survive such a dreadful blast. However, the approaching planet stopped moving, which meant that Ria had come to a stop, avoiding the impending crash. Everybody on the globe was relieved. All the bigwigs of the Ryan family exhaled in relief too. All of them felt the cold sweat on their backs. Huh. It was then when Su Ping saw a huge cloud of energy in one of the blue planet's seas. The energy cloud was colorful and massive. Since he was close enough, he was even able to see some of the mountains. "Is that?" Su Ping squinted and his face became cold. He saw that many men were chasing after a golden streak of light inside the planet's atmosphere. On the other hand, an unimaginably huge tree crown could be vaguely seen in the cloud. It probably belonged to the ancient tree that the news had mentioned. Su Ping had no time to feel amazed by the size of the tree anymore. As he looked at the chasers, he quickly realized that a battle had already started on the blue planet. He simply wondered if Nai Huofeng was among them. "Wait for me here, I'll take a trip home." Inside the store, Green Lady dispelled her divine power and said to Su Ping calmly, "Go. I'll bring you back immediately if you're in danger. The distance between these two planets is short enough for me to manage. Take these pills too. 2 of them can increase your combat ability to the maximum and save your life. But take them as a last resort because they will produce some side effects." She then waved her hand and threw several pills at Su Ping. 2 of the pills were packed in a red box and sealed with divine aura. They obviously looked extraordinary. Su Ping didn't stand on ceremony, he simply accepted them. "Wait for me to come back." "How are you going to get there? Do you need a spaceship?" asked Tang Ruyan worriedly. She also wanted to tag along to visit her home. "That's unnecessary." Su Ping stepped out, with unmasked anger and aggression in his eyes. Whoosh! He suddenly disappeared from the store and dashed away. A lot of the customers in the queue noticed Su Ping's sudden disappearance. They showed faces of suspicion and surprise, not knowing where Su Ping was going. The next moment, Su Ping appeared outside of Ria's atmosphere, tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. Then he tore an opening in the void and disappeared again. Once he reappeared, he was already beyond the atmosphere and the vacuum of space. He felt the radiation, the coldness and pressure of the cosmos. Oxygen was no longer present. Even so, Su Ping didn't need to breathe. The cells in his body were blasting like billions of engines, boosting him towards the blue planet. He then leaped down from space. Bang! Su Ping broke through and entered the blue planet's atmosphere. His rapid fall caused friction, making his body look like a burning meteorite. At the same time, the people on the blue planet were shocked by the events in the sky. They noticed that a planet had appeared right above their heads. It was even bigger than the blue planet. Those who had telescopes were even able to see the buildings, cities, and even the human beings on that planet. Where is that planet from? There was also another phenomenon. The planets were so close that their gravity should have influenced each other. However, both stood still quietly. What is that planet? Oh my God, it's so huge. I think I can see the mountains and cities on it. There are people on that planet. There are so many of them. Where is that planet from? It seems to have dashed over just now, but then it suddenly stopped. On the blue planet, the travelers from other planets were just as shocked as the natives were. The sudden appearance of a planet was almost unbelievable. It felt like someone was piloting the planet. However, what kind of power could have pushed a planet as if it were a spaceship? Unimaginable. Look, someone's coming. A meteorite is making its way into the atmosphere. Wait, that's a human being, a burning human being. Oh my God, did he just jump down from space? He seems to be going for the mysterious tree too. Countless people noticed Su Ping at that moment, just as he jumped to enter the blue planet directly from space. The cameras of various media outlets were able to record when Su Ping was approaching the ancient tree. Thanks to the camera feeds, everybody across the globe saw clearly that the thing which was falling rapidly was a man who looked like the god of fire. That's in a certain base on the blue planet, Nai Huofeng, who was treating his wounds, looked at the man on the screen and suddenly sat straight on the bed with his eyes wide open. His eyes were so keen that he had already recognized the face of the burning man. Is it him? Or is it an illusion? It all happened in the blink of an eye. The next moment, having jumped straight down, Su Ping changed his trajectory and flew towards the golden streak of light like a shooting star. Whoosh! Given the gravitational acceleration and his own speed, Su Ping was so fast that he streaked across the sky like a beam of light. Bang! He then came to a sudden stop. Su Ping's feet landed in the sky as if stepping on solid ground. The immense blast caused such a loud noise that it was like the detonation of a nuclear bomb. The blast was transmitted to the sea down below, too. The sea jolted, and waves of thousands of meters high were raised. Su Ping stood in midair and raised his head. The golden streak of light was coming at him at a high speed. He quickly took action and captured it with his bare hand. After seizing it, Su Ping offset the violent momentum of that streak of light and finally saw that it was a fruit that looked like a corn cob. It was wrapped in green leaves, but it didn't have any kernels and the exposed part was quite smooth. Chapter 836, Fury. Far away, the global media focused their cameras on the man who was ablaze. Everywhere on the blue planet, on TV, cell phones, and the big screens in squares, the same face was being displayed. It's him. It's our Lord. It's Boss Su. Boss Su is back. Our Lord is back. He jumped down from space. Ah, we're saved. All the bases across the globe were seething, especially those in the most populated subcontinent district. Countless people stood up from their seats in excitement. Su Ping had stopped a beast tide on his own during the Battle of the Deep Caves, then fought against the Lord of the Deep Caves and saved the planet. He later became the new Lord of the Blue Planet. A lot of people had seen his face. Paintings and statues were placed in every base once he became the Lord. After all, he deserved to be remembered by all the future generations for saving the planet. All the legendary and titled men across the globe were shocked upon seeing Su Ping on screen and then cried tears of joy. Even though the Blue Planet had gotten closer to the Federation's influence, life hadn't been great. The Blue Planet was too weak when compared to other planets in the Federation. It didn't even have many legends. It had also suffered a huge loss in the Battle of the Deep Caves. The other planets could easily gather hundreds of Fate State warriors, while there were no more than 10 on the Blue Planet. Given the circumstances, the Blue Planet had been on the weaker side in all diplomatic relations. In the high sky, a lot of people reached Su Ping when he seized the fruit. All of them were overflowing with power. They looked as horrifying as angry beasts. Hand over the divine fruit. Who are you? You dare to take our fruit. We'll spare your life if you drop it. He has black hair and black eyes. Those are traits of the natives of this planet. All the chasers came to a stop and gave Su Ping grim and cold stares. Disdain and killing intent instantly surfaced in their eyes when they gauged his level. A mere child in the void state dares to join the competition. Stupid natives, they don't know what they're doing. They don't even know what they can take and what they can't. Su Ping instantly realized what he was holding after hearing their remarks spoken in the common tongue. He placed the fruit in his storage, then looked with cold eyes at those present. This belongs to the Blue Planet. It's outrageous to think that you're trying to rob us of it. He's indeed a native of the Blue Planet. All their expressions changed when they saw him pocketing the fruit. Then they started to scold him. What's that nonsense? You think everything that grows on your planet belongs to you. Do uncivilized barbarians such as yourselves deserve such a treasure? I'll give you 3 seconds. Hand it over immediately. A tall and brawny middle-aged man in the crowd decided to approach Su Ping. He had the aura of a peak Fate State warrior. He was determined to execute him. You're merely in the void state. Let me teach you a lesson. Su Ping opened his eyes, with dazzling light bursting out. Get lost. Bang! The middle-aged man who was moving closer suddenly trembled. With disbelief in his eyes, he wanted to struggle and beg for mercy, but his body exploded when he barely opened his mouth. He exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The scene made many people narrow their eyes solemnly. However, more people looked at the young man in shock. Is he really a void state warrior? They didn't even see him attack. His roar was powerful enough to kill a Fate State expert. Our Lord is so awesome. Well, isn't Boss Su too strong? He's become even stronger than when he killed the Lord of the Deep Caves. Everybody was shocked and excited to see that attack. Those who had trained their pets in Su Ping's store were just as dumbfounded. Killing a Fate State expert with only a shout, he was definitely in the Star State. That guy. In a certain special hospital, Nai Huofeng sat on his sickbed, stunned beyond words. He was in the star state, but he was also unable to notice how Su Ping had killed the Fate State man, even though he had no doubt that it was star state power. Furthermore, not all star state experts had such power. Longjiang Base City. The Qin, Liu, Mu and the other major families were watching the events unfold with shock and excitement. The disappearance of Su Ping and his store had been like a miracle. None of them expected to see him become that strong upon his return. Tower Master Nai mentioned that the star state is a realm above the Fate State. The Lord of the Deep Caves was only a new star state being that had just grasped the laws, but then Boss Su executed it while he was a new legend. Now that he's reached the Void State, he must be even stronger. Boss Su is truly a genius. He just killed a Fate State enemy with a roar while merely being a Void State cultivator. He's so terrifying. The gap between human beings is really huge. What are you talking about? Are you sure Boss Su is a human being? Don't feel happy just yet. There are many star state experts among the invaders. Tower Master Nai was actually hurt by them. Some of them are so strong that Tower Master Nai can't even resist a single attack. Even if Boss Su is strong, he's only in the Void State anyway and will probably be outnumbered. All their excitement toned down upon hearing that, later giving in to shock. That was very true. As strong as Su Ping could be, he was acting on his own. Even if he was strong enough to fight star state experts, he would still be outnumbered. Damn it, I wish I were stronger. We didn't help much in the Battle of the Deep Caves, and I don't think we would be of much help today. I really want to grow stronger. I really want to. I don't think we can claim the tree. Should we inform Boss Su that we should just give in this time? Given his talent, he will definitely distinguish himself in the Federation. Then he'll have a chance to get back at them in the future. How do we inform him? All the people surrounding him are Fate State and Star State warriors. Will be killed before we get close. In Longjiang Base City, Qin Duwang, Liu Tianzong and the others showed worried looks. Just as they discussed the matter, the invaders in front of Su Ping ran out of patience. A woman on the top of a dragon declared, "You must be the Lord of the Blue Planet, right? You're in the Star State, yet you pretended to be in the Void State and ambushed my subordinate. How shameless of you. Lord of the Blue Planet, you're naive if you think you can claim the tree. Seems like the Blue Planet needs a new lord." Everybody else gazed at Su Ping with cold eyes. They were also wary of each other as they talked. Otherwise, they would have already taken action to attack Su Ping and snatch the fruit. While standing in midair, Su Ping glanced at those present and said, word for word, "I will give you 10 seconds to get the hell out of the Blue Planet, or none of you will live to tell the tale." Huh? How audacious. What do you mean? Are you intending to use your privilege to drive us away? Hee hee. How childish. We're not afraid of your privilege like others are. It's useless for those in the Star State, unless you have a Tier 1 planet and a big shot backing you. Everybody sneered coldly, not taking Su Ping's threat seriously at all. Why would we leave? Even if he accused them of planet invasion, it would take a long time for the case to reach the interstellar court. They could merely pull their strings, and then the whole thing would be over. Right then, the relatively close tree trembled again all of a sudden. Boom! Waves thousands of meters high rose from the sea down below. It felt exactly like before. It could be seen that the worldly energy was surging again and gathering on one of the branches of the tree. All the experts were refreshed to see that. Another fruit is about to be condensed. Hurry! They had no time to bicker with Su Ping anymore, so they simply charged at the divine tree. Su Ping looked at the scrambling invaders with killing intent radiating from his eyes. Whoosh! Su Ping stomped and summoned the astral power from his cells. Then he instantly dashed forward like a pillar of lightning and hit one of the dragons in the back, instantly breaking its spine. Whoa! The dragon shrieked and vomited blood before it fell to the sea down below. The facial expression of the master of that dragon changed, then he turned around. He was bursting with fury when he saw his pet, then he attacked Su Ping. He launched a blazing meteorite that burned through the void. It carried a powerful law as it made its way towards Su Ping. It was a law of burning that had a deep understanding. It could burn everything, including the laws yet to be grasped. Su Ping, enshrouded by lightning, rushed towards the fiery meteorite without stopping, and it instantly exploded. Then he pressed through the flames and approached the Star-State young man in the blink of an eye. He smashed his fist heavily. Its aura had already shrouded the man like a falling mountain before his fist landed a hit. No way. The Star-State guy widened his eyes in shock. Was my law attack blocked by this guy's body? Or did the man use his own laws? It happened so fast that he didn't see it clearly. Defensive treasures flew out above his head when the fist was about to hit him. At the same time, he quickly released ancient skills that formed crystal shields above his head. Banged! All the defensive treasures exploded during that collision. The laws of energy turned dim for them, but then they were squeezed into pieces and scattered. Su Ping's fist punched down along with a mountainous aura. The Star-State man's shields were broken through upon collision, then his head was hit and then blew up. Blood splashed everywhere, and the man was killed on the spot. The upper half of his body had been entirely damaged, and his remains crashed into the sea like a rapid cannonball, causing a wave within 100-meter range. What? Nearby, another pair of Star-State experts who saw the scene were astounded. The expert in the mid-phase of the Star-State was killed by Su Ping with one punch. While shock overwhelmed them, the Star-State warrior in the lead had already reached the crown. A mysterious force field underneath the crown had sealed the space. No one had been able to tear it open, so they opted for physical movement. Su Ping noticed them. He indifferently looked at them and then flashed to the crown. The space in front of his eyes was extremely solid. Su Ping didn't attempt to tear it apart, which would have been a waste of time. God of Lightning, boom. Bang! 2 lightning laws were invoked. Adding the astral power that Su Ping had summoned, he moved faster than the Star-State invaders ahead of him. Then he reached the new fruit first. The energy vortex on the fruit was already gone, and it looked identical to the first fruit. While merely standing in front of the fruit, Su Ping simply picked it and put it in his storage. You bastard, what are you doing? Take it out. All the Star-State late arrivals, those who had gone there a tad late, were bursting with fury and bloodshot eyes when they saw that Su Ping had beaten them to the fruit. Su Ping turned around and looked at them coldly before he said, 10 seconds have just passed. You should die. How arrogant, you think you can challenge all of us. Being the Lord of the Blue Planet gave you this confidence. Let me see how strong you are. Don't think you can get away because you're fast. Guys, why don't we finish him off first, so that he doesn't steal the other fruits? Agreed. Very soon, all the invaders reached a consensus. The other Star-State experts who had just arrived were also on board with the agreements. They looked at Su Ping coldly, showing disdain and maliciousness. An enraged Star-State old man drew his saber and attacked Su Ping. Kill him. His saber aura was as brilliant as a river of stars. Many people below the Star-State were so amazed by the beautiful saber aura that they had been left at a loss for words. Are those the Star-State experts? They didn't know how many times she had practiced to perform during such an ultimate attack. Su Ping's eyes were suddenly opened with brutality bursting out. He was infuriated. Not only did those people make a blatant attempt to claim the divine tree, but they even attempted to attack its lord. They were absolutely lawless. Do they really think there's nobody capable on the blue planet? Roar! Su Ping invoked the little skeleton and merged with it, instantly becoming more daunting. Then he drew the bone saber and launched a saber aura. The power of laws was included in the saber aura. Thanks to the law of fusion, they were perfectly fitted in the saber aura, establishing an unstoppable force. After a boom, the sky shook and the saber auras were broken to pieces. Su Ping streaked through the broken auras and raised his fist to punch at the enemy. The astral power in his body was like an inexhaustible ocean. He felt he was moving a planet whenever he threw a punch, seemingly pushing the planet. All the air and energy in the sky were pushed out, forming the most brutal fist aura. Chapter 837, Slaughtering the Planet. I can't believe this. The old man was astounded. He had been studying sword techniques his entire life, yet Su Ping crushed him. He was able to detect multiple laws contained in Su Ping's saber aura, but all of them were shallow. They had limited power even when they were combined. What was really horrifying was the profound energy inside Su Ping's body. The young man was like a human-shaped monster. His internal system was like a burning furnace. Bang! He quickly invoked his constitution and blocked when the fist came at him. Crystal scales appeared on his arm. It was the not-too-rare rock-class constitution. He had reached the peak of the star state only because he had worked hard for tens of thousands of years. The void trembled, and the old man's arm glittered dazzlingly. His body fell straight down like a cannonball, and he vomited blood. The other Star State warriors around him were shocked, since the old man was rather famous. He was known as Ancient Moon Saber God. Even so, he was defeated by the Lord of Blue Planet. This guy is at the peak of the Star State too. He's hiding his real cultivation. This ragged, primitive planet is headed by a lord at the peak of the Star State. That's unbelievable. He should be running a Tier 2 planet. Everybody, let's kill him together. No matter how strong he is outnumbered. Can't we beat him together? Someone in the crowd instigated, but the others were all in the Star State and wouldn't be convinced easily. However, they did need to collaborate. It was impossible for them to obtain that wondrous tree without finishing off the planet's lord. Besides, that lord was extremely fast. It was hard to compete with him for the divine fruit. Die. Kill him. Many Star State warriors took action, but nobody dared to engage Su Ping in a melee battle. They released powerful law-based attacks combined with astral skills they had practiced. Dark Dragon Hound. Su Ping widened his eyes furiously and summoned the Dark Dragon Hound, merging with it directly. Boom! The power in Su Ping's body was further increased by the dual fusion. His astral power was overflowing. He charged at the Star State opponents with bones surrounding his body. His attacks contained astral power and the power of laws. They were as powerful as 100 nuclear explosions, which could raise a continent. After a boom, Su Ping broke through the attacks with divine lines and hot flames all over his body. He was as dazzling as a god. Go to hell. Su Ping waved his saber and attacked the nearest opponent. His saber seemed to be cutting the sky apart. The Star State young man was greatly shocked. He felt that it was impossible to dodge the attack. Even the oxygen around him seemed to have been pumped away, making it impossible to catch his breath. He quickly invoked his constitution and used all his defensive methods. Bang, bang, bang. A lot of secret treasures were activated, but they were torn apart and knocked away the moment they flew out. There was a bam. The saber aura tore apart an ancient defense technique that the Star State young man performed, cutting off his arms in the process. Just like an infuriated god of war, Su Ping waved his saber again. Saber auras burst out one after another. All of them contained the laws he possessed. His astral power surged as if it were costless. Other people would have been exhausted if they performed that many powerful attacks, yet Su Ping was becoming fiercer. Oh damn! This guy walks the path of multiple laws. Oh no! An early Star State guy roared in fright and burned his essence and body, adding laws to a river-like secret technique. But the river was instantly ripped apart along with his body. Laws invaded his body through the fractures, instantly destroying his internal organs. Even his consciousness was pulverized. More and more Star State warriors fell, some killed on the spot. Su Ping strode onward, forcing his opponents to retreat. Everybody across the globe was lost for words as they saw those horrifying scenes. Countless people found it hard to believe. They had seen Su Ping's terrifying performance in the Battle of the Deep Caves, but they didn't expect such a drastic growth in such a short time. It had to be noted that any of those Star State invaders could have easily dealt with the Lord of the Deep Caves. And yet, they couldn't even resist a single attack from Su Ping. The saber-wielding old man at the peak of the Star State was recovering at the moment, as if he was waiting for the best opportunity. Is he invincible in the Star State? In the special hospital, Nai Huofeng looked at the scene in shock. He couldn't even imagine such insane battles, nor did he expect Su Ping to change so greatly. If Su Ping were to encounter the Lord of the Deep Caves again, he would probably finish it off with a casual attack. Boss Su is actually Liu Tianzong, Qin Du Huang and the others from the 5 major families were completely astounded. They had been considering how to relay a message and advise Su Ping to retreat for the moment, but what happened next made their eyeballs pop out. Is that man the Boss Su we know? It was apparently something that could have only been done by Boss Su. They looked at each other in bewilderment, too shocked for words. The travelers from other planets were also shocked by the ongoing battle too. None of them had the guts to keep underestimating the blue planet. Go to hell. Su Ping's body was covered by golden crow fire, which could burn and weaken the lesser astral power and laws. This would reduce their effect, making it easier to resist with just his strengthened body. His body was extremely hard to begin with, and he had attained the 2nd level of the solar bulwark. Besides, there was the effect of the body-polishing pills that Green Lady had offered him. His body quality was among the best even in the Star State. His resistance to elements of all classes had also weakened the hostile astral power. The compounded defenses of the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound allowed him to ignore early and mid-Star State attacks. He was fighting against a sky full of Star State opponents when he was only in the Void State. Su Ping was doing the unimaginable, yet he was too infuriated to realize it. After a boom, Su Ping stepped forward with lightning flickering underneath his feet. He instantly approached an opponent and stomped on his head. The man was quite frightened, not expecting Su Ping to target him. He quickly blocked Su Ping's feet, but then his arms broke and his cheeks were hit. Just like a mountain falling on his face, his head was ringing as he quickly fell down. Roar! 2 dragons suddenly flew close. They were holding a golden chain in their mouths. It was unclear what the chain was made of, but it was evidently a remarkable treasure. Both of the dragons were at the peak of the Star State. Both performed their bloodline skills and surrounded Su Ping at a crazy speed. Then, the chain quickly slithered and tied Su Ping's arms. In the crowd, a woman wearing black armor said with a cold smile, "You won't get away even if you're a deity. You've been shackled by my God-binding chain." There was disdain in her eyes. No matter how strong Su Ping was, there was nothing he could do against that ancient treasure. It was impossible for a Star State expert to break free from it, unless a Star Lord offered to help him. All the others were delighted to see the black-armored woman take action. The Black Tortoise clan is indeed extraordinary. I didn't know they had such a treasure. I've long heard that the Black Tortoise clan of the Divine Beast planet is formidable. They truly can't be messed with. Everybody, let's join hands and kill this barbarian. Kill him. The other Star State guys immediately took action. They had only been able to struggle and defend themselves earlier on. Finally, there was a chance to counterattack. Roar! The 2 dragons roared and hovered around Su Ping. Not only had they tied up his arms, they were also going to restrain him completely. Su Ping's eyes were wide open with fury. Veins were bulging on his arms. The divine power inside his body burst out, and the energy of countless cells started to revolve. Boom tilde. A fearsome power was emitted from his body as he roared. Ah! The 2 hovering dragons came to a pause before they were hauled towards Su Ping. Both of the creatures were shocked. They quickly flapped their wings and tried to stabilize themselves. Su Ping shook his arms and extended his hands, grabbing onto the chain. Come here. Roar! Su Ping let out a roar, and the two dragons trembled hard. They were unable to avoid being pulled toward Su Ping. Everybody across the globe was too stupefied to say a word as they saw that happen with widened eyes. After seeing that, the black-armored woman dropped the disdain on her face and exclaimed in shock, "That's impossible. The man is only a human being, and yet he's hauling two dragons." Even if Su Ping was at the peak of the star state, so were the two dragons. Hulu. The dragons roared angrily and flew in the opposite direction as they were being pulled. But no matter how hard they flapped their wings, they were still being pulled toward him. "Come over here," Su Ping roared. He suddenly waved his arms, and the struggling dragons at the ends of the chain lost control of their bodies. They swung forward and then hit each other. The pulling force was gone the moment they hit, and Su Ping suddenly flew towards them. Banged! A dazzling light burst out after a punch, and one of the dragon's head was blown up. Su Ping then stepped on the back of the other dragon, breaking its spine. The dragon cried and vomited blood before it loosened the chain and fell into the sea down below. Having the two dragons out of the way, Su Ping grabbed the golden chain and coldly stared at the people in front of him like an unparalleled devil. All of his opponents were astounded. Two dragons at the peak of the star state, plus a super treasure, were unable to restrain Su Ping. One of them had been killed and the other wounded. Is the Lord of Blue Planet really invincible in the star state? You! The black-armored woman was both shocked and infuriated upon seeing her dragons be brutalized by Su Ping. She breathed heavily while she gazed at Su Ping with overwhelming hatred. Su Ping sensed her gaze and looked back at her. There was nothing but the coldest killing intent in his unemotional eyes. It seemed that he didn't care about anything, and he loathed everything. The black-armored woman withdrew her gaze unconsciously, as if having been bitten by a viper. She no longer dared to make eye contact with Su Ping. Bringing this fact to conscious thought was even more shocking to her. She was at the peak of the star state too and had been through countless battles. And yet, she didn't dare to look Su Ping in the eye. Is the guy in the star state, or is he actually a star lord? Ms. Zixuan, join hands with the Baroque family. Since we've come to this, we really won't be able to finish off this barbarian if we don't take him seriously, said a brawny, bearded man. The black-armored woman looked at him and nodded a second later. Okay. She wanted revenge. The two dragons were her treasures. She was determined to fight Su Ping, not just for the tree. Nearby, a purple-eyed young man stepped forward and coldly suggested, "He's the Lord of Blue Planet. This is his planet and his weakness. Considering what has happened so far, I don't think it's a problem to slaughter everyone on this planet." Everyone's expressions changed when he mentioned, "Slaughter everyone on this planet." That was typified as a major crime in the Federation. All the perpetrators would be sentenced to death unless someone influential protected them. There are so many of us here. It won't be a big deal even if we slaughter everyone, as long as the planet itself is kept intact. After all, this is the cradle of humanity. As for the primitives that live on it, we can just kill them. That is correct. It'll be even better if we capture some natives and force the Lord to surrender. He'll be distracted by this. Does this barbarian have any relatives on this blue planet? Capturing his children would be the best. More and more people in the star state agreed with the slaughtering plan. To defend the tree or to protect the people on the blue planet, what would the Lord's decision be? Seniors, keep him occupied. We'll catch some natives, said someone in the beginning phase of the star state. Everybody else frowned at them but didn't say anything. Two of the proponents were at the beginning phase of the star state. It was pointless for them to stay there. The other early phase star state warriors regretted not stepping forward. They would have also taken up the task, but they were beaten to the punch, and it wasn't advisable to make trouble and provoke divisions in their temporary alliance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two star state men instantly flew away. You! Su Ping looked at the pair of men who were about to leave with bloodshot eyes. Those star state guys had been talking directly, thinking that telepathically was unnecessary. It was unclear whether they wanted him to hear or they didn't care at all. Chapter 838, Invincible in the Star State. Humph! Everybody sneered after seeing that Su Ping discovered their operation. You now know about our plan, but so what? You'll only get disturbed. You can't be in two places at the same time. What will happen if you get distracted while in battle? Su Ping breathed heavily and a fire was burning in his chest. However, he didn't lose his rationality. The angrier he was, the calmer he became. Whoosh whoosh. Two vortices appeared next to him. The Inferno Dragon and the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon stepped out, roaring. Their daunting vibe awed many Star State pets, which realized how extraordinary they were. Stop them. Little White, go all out. Show the world that you're not a useless mutant but a dragon king. The two dragons widened their eyes with unmasked brutality as they heard Su Ping's intimidating declaration. The white-scaled dragon suddenly perceived something and looked up. There it saw an enormous planet floating, seemingly about to fall on the blue planet. It was actually able to see the rumbling Thunder Continent, its hometown. There was a vague sensation that its kin were staring back at it. Its father and mother seemed to be among them. It was not a bastard with an inferior bloodline. It was a dragon king. Roared. The white dragon let out a loud roar, which was ancient and awe-inspiring. It didn't sound like a vast sky thunderous dragon at all, but a more fearsome and ancient dragon. A lot of Star State pets shivered after hearing such a call, with fear unavoidably surfacing in their hearts. Kill them. The nearby Inferno Dragon also roared and echoed its fellow dragon's fierce intent. Then, they unleashed the power of laws and swooped at the two Star State men that were flying away. Heh, you think you can hold them back with just two battle pets? Not a chance. An old man with an advanced Star State level stepped out and attacked with a purple rod that contained a horrifying power. The white dragon roared and flashed, dodging the rod while contorting into a weird posture, to then chase after the two fleeing Star State men. The old man was stunned, and so were the other Star State warriors, as the dragon's movement technique was rather strange. It actually looked like a lost skill. Don't bother with them. He doesn't have any battle pets right now. Let's join forces and kill him. That's right. He sent his battle pet away to rescue people on the blue planet. That's hilarious. Haha, that's exactly what we wanted. Our plan has worked. Everybody was delighted. They had deliberately talked right in front of Su Ping's face because they wanted him to get distracted. The situation was even better than expected, given that Su Ping had voluntarily sent his pets away. As for the two Star State men who were sent to slaughter the planet's inhabitants, they were just bait. Die. Everybody unleashed all their strength and charged at Su Ping with brutal abandon. Power of laws were interlaced. All sorts of terrifying sword auras and astral skills were launched towards Su Ping. Some of the Star State men were standing still and preparing their ultimate moves. Hulu. The Inferno Dragon, halfway through the charge, couldn't help but look back and want to reinforce Su Ping. Su Ping noticed this and simply roared telepathically, "Don't bother me." The Inferno Dragon hesitated, but then gave in to Su Ping's irresistible order and continued chasing after the Star State men ahead of him. It seemed to be burning its blood and trying to finish the battle as quickly as possible. On the other side, the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon was equally infuriated. It quickly caught up to the two Star State men, leaving the area under the crown of the tree where space was locked. Whoosh! It quickly flashed into the void. Oh no! The two Star State warriors' faces showed concerned expressions. They quickly realized that the dragon with strange scales was actually a vast sky thunderous dragon, which excelled in spatial skills. Boom! The two men quickly summoned their own pets. Dragons, demonic pets with twisted bodies, and rarely seen elemental pets appeared around them, which then released all sorts of skills. The two men were surrounded by skills and traps, waiting for the white dragon to come out. There was a booming sound, Then a sharp claw emerged from the void and swiftly moved towards a rotten demonic pet and smashed its body. The power of several laws burst out and lightning raged, instantly tearing that beast's body into halves. The demonic pet was at the beginning level of the star state. Even so, it had been killed in the blink of an eye. Damn it! One of the star state men roared and ordered his other pets to attack the enemy together. Roared! The white dragon roared and aggressively made a move toward one of the dragons. All kinds of skills exploded over the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon, tearing its scales apart and making it bleed. However, it fought with an even more frenzy and bloodthirsty spirit. It bit the other dragon in the neck, its fangs piercing like hundreds of swords. The enemy dragon screamed and summoned ice, trying to freeze the white dragon. However, its neck had been bitten apart before the ice could spread to the white dragon's body. It had applied the law of cutting to its fangs. At the same time in Rhea, above the blue planet, on the mountain where the vast sky thunderous species gathered, all the dragons were still in shock due to the planet's movement and decided to postpone the execution. Later on, the consecutive battles on the blue planet had astounded them. None of them remembered the impending execution after the planet stopped. The white long serpent on the ground and the brawny vast sky thunderous dragon were also attracted to the battle on the planet. Neither knew what to say. They could sense that the human beings battling were all as strong as O'Neill, the actual lord of Rhea. O'Neill, on the other hand, had suppressed the vast sky thunderous dragons for 1,000 years, making it impossible for them to resist. What place has this planet traveled to? A lot of the vast sky thunderous dragons were shocked. Exactly at that moment, there was a scene that shocked all the dragons on the mountain peak. They saw a familiar figure that had an identical body to theirs, although its scales were white. Is it the inferior bastard that the princess and the long serpent gave birth to? The clan master of the vast sky thunderous dragon was equally stunned. It easily recognized that the dragon was the disgrace of its family, one that it meant to execute a while before, which was also its own grandson. Linner. On the ground, both the long serpent and the vast sky thunderous dragon were stunned. Then, they widened their eyes with disbelief and shock. Their child had revealed itself in front of so many strong human beings. How dangerous was that? Still, what happened soon after was an eye-opener for all of them. The allegedly inferior bastard unleashed an unbelievable power. It killed 2 Star State pets in the blink of an eye. It was even stronger than their current clan master. Many of those dragons inadvertently looked at their clan master when they realized that, only to find that the clan master also seemed to be too shocked to believe its eyes. Linner. The long serpent and the vast sky thunderous dragon were frightened, too. Is it really our child? It had only just stepped into the ocean state recently. It was already able to kill star state beings instantly. Was it really the disgrace of its family and an inferior bastard? Apart from the dragons in the rumbling continent, the other continents were also able to witness the battle on the blue planet. Even though some of them were on the opposite side of the planet and were unable to see directly, all the media enterprises had been streaming the breaking news globally. People in every corner of the globe were watching the battle. Isn't he Boss Su? Isn't Boss Su a Grandmaster trainer? Why is he so shockingly strong? He must be at the peak of the star state. It's so horrifying. Are all Grandmaster trainers this good at fighting? All the people on Rhea who had previously met Su Ping were utterly dumbfounded. There he was, at the center of the battle, challenging a lot of men on his own. The Grandmaster trainer in their eyes had turned into a god of war. The power he was unleashing was enough to sweep all across Rhea. It completely overturned their understanding of Grandmaster trainers. Above the sea on the blue planet, Su Ping had already engaged star state opponents. He activated the solar bulwark and his sorcerer's constitution to weather through all the skills thrown at him. Then, he attacked anyone he saw. Bang! Someone in the beginning phase of the star state exploded, unable to resist a single of Su Ping's attacks. My star moon bell can restrict anyone in the star state. Freeze! Roared an old woman in the advanced phase of the star state, and a spinning spell flew out of her sleeve with intimidating light. That secret treasure was innately carrying a perfect law that could trap peak star state beasts for one moment. Su Ping saw how the ancient bell quickly expanded to dozens of meters tall. He then flashed and hacked at the bell with dazzling coldness bursting out of his eyes. The bone saber in his hand sent out a horrifying wave, and then the bell cracked. Su Ping punched the bell, which then let out a loud noise and fell down, losing all its brilliance. Su Ping stepped forward and marched towards the old woman. My bell! The old woman saw her star moon bell be wasted by Su Ping. She widened her ever-serene eyes and cried, clearly devastated. Su Ping said, I'll make sure you meet it soon. After a boom, he kicked away a dragon that flew close from one side and ignored multiple attacks from the other. Then, he launched a saber aura that shrouded the old woman. She replied madly, I won't let you get away. All her battle pets flew out and uttered intimidating cries. A pet that looked like a phoenix exploded, its burning blood turning into a sun, only to be cut apart by Su Ping's saber aura. The other pets also flew towards him like moths to a flame. The saber aura eventually faded away. Su Ping became even more infuriated. He reached the old woman in the blink of an eye and aimed to smash her face. The old woman was shocked, not expecting Su Ping to be virtually unstoppable. How could he have so much astral power? She quickly raised her arms to block the attack, but they were then broken and she could only scream. With laws such as annihilation and boom imbued on his fists, Su Ping then punched her through and reduced her to a mist of blood. Not dallying for a moment, Su Ping stepped out of the mist of blood and continued marching to face the other Star State warriors. Is he a monster? Why is he still so strong? Does he have an endless source of power? All the remaining Star State warriors were shocked, given that Su Ping seemed to be even stronger than those at the peak of the Star State. None of them would have felt confident in defeating him in a one-on-one battle. He was invincible under the Star Lord state. Is this the Baroque family's best? Are you still going to hide your ultimate attacks? Zixuan, the black-armored woman, angrily looked at the people from the Baroque family. The other Star State warriors joined in with glares of their own upon hearing that. The Baroque family members showed slight changes in their expressions, letting their anger show, but they knew that it wasn't in their best interest to bicker. They had to count on the other Star State counterparts to hold Su Ping back. I was just preparing the ultimate skill. It's ready now. Why are you so hasty? Snapped the leader of the Baroque family. A shadow surfaced on his back and quickly stretched out, connecting itself to Su Ping as fast as light. Then the shadow tied Su Ping up, acting like a thread. Hurry! The other Star State members of the Baroque family roared. It was the shadow binding technique, a secret Star Lord art. They had only grasped the preliminary levels, but it was good enough to deal with Star State foes. If it was completely mastered, they would even be able to restrain small worlds of Star Lords. Everyone charged at Su Ping, seeing that he had been immobilized. Su Ping's blood was roiling after he endured all the attacks. His body was sturdy, but he still looked like a madman with all the blood covering him. He unleashed all his strength, but it wasn't enough to break free from the shadow. He attempted to change his cells and transform his body, but the shadow restricting his body changed accordingly. Is he really a human being? Kill him! The Star State experts were frightened to see how unnaturally Su Ping was able to twist his body, to a point that he didn't look like a human. That wasn't something that someone of star rank could achieve. Divine pills. Su Ping tried his best but was still unable to break free. He had to extend some of his cells to fetch the divine pills in his storage, seeing that everybody was coming at him again. Chapter 839, Smash. Bang, bang, bang. The vials and boxes that contained the divine pills exploded, and Su Ping swallowed all of the pills after they flew out. Boom! Energy that felt like a big bang surged inside his body like a flood. Su Ping felt like his body was being torn apart. All his veins and cells were filled up by the energy. He was in agony as if he was going to fall apart. Roar! Su Ping couldn't help but roar. The rampant energy knocked aside the shadow outside of his body. He launched the power of laws and punched the shadow with the rampant energy. The shadow seemed intelligent. It was appalled and quickly retreated, trying to flee. However, Su Ping's fist accelerated and struck multiple times faster and stronger than before. There was a boom, and the shadow exploded. The entire void seemed to have been smashed by a hammer. Far away, the leader of the Baroque family changed his expression and vomited blood. His then pale face looked at Su Ping in shock. That artifact had been obtained from an ancient, mysterious realm and had never failed to work on anyone below the Star Lord state. The other members of the Baroque knew how powerful the secret technique was. They were so stunned to see how Su Ping had broken free that they forgot to attack. Phew phew. Su Ping's body was expanding uncomfortably. He simply charged at his opponents with bloodshot eyes. He dashed forward at an astonishing speed, using his super acceleration the whole time. The rampant energy was also aiding to make the acceleration much higher than usual. Bang! In the space underneath the crown which had been confined, Su Ping moved as fast as if he were flashing and punched a Star State woman. She was blasted to pieces before she could react. Her pets had just realized the situation, but their contracts in their heads were fractured, causing a momentary stupor. Su Ping ignored them and charged at the Star State guys on the other side. Oh no! He's so fast, we can't resist. All of them were appalled to see Su Ping going after them like a devil. His power went beyond what they conceived about the Star State. Bang! Bang! Su Ping sprinted in the midst of lightning bolts, punching or waving his saber. The pets and their masters in his way were unable to withstand a single of his attacks. Bringing out all their secret treasures didn't help, either. Su Ping's power was so shocking that it had influenced the laws. Even the laws that worked on a deeper level were interrupted by Su Ping's rampant power. 3 Star State experts and 5 battle pets had been hit in the blink of an eye. Some were killed, and some ended up riddled with holes. The next moment, Su Ping executed 7 Star State experts. Early Star State experts' lives were reaped as easily as weeds. Those in higher phases who managed to resist Su Ping's attack also suffered from heavy injuries. Su Ping was absolutely unstoppable at the moment. All the people on the Blue Planet and Rhea were shocked by Su Ping's killing spree. He seemed so strong that they might have thought he was a Star Lord. He killed people on the same rank easily. The people on the Blue Planet had even more complicated feelings. They knew that Su Ping didn't become a legendary warrior until the Battle of the Deep Caves not long before. Su Ping was only in the void state at the moment, which was probably not a disguise. His cultivation even enabled him to slay Star State opponents while outnumbered. All of them would have thought it was a dream if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. To call him a genius would be an understatement. He was absolutely an unparalleled monster. And yet, such a monster had grown up on the Blue Planet. What did he go through after he left the Blue Planet? In the special hospital, Nai Huofeng was stunned and couldn't understand Su Ping. Such a monster was beyond common sense and his knowledge. The people in the Longjiang base city were shocked and excited. The ordinary people didn't understand the difference between the Star State and the Void State, but they could tell easily that Su Ping had invincible power. That was the Lord of the Blue Planet. They had thought that it was pointless even if Su Ping had returned. After all, they heard that all the invaders were Star State bigshots who traversed the universe. Even so, they underestimated Su Ping. Boss Su is indeed unbelievable as usual. I'm in the Void State too. Why am I so weak? I think I've brought shame to the Fate State. Not just the 5 families. The remaining legends from the tower were also dumbfounded. Is he the monster whose heavenly tribulation covered an entire continent? I wonder what will happen when he advances into the star state. So horrifying. What? Bang! In the sky, Su Ping executed all star state opponents like a ferocious tiger. Those warriors had traveled from the neighboring planets. Some were in teams, such as the Baroque family, but they had also suffered heavy losses. The family leader had been heavily wounded, and 2 star state members had been killed. Rot in hell. Su Ping stepped forward and reached Zixuan, who belonged to the Black Tortoise clan. Zixuan instantly felt goosebumps all over her body, covered by a full set of black armor. She didn't expect the situation to change so drastically. There were so many star state experts present. A handful of them were even at the peak. Still, there was nothing they could do. She looked at Su Ping waving his fist and felt as if she were being shrouded in a golden pillar of light. There was no dodging the attack. Her hair was fluttering, and her fair skin made her look like a deity. Even though her black armor covered her completely, her sexy body figure could still be seen. No, no. Zixuan narrowed her eyes. Next to her, 3 star state experts from her family noticed this, and their expressions changed. All of them exclaimed as they tried to rescue her. However, their voices sounded distant. Zixuan felt separated from the world, and all that she could see was Su Ping's cold eyes and his fists descending. She felt as if she were seeing death itself, but she had been through countless dangers anyway, so she managed to calm down instantly. She gritted her teeth and activated multiple treasures. She also performed a complicated madra in the blink of an eye. Buzzing. Magnificent astral power surged out of her body and formed a yellow beast. She activated her battle constitution and urged the secret treasures to fly to the beast's back. Boom! Su Ping's fist smashed away, as if about to shake the world. Energy was flooding in the entire skyline. Zixuan trembled hard and vomited blood while taking cover underneath the beast. She felt that her veins and bones had almost shattered. While gritting her teeth, she was slightly relieved to have weathered through it, even though it was painful. But she changed her expression the moment an idea popped up. Boom! A second collision happened, immediately followed by a third collision. After a boom, the secret treasures on the beast cracked one after the other. There was a fourth collision after that, and the beast faded away. She raised her head, only to see a glowing fist. Bang! A fifth punch was launched, overwhelming her body. There was nothing to protect her any longer. The sea water in the area right under Zixuan sank to a frightening degree due to the blast of the punch. Zixuan was no more. Even her blood was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was the ragged black armor she was wearing. Zixuan! A few of her fellow Star State clansmen were nearby, too shocked to talk. Zixuan, a peak Star State warrior, had been killed. It had to be noted that Zixuan was among the best when it came to defense abilities. However, she had failed to resist Su Ping's 5 punches. Not even her body remained. Su Ping turned around and felt that there was still an abundant surge of power in his body. He looked at the surrounding Star State opponents and swooped at them with brutal abandon. One of them activated a secret treasure to resist his attacks, only to be struck and hurled to the sea along with the treasure. Whether he was alive was uncertain. Everybody else was dumbfounded, as Su Ping appeared invincible at the moment. The pills he took are surely some sort of forbidden drugs. His strength has been multiplied by the drugs. That's cheating. We can wait a while and come back after the effect runs out. Let's retreat. Such pills would definitely have strong side effects. He won't end well. Anyone with the ability to reach the star state was smart. They instantly inferred that the pills Su Ping had taken would definitely come with strong side effects. He wouldn't have been strengthened so greatly if otherwise. The world was fair. The more you got, the more you had to endure. If this weren't the case, Su Ping would have taken the pills at the beginning. Whoosh whoosh. All the warriors turned around and fled. Some got away from the tree crown area and then flashed away. The others, seeing that the team had lost unity, also had to retreat, even if they wanted to continue fighting. Nobody was able to block Su Ping at the moment. "Where do you think you're going?" Coldness burst out of his eyes. He had given them an opportunity, yet they chose to slaughter the planet's population. "You think you can just run away when you fail? Not a chance." "Die." Su Ping chased after them at full speed. The Star State invaders were terrified and could only flee. They were seeing him like a terrifying beast. He defeated all the Star State opponents on his own. How can a Grandmaster trainer be so strong? Are all Grandmaster trainers so unbelievable? On Rhea, everybody was astounded, unable to believe what they had seen. All those escaping were Star State big shots, qualified to purchase planets and be their lords. Still, they were running like rats while Su Ping gave chase. Cheers were already bursting out on the blue planet. Earlier on, the foreign forces had arrived on the planet while dead set on splitting up the divine tree amongst themselves, leaving out the locals. Even Nai Huofeng, who tried to speak to them, was heavily wounded. He would have been killed if he hadn't been courteous. They had only seen with frustration how the foreign forces did whatever they wanted on the blue planet. They were thrilled that the villains were punished. Long live Boss Su. Long live the Lord. Cheers burst out in every base city on the blue planet. Even the ordinary inhabitants were excited, shouting to vent their pent-up frustration. Under the tree's crown, Su Ping was still chasing invaders at full speed. He killed close to 10 Star State enemies on his way, while knocking many battle pets into the sea. The sea creatures had already been scared away from the area. None had dared to stay there. Su Ping was soon the only one left in the air. All the remaining Star State warriors had run off. The last one who had rushed out of the area had just escaped into the void, but then Su Ping broke in and caught him with his familiarity with the tertiary space. He kicked the guy out. The man's last thought was his disbelief, since he wasn't even able to flee from that man. Is he the lord of the blue planet? He's so horrifying. How can the lord of a Tier 5 planet be so strong? It wouldn't be improper if he was asked to run a Tier 1 planet, would it? All the foreign travelers on the blue planet were shocked, instantly changing their attitude. At first, they had only treated the local population as animals for enjoyment instead of beings of their own kind. None of them dared to act arrogantly any longer. In the air, a gloomy-faced Su Ping looked at the waves in the void after killing that man. The Star State invaders had been fast as they fled. It would be very difficult to catch them. "Humph, I'll get back to each of you after I've recovered." Su Ping's eyes were cold. Did they really think they could get away after causing trouble on the blue planet? He would let everyone know that all invaders would have to pay a price. The side effects of the divine pills started to kick in just then. Su Ping felt that the astral power in his body was declining, and all his body parts were cramping. His condensed cells felt empty at the moment, as if his level were dropping. Su Ping's face had a slightly changed expression. He had to find a place to rest and consolidate his cultivation. "Is this the divine tree?" It was the casual voice of a stranger who raised his head and looked up at the tree crown with curiosity. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He saw a young man in bizarre clothes several thousand meters away from the crown. The clothes were multicolored, presenting patterns of birds and beasts. It resembled the clothing of certain ethnic minorities. Chapter 840, Beating a Star Lord. A Star Lord. Su Ping slightly narrowed his eyes when he saw the young man. His experience from the cultivation sites and his visit to the divine residence with the Alliance of Stars was enough to easily tell that the young man was not a Star State warrior. Su Ping didn't expect that the ancient tree on the blue planet would attract a Star Lord. Every Star Lord was a dominator of an entire planetary system. However, the blue planet's former system had no other planets with life. Being a lord of such a region would not count as remarkable. However, other systems in the Federation would have planets with thriving life. Even the planets unsuitable for survival could be modified and made inhabitable within the scope of the Federation. To put it simply, a Star Lord commanded many Star State warriors. They were very powerful. Are you the lord of the blue planet? The young man in weird clothes turned around and looked at Su Ping. Then he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Void state, your concealing technique is remarkable. Even I can't see through you. Sorry, but I really am in the void state, said Su Ping gloomily. S. The young man chuckled and said, You're still pretending in front of me. You must be the reason why those Star State people fled just now, right? They blatantly invaded my planet. They deserved it, said Su Ping, holding his temper. He could kill those in the Star State with ease, but the gap between him and a Star Lord was still too vast. Any Star Lord could easily kill peak Star State experts. The strong preying on the weak is a universal law. They couldn't beat you, yet they came to invade. They deserved what happened to them, said the young man with a casual smile. I think you're a talent. You're as good as some of the best Star State warriors I know. Are you interested in working for me? Su Ping's eyes flashed. He asked, What will you do if I refuse? The young man smiled and said, A proud man, just as I expected. If you refuse, it's simple. I'll destroy what I can't have. This divine tree is strange and I want to have it. You would definitely hold a grudge against me if I spare your life. You may bring trouble to me when you become a Star Lord. He spoke casually and sounded quite reasonable. Su Ping, however, fell silent. He knew that the guy was right. He had only two options, to surrender or die. Su Ping looked up at the sky, wondering if Green Lady Henria could unleash her power from the store and defeat that young man. The young man looked at the place where Su Ping was looking and remarked as casually as before, That planet doesn't belong here, yet it flew all the way here. I feel like it's covered by a mysterious power. Do you know why? Su Ping didn't say anything. He made an attempt to communicate with Green Lady via telepathy. Exactly at that moment, a vortex appeared between the blue planet's atmosphere and Ria's, and a triangle-shaped spaceship flew out. The spaceship hovered between the two planets and then changed its course, breaking into the blue planet's atmosphere and flying straight toward the divine tree. Both Su Ping and the young man noticed the unexpected spaceship. Su Ping's expression changed slightly. Is that another force coming? But he was soon stunned by what he saw, since he was able to make out the spaceship's insignia. It was the emblem of the Alliance of Stars. Whoosh! The spaceship circumvented the enormous crown, then flew to the place where Su Ping and the young man were before coming to a halt. The door of the spaceship was opened, and a lot of Star State men flew out. Once they left the vessel and respectfully positioned themselves in two lines, two people floated out of the spaceship. They were none other than the leader girl and her deputy. Su Ping had seen it coming when he recognized the spaceship, but he wasn't fully relaxed until he saw all the familiar faces. That childish woman was able to survive, so he still had a chance to get the Tree of Laws. What a huge tree, remarked the girl who had just floated out of the spaceship and looked up. She turned around and then saw Su Ping and the young man next to him. Who might you be? She didn't look happy, as Su Ping had ragged, blood-stained clothes. She was thinking that the Star Lord was the one to blame. The young man dropped his casual smile when he saw the girl and the deputy. He frowned upon hearing her unfriendly voice, then asked, Who are you? Sylvie was a large galaxy with plenty of solar systems. There were hundreds of Star Lords, not counting those from other galaxies who made the trip for fun or adventures. It would be normal for them not to be acquainted. Humph, I am Xingyu Shenner from the Alliance of Stars, declared the girl proudly. It was the first time for Su Ping, and most of the Alliance of Stars members, to hear the girl's real name. Su Ping was quite surprised to find that the girl's name was just as vain as herself. The Alliance of Stars. The young man frowned as he searched his memories. Then he changed his expression and snorted, Aren't you from Zerapron? What are you planning to do here? What are we planning to do, you ask? Xingyu Shenner chuckled and said, You hurt someone from my alliance, yet you ask me what I intend to do. Let me see. Are you trying to rob this strange tree from one of my men? I'll give you 3 seconds to get the hell out of here before I rain hell on you. The members of the Alliance of Stars were speechless. They had been observing the situation and could already guess what had happened, but they didn't expect their leader to be that arrogant, straight off asking a Star Lord to get lost. That man was a dominator. Su Ping raised his eyebrows too after hearing what the girl said, but he was slightly relieved. In any case, the girl was on his side. "What did you say?" The young man became grim and cold. "Do you think I can be bullied because I'm outnumbered?" "I don't need to deal with you, too," said Xingyu Shenner indifferently as she reported the countdown. The deputy leader next to him had already unleashed his profound power. He had previously acted like a statue or a puppet, but he quickly became the center of attention. His aura was already inflicting tremendous pressure on the Alliance members. Tides were also rising in the sea below them, as if attracted to his aura. The scene was suffocating to most people on the two planets. Su Ping had just gone on a rampage and defeated a bunch of Star State experts, but then several men who were even more horrifying had appeared. The man's aura had already changed the weather and raised tides in the sea. His power was unimaginable. The young man grimly unleashed a powerful aura too, which twisted the space around him. A special power was spreading out of his body, which was the power of faith. A tiny bit of it was enough to crush mountains and pierce through planets. The faces of the Alliance members changed and quickly chose to retreat. They were no different from ants when Star Lords fought, and they would be killed indiscriminately. "One." The girl slowly raised her tiny finger. The next moment, the deputy suddenly burst out with eyes widened furiously. A horrifying shadow thousands of meters tall appeared next to his back. The shadow seemed to be in another space. It quickly disappeared into the deputy's body, making him grow into a hairy, muscular giant. Bang! He dashed out like a rumbling train. The sea underneath him was split up when he moved forward, with a massive tide rising. The young man also took action, and a horrifying shadow also surfaced behind him. He merged with it and fought the deputy. The two of them collided at the edge of the tree crown. Then, both of them disappeared. Su Ping and the members of the Alliance realized that the two men had entered a deeper space. They didn't even need to tear the space open. They were able to enter the deeper spaces with nothing but a thought. Nobody dared to watch the battle. Xingyu Shenner was the only one qualified to do so. However, she seemed to be quite confident of the outcome. She casually stood there and waited. All the people on both planets were stunned, not knowing what was going on. Time ticked slowly. Given his attainments in the law of space, Su Ping could vaguely sense how dark waves were rising and ebbing in the void, as if a horrifying being were on a rampage. Half a minute passed. Those 30 seconds felt like 3 months. All of a sudden, there was a boom, then the void fell apart 10,000 meters away. A man who had scales all over his body was flung out. He was exactly the young Star Lord. He flew back with what seemed to be a thick ape's foot on his chest. Then he fell straight into the sea. Bang! The surface of the sea exploded. Waves were raised within a radius spanning thousands of meters. A hole seemed to have appeared at the bottom of the sea after the explosion. Seawater was flowing back into it. Following that, the deputy leader and the young man fought their way out of a deeper space in another place. This time, the young man had lost one of his arms, and the deputy leader was chasing after him with a glittering axe in his hand. The young man roared furiously and escaped into the void again. "You should have known better." Xingyu Shenner chuckled right after, as if she would have seen it coming. Star Lords weren't of equal strength. She happened to be one of the stronger Star Lords. Therefore, she had easily noticed that the young man was much weaker than her butler. The Alliance members were deeply shocked, not expecting their taciturn deputy leader to be so horrifying, able to crush a Star Lord. No wonder the leader was confident when she asked the man to get lost. So a Star Lord could be much, much stronger than another peer. Soon after, an explosive sound came from the edge of the atmosphere and faded before anyone could notice the origin. 2 minutes later, a man stepped out of the void next to Xingyu Shenner. He was exactly the deputy leader who had just fought. He currently resembled a mix between an ape and a bear. He was holding the axe in one hand and a severed arm in the other. He said while the fur on his body began to retract. He escaped. Okay, all Star Lords are good at escaping. Xingyu Shen'er nodded. She didn't attack partly because of her pride, and partly because she knew she couldn't stop the guy from running away even if she did attack. A Star Lord could be much stronger than any of the same level, but it was impossible to prevent the weaker one from fleeing, unless there was an unimaginable difference in power. Su Ping felt relieved after hearing their conversation. Thank you for rescuing me, leader. I should be the one saying that. Xingyu Shen'er looked at Su Ping. The arrogance on her face was gone, and she said with a sweet smile, we would have been annihilated if you hadn't warned me. Great. Su Ping smiled and thought, I only warned you because I didn't want to lose the Tree of Laws. Thank you for your warning, Brother Heaven Destroyer. We all owe you our lives, Brother Heaven Destroyer. You've done us a great favor. Just come to me if you need anything, Brother Heaven Destroyer. All the members of the Alliance of Stars took turns in offering thanks in a warm and courteous manner. Su Ping had already won their respect with his combat abilities. Besides, their leader had told them that they couldn't have survived without Su Ping's timely warning, indirectly saving them all. How did you track me down? Asked Su Ping curiously. Cough. O'Neill was in the crowd. He coughed and then said awkwardly, our leader wanted to thank you in person after we escaped from the divine residence, so she asked me to lead the way. But then I found that my planet was gone when we got there. He wore an extremely weird expression as he talked. All the others were doing their best to hold back their laughter, as it was also the first time they had heard of a similar incident. I instantly contacted the Leifa family and finally learned that my planet was somehow pushed away, so we tracked it down. Fortunately, our leader has a great spacecraft, which allowed us to arrive in time. O'Neill scratched his head, feeling like a clown. Su Ping coughed and then changed the topic. Well, what happened when you left the divine residence? The mention of the divine residence made all those present show solemn and grave faces as they looked at each other. Chapter 841, Beginning of the Universe Geniuses Contest. A bunch of monsters appeared from the depths of the divine residence. Xingyu Shen'er looked at Su Ping weirdly and said, those monsters were terrifying. They ignored the power of laws. Some could even absorb the power of faith. Even Star Lords weren't able to do anything about them. Fortunately, the 3 Ascendant State experts covered up for us so that we had a chance to escape. Monsters. Su Ping's eyes flashed. They had to be the creatures in the heavenly pit that the Twilight Deity King sacrificed himself to block. Thanks to your timely warning, we retreated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous even with the 3 Ascendant State experts' help. Something horrifying seems to have been revived inside the divine residence. Even the 3 Ascendant State experts had to retreat after sealing the place. Xingyu Shen'er gazed at Su Ping and asked, how did you find out about the monsters? Did you find the legacies in the divine residence after passing the stairs? Everyone involuntarily looked at Su Ping. That divine residence probably belonged to an ancient Ascendant State deity or someone even stronger. Those kinds of legacies were tempting even to the Ascendant State experts. Feeling their gazes, Su Ping replied with a bitter smile, of course not. The stairs seemed to be just a test. It was nothing usual to pass them. The guy who fought against me passed them too. Then we split up and explored the place. Nothing unusual. Everybody's lips twitched after hearing that. All the Star State experts and the Star Lords were blocked, and only the 2 of you passed. Was that nothing unusual? Had it not been for Su Ping's casual expression, they would have thought he was bragging. How did you notice there was danger? Xingyu Shen'er stared at Su Ping as if she was seeing through his heart. Su Ping, however, replied calmly, I happened to reach an area where there were living creatures. They said they were going to summon guardian beasts to beat the intruders. I slipped off when I heard the guardian beasts, and then I saw you on the square as I made my way back, so I warned you. Guardian beasts. Su Ping's words produced shock and suspicion in everyone present. That divine residence had been desolate for so many years, yet there were still living guardian beasts in it. Xingyu Shener frowned and gazed at Su Ping. Even if there were guardian beasts, we had 3 ascendant state experts too. Why did you think of running? Indeed, that was a flaw in Su Ping's excuse. Su Ping knew she would ask that. He didn't mention the real reason because those things were irreversible. Even if he said that the 3 ascendant state experts had caused the mysterious monsters to reappear, it wouldn't change a thing and it wouldn't do him any good. After all, if the news were to spread, and the 3 ascendant experts were punished by Celestials, they would probably bring trouble to his door. He didn't intend to hide in his store forever, so he preferred not to piss them off unless he had to. It's true that ascendant state experts were there, but a battle in the ascendant state would have easily killed someone as weak as me. So, I had to run away first. There would always be a chance to explore once the battle was over, said Su Ping calmly. That was the excuse he came up with. He didn't really care if they were convinced. It was better to let them speculate about him than to piss off 3 ascendants. That was how the world worked. It's better not to tell the truth unless you're capable of handling it. Everybody wore a different expression after hearing what Su Ping had said. Xingyu Shener frowned. His theory sounded reasonable, but she felt that the guy was hiding something. She had her own guesses. Even though she was jealous because of those guesses, she wouldn't grill him just for that. She had her own pride. Besides, Su Ping had done her a favor by warning her as he was making his escape. After thinking for a moment, Xingyu Shener nodded and said, "You were quite smart. We would have been annihilated without you. I didn't know that the monsters were the guardian beasts of that divine residence. It seems that the place is even more horrifying than I thought. It may have very well been from a celestial expert." Celestial state. It was a shocking idea. Everyone's eyes glittered. Someone subtly peeped at Su Ping, deep in thought. The latter chose to simply ignore them. Sometimes people would think that you picked more benefits than them, even when you don't find anything and they do. However, Su Ping had indeed picked up something, such as Green Lady. Xingyu Shener looked at Rhea above her head and asked curiously, how did this planet end up here? It was impossible for Su Ping to move a planet across 100 light years, passing through multiple planetary systems. O'Neill also looked at Su Ping with curiosity. He was also eager to find out how Su Ping had lured his planet away. Well, my hometown was in trouble and spaceships were too slow. It just so happened that a big shot I knew learned of the matter and helped me push the planet here, said Su Ping, not entirely truthfully. Spaceships were too slow. So they pushed the planet here. Everybody was dumbfounded. What kind of reason was that? He took a planet because there was no time to take a spaceship. Were all big shots this creative? Xingyu Shener was quite stunned by this as well. She couldn't help but look up at Rhea. As far as she knew, those able to push planets were mostly in the ascendant state. Star Lords could have also done it, but it would have been an exhausting task, and not as fast. Is this Brother Heaven Destroyer's hometown? It feels like a Tier 3 planet. The astral power density is below average. What the hell is that tree? Why is it so huge? The Star Lord who was beaten just now came for the tree. It must be an incredibly wondrous tree. They weren't bothered by the movement of the planet for too long. Su Ping had shown such magnificent strength that they expected big shots would be backing him. It would have been a miracle if no one would have been backing him thus far. O'Neill, however, was hesitant about this and was at a loss for words. Did you consider my feelings when you pushed my planet away? It's easy for you to push it here. How can I take it back? Indeed, this is my hometown called the Blue Planet. It's also where human beings originated. It's currently a Tier 5 planet. I hope you can extend your trades and businesses here. I'll definitely give you privileges for it. Su Ping seized the opportunity to seek patrons for his planet. All those guys present were Star State warriors with a lot of connections. Their help would boost the planet's development. People would have to think carefully if they wanted to cause trouble once it became a Tier 1 planet. The blue planet. Is it the legendary planet of origin? I heard that the stars around the planet of origin had already been exhausted. I didn't know that it was still here. Brother Heaven Destroyer is from the planet of origin. It's impressive that there are still living creatures here after so many years. Everybody looked around in amazement. All of them had heard about the place, but none had ever seen it or searched for it. Even the curious explorers who looked for it never found it where it was supposed to be. Some abandoned the idea because the trip was too long. Brother Heaven Destroyer, you managed to reach the star state on the planet of origin. How remarkable. It's said that the planet of origin is dry, but it doesn't seem as barren as I imagined. This is the place where humankind originated. We should care for it. Everybody accepted Su Ping's proposal. They were happy to get closer to Su Ping. After all, Su Ping had shown a peak star state combat ability back in the Divine Residence, and there was a good chance that he would become a Star Lord. O'Neill was quite courteous too, although he was still wondering about how to move his planet back to where it was. Since this is your hometown, I'll ensure it's safe in the future, declared Xingyu Shenner. She then asked Su Ping, that guy wanted the tree. What kind of tree is this? I don't know. It just started to grow recently, said Su Ping truthfully. There was no point in lying about that, because they could easily find out about it on the news. It grew recently. Xingyu Shenner couldn't help but look up at the tree curiously. She sensed that the area underneath the tree crown was being blocked by a mysterious power, and that the tree seemed to have the power of a Star Lord. It was definitely a valuable tree, even though she didn't know what it was. Right, speaking of trees, the Tree of Laws is still here. Xingyu Shenner suddenly patted her forehead and took out the Tree of Laws from her small world. Everybody's eyes glittered when they saw it. The tree emitted the divine aura of laws, and there were 100 fruits hanging amidst the leaves. Each fruit contained a law. If they were handed to Fate State warriors, 100 Star State experts could be instantly raised. As I said earlier, the fruits belong to you and the tree belongs to me. You made the greatest contribution, so you get to distribute them, said Xingyu Shenner to Su Ping without the least bit of hesitation. Su Ping's eyes glowed. He had been waiting for that tree. How many fruits do you want? Su Ping asked Father Time and Shenong's 3 punches. Since he was the distributor, he wanted to get all the best fruits, but there was a chance that he could offend others if he did it straight off. So, he asked for their opinion. Brother Heaven Destroyer, just allot them as you see fit. Indeed, although we did our best, we would have been annihilated without you. Brother Heaven Destroyer, just give us what you don't need. All 3 of them replied with a smile. Seeing that they kicked the question back to him, Su Ping thought for a moment and asked, how about one for each of you? The 3 looked at each other in bewilderment, lips twitching. They had proposed that he did as he saw fit, but wasn't that too greedy of him? There were 100 fruits there, yet he was only giving away 3. They were all lost for words, but they didn't want to go back on their word. Let's go with that since everyone agrees. Su Ping waited for a moment and was delighted since there was only silence. Thank you for your generosity. The 3 of them looked at each other, obviously asking the others why they didn't say anything. But there was nothing they could say anymore. Sighing was their only choice. Even though they couldn't have gotten the Tree of Laws without Su Ping's help, it was still rather frustrating to only receive a single fruit from 100. Su Ping knew that such a way to distribute was greedy, but the fruits of law were extremely rare resources. Any one of them could make a Fate State warrior fight for them at whatever cost. They were very precious even to those in the Star State. Why else would so many of them be willing to be champions for the Star Lords behind them? Su Ping couldn't afford giving such important resources away. The others looked at the 3 guys sympathetically after Su Ping finished distributing the fruits, but they also knew that they would have acted similarly if they were in Su Ping's shoes. Xingyu Shenner remained calm and silent the whole time. After all, Su Ping was the one who had gotten her the tree. She owed Su Ping a favor for that. Considering the warning, she actually owed him 2 favors in total. Whoosh! Su Ping then took action. He quickly fetched the fruits and stored them, leaving only 3 of the mid-sized ones. The size and year of a fruit indicated the law it contained. 7 of them were the biggest and most mature. The laws they contained were at the peak of the star state and were almost complete paths. The 7 fruits alone were enough to create 7 experts at the peak of the star state. Everyone felt a thirst as they looked at the 3 fruits on the tree of laws. They only regretted having been unable to fight for their leader and obtaining the tree of laws on their own. Otherwise, they would have been strengthened multiple times. Some rolled their eyes and considered whether to trade for fruits with rare treasures. After all, Su Ping couldn't have a need for that many fruits. Some of them were surely intended for his relatives. Not even those at the peak of the star state would need that many fruits. They could only further their understanding as they got close to the ultimate truth. Observing other laws couldn't help much. While they considered their options, there was a sudden earthquake. To be honest, the entire space was trembling. A deep and ancient voice echoed throughout the space, making everybody fall silent. The Universe Geniuses official contest begins on April 1. Everybody under the star state is free to join. Chapter 842, The 4 Best Academies. The Universe Geniuses contest has begun, a star state warrior mumbled. The others looked at the profound universe above their heads in shock. It sounds like Supreme Mu Shen's voice. Is Supreme Mu Shen going to supervise this contest again? This is the power of the celestial state, said someone earnestly. Su Ping was stunned for a moment upon hearing the unexpected voice and the whispers of the guys nearby. Was the person speaking a celestial? The man could compare to the 4 superior gods in the demigod burial. Even Joanna's original self was much weaker than him. The power of the celestial state is truly immeasurable. They can spread their voices to the entire universe. Xingyu Shener mumbled to herself, as it was her goal. The ascendant state. For her, it was a step that she would reach sooner or later. The celestial state was the level she was really passionate about and was craving to reach. However, she knew that the level was too far away. Countless geniuses were born every year, but there might not be anyone in the celestial state in 1,000 years. Any celestial was a god of war in the Federation. They represented the greatest power. They were valued just like the nuclear weapons human beings had when all of them used to live on the blue planet. Those in the celestial state were the nuclear weapons among battle pet warriors. They had the power to destroy everything. I wonder what kind of prodigies will emerge in the Universe Geniuses contest. The man we saw in the divine residence will surely participate and reach a high ranking. Not necessarily. He might have been killed by the monsters back there. It's hard to say. Such geniuses definitely have life-saving treasures. I don't believe that there aren't ascendant state big shots backing him. Too bad we can't participate again. I was only in the fate state when I participated. I only made it to the top 10,000 in my region, remarked Shenong's 3 punches. All the others were shocked to hear that. Top 10,000, that's so awesome. There are hundreds of galaxies in each region, yet you were able to make it to the top 10,000. No wonder you can reach the peak of the star state. Speaking of which, Brother Heaven Destroyer's ranking must have been higher when he participated in the Universe Geniuses contest, right? Asked Father Time curiously. All heads instantly turned to look at Su Ping, who had shown a peak star state performance back in the divine residence. He was one of the best star state cultivators in the entire Federation. It would be impossible for them to believe that Su Ping was unknown when he was in the fate state. When I participated, Su Ping was stunned for a moment. After seeing everybody's expressions, he said with a bitter smile, I haven't participated in that contest yet. What are the rewards if I win? The rewards? Everybody was astounded. Even Xingyu Shener raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Ping. He seemed truly ignorant of the matter. There was no need for him to play dumb. Playing dumb would be demeaning for someone as strong as him. Brother Heaven Destroyer has never participated in a Universe Geniuses contest. Did you miss it because you were training in seclusion? Everybody was surprised to find he had yet to participate. They were very much aware of the gala and its rewards. Brother Heaven Destroyer is truly unlike us. He didn't even bother to participate in the contest. There are actually a lot of rewards. First of all, publicity. If you win a high ranking, such as Senior 3 Punches, you may be appreciated by the Lord of a star region. All the Lords of Star regions are Ascendant State experts. Someone in the Star State remarked with envy. The others nodded. Being distinguished and appreciated by an Ascendant equated to a promising future. The odds of becoming a Star Lord would be much higher if recruited as a disciple. The appreciation of the Lord of a Star region, Su Ping asked curiously. What if I get a higher ranking? For example, the championship. The championship. Someone looked at Su Ping and explained. If you win the championship of a star region, you will most likely be recruited by the Lord of said star region as a disciple. You can easily reach the star state and become a star lord with the enlightenment of an Ascendant State expert. That is correct. The others nodded. Seeing that he was being misunderstood, Su Ping could only say, what if I get the final championship? The final championship. Everybody looked at Su Ping with surprised faces. He even dares to dream that far. The final championship. That was a contest of all the geniuses throughout the universe. To win the final championship meant to be the strongest below the star state in the entire universe. All the contestants were the top geniuses that had been picked in every star region. There were a huge number of them. To be distinguished amongst the top geniuses and win the championship was 1,000,000,000 times harder than winning the lottery. Xingyu Shenner, however, raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Ping in appreciation. She liked his ambition. Every person should aim to become the champion. It was another matter whether or not they could achieve it, but they should start by wanting it. If they didn't dare to dream about it, they would never achieve it. If you didn't want it but accidentally made it, that would only be because you were lucky. The final championship has great benefits, said Xingyu Shenner. For starters, you can learn under a Celestial State expert as one of their core disciples. Celestial experts never recruit disciples easily. If you're taken as a disciple, it would mean that all your senior brothers and sisters would be Ascendants. Even the weakest among them will be the Superstar Lords. All of them will become your new connections. Secondly, as a prize for the top 10, you will have a chance to enter an SSS mysterious realm of the Federation, where you can peep into the secrets of the Ascendant State. That's why at least 2 or 3 of the top 10 in each Universe Geniuses contest have reached the Ascendant State. The odds are already extremely high. The birth of an Ascendant State cultivator is 1 in a trillionth. Only one of them emerges in hundreds of galaxies. However, the odds of the birth of an Ascendant are at least 1/5 for the top 10. Of course, only the super geniuses are able to make it to the top 10. They have already been filtered in the first place. Aside from that, if you make it to the top 10, you will receive offers from countless organizations. In short, you will have a Celestial as your master and all kinds of training resources at your disposal. All you would need to do from then on is to cultivate and bring out your potential. Su Ping was definitely shocked. An SSS mysterious realm. Secrets of the Ascendant State. He was definitely tempted. Although he wasn't even a Fate State warrior, he knew he would embark on the journey to the Ascendant State sooner or later. It was very hard to reach the Ascendant State. Even Joanna, who had fought for years in the demigod burial, had been in a plateau, unable to make further progress. The higher one was, the harder it was for them to advance. However, he had a chance to peep into the secrets of the Ascendant State. That was definitely a great benefit. The only requirement to participate in the contest is being below the star state, right? Asked Su Ping. Xingyu Shenner said without thinking, yes, your cultivation has to be below the star state. There are always idiots who try to hide their cultivation to enter. All of them are detected in the end and punished harshly. Su Ping nodded. He was authentically below the star state. There was no need to worry about that. I'd like to participate. Maybe I can make it to the top 10 in the finals, said Su Ping with a smile. He knew there were plenty of geniuses in the Federation. The purple-robed young man back in the divine residence was exactly one of them. He didn't know how many guys out there were stronger than him, and he wasn't confident of making it to the top 10. However, the rewards were tempting enough for him to try. You want to participate? Everybody's mouths were wide open due to shock after hearing what Su Ping had said. After some seconds passed, someone finally said, "Brother Heaven Destroyer, the Universe Geniuses contest is reserved for those under the star state. As the leader said, no disguise is good enough. That is particularly true during the finals, since several Celestials will be there to watch the fights. Nothing escapes their eyes. Indeed, you'd better not take the risk, Brother Heaven Destroyer." The others quickly persuaded him. They saw that Su Ping was quite tempted by the rewards, which was understandable. But they didn't even dare to dream about making it to the top 10 in the finals, not to mention that their level had surpassed the entrance requirement. Nobody would dare to cheat under the noses of Celestial State referees. It was impossible. Xingyu Shen'er frowned and looked at Su Ping in confusion. Seeing their reaction, Su Ping knew that he would be exposed sooner or later if he was to participate in the contest. He said, "Who says I'm cheating? My level meets the requirements perfectly." Everybody was stunned and silent for several seconds. They stared at each other in confusion. After processing what he had said, they gasped and widened their eyes. Father Time said with a trembling voice, "Be Brother Heaven Destroyer, you're saying that your level meets the requirement perfectly. Does it mean?" "You're not hiding your level." The nearby Xingyu Shen'er also realized what was going on. Even she lost her cool. She had never detected a higher cultivation than the void state from Su Ping, so she was the first one who thought of the reason. The only reason she couldn't see through Su Ping's disguise was because that was his actual level. How could she see through any disguise if there wasn't any? Xingyu Shen'er felt a bit dazed after thinking it through. Her deputy appeared to be similarly shocked. This young man is only in the void state. All of them had seen him display his strength in the divine residence earlier on. He was as good as any peak star state warrior. The purple-robed young man who had crushed many star state opponents while being a fate state cultivator was already astonishing enough. And yet he was defeated by Su Ping, who turned out to be a level lower than him. What kind of monster was he? Everybody's mouths were on the floor as they looked at Su Ping in shock after realizing the truth. Our revered Brother Heaven Destroyer is only in the void state. It doesn't make any sense. O'Neill, however, felt that his ears were ringing and his head was humming. Void state, void state. Those words were being repeated over and over in his head. At the same time, he remembered Su Ping's store. He knew that the young man was not just a battle pet warrior, but also a grandmaster trainer. He would have accepted it if Su Ping were someone who had lived countless years at the peak of the star state. But how old could a void state warrior be? Besides, Su Ping's combat ability was horrifying and unbelievable. Not only did he have such extraordinary fighting skills, he also had time to work as a grandmaster trainer. Am I dreaming? O'Neill was stupefied, as if hit by lightning. The silence was finally broken several minutes later. Xingyu Shen'er gazed at Su Ping and asked, "Do you mean it? Are you really in the void state?" Although she had reached such a conclusion on her own, she still found it hard to accept the fact. Even though she was a genius, she wasn't as strong as Su Ping when she had been in the void state. The best she had been able to manage was to fight mid-phase star state experts, which had already made her feel proud. After all, there was an ascendant state member in her family. That was the best she had been able to do thanks to his teachings, and she was among the best juniors from ascendant state families. Yes, Su Ping was rather helpless. I've never kept it a secret from you. Did you never realize this? Everybody fell silent again upon seeing him nodding. They felt as if a storm were raging in their heads. They needed more time to process the shocking news. Su Ping coughed to break the silence. Well, feel free to look around. I'm planning to train in seclusion. Right, do you know where I should go to sign up for the Universe Geniuses contest? Xingyu Shen'er came back to her senses and said, You don't need to sign up. I'll take you to an academy and sign you up there so that you won't need to go through the elimination phase. Chapter 843, Visit. An academy. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He asked, one of the 4 best academies. Yes, only they would have such privileges. Other academies are left out, said Xingyu Shen'er with glittering eyes. You won't have to worry about the contest now that I've confirmed that you're in the void state. I'll cover up for you. That's what your older sister should do. Older sister. Su Ping noticed the weird little title, mainly because the girl had left too deep an impression on him. If she called herself his older sister, wouldn't he be even more childish than her? May I know how old you are? Asked Su Ping curiously, not showing any disrespect. Age was only one factor. She was a Star Lord anyway and deserved respect. Huh. Xingyu Shen'er instantly realized what was on his mind. She almost laughed due to rage. She was trying to get closer to him, yet she seemed to be despised. Do you not know it's rude to ask a girl her age? She said with a rigid face. In any case, I'm your older sister, even if I'm 800 years older than you. Just call me older sister until you're stronger than me. Got that? S. She raised her head proudly. Okay, sure. Su Ping was helpless and could only accept it. He suddenly remembered that the girl mentioned she had become a Star Lord in her 80s back in the Divine Residence. In any case, she had to be older than 80, almost his grandma's age. However, that young grandma seemed too childish for his taste. All the members of the Alliance of Stars had weird looks. Although their leader would normally act like a little girl, she was undoubtedly a strong Star Lord and would never address herself in such an intimate way. Alas, such intimacy was scorned by Su Ping, but a genius such as him deserved to talk to a Star Lord on equal terms. Everybody admired him. They were also jealous, as it was almost certain that Su Ping would become a Star Lord in the future. He was already capable of fighting enemies at the peak of the Star State when he was only in the Void State. Nobody could possibly become a Star Lord if he couldn't. The more they thought about it, the more helpless they became. Why was the gap between them and him so wide? They were almost feeling too ashamed to talk to him. When are you planning to go? Xingyu Shen'er was delighted and happy when Su Ping accepted their new form of address. She didn't mind getting closer to Su Ping, not only because she owed him favors, but also because he had great potential. Even though she would soar with the old man's help, Su Ping still had a chance to rise in parallel with her in the future. It meant that they wouldn't drift apart because of the strength gap, and they could be good friends. It was definitely a lucky thing to have a good friend in a life of hundreds of thousands of years. Let's wait until my training is done, said Su Ping, or is there not enough time? There is, and you can also train in my spaceship. I have a level 1 astral power room that is perfect for training. We can travel to the academy while you train. Su Ping nodded and looked down at the blue sea with affection. He said, I've just returned home, so I want to visit my old friends. If you have nothing to do, feel free to come with me or just wander around. This is a beautiful place. Sure. I'm coming with Brother Heaven Destroyer. I'll just take a look around and see the views on the planet of origin. All the others accepted with smiles. Xingyu Shen'er looked at the magnificent tree behind them and said, This tree is rather strange. Those guys must have been attracted to it, right? Have you thought about how to deal with it? If it stays here, someone else will come for it after we leave. Su Ping raised his head and hesitated, as the tree was too strange, and he didn't know its effects yet. However, he could always ask his friends on the blue planet. They probably knew how the tree popped up. I'll learn more of the matter first and handle it before we go, said Su Ping. Xingyu Shen'er nodded. Next, Su Ping took her and many Star State experts to the subcontinent district. Some of the other Star State experts were wandering about and appreciating the sceneries on the blue planet. The battle had already ended. All the people on both planets had seen Xingyu Shenner and her entourage. They knew that most of these newcomers were Star State experts, and the one who had beaten the weirdly dressed young man had to be a Star Lord. And yet, the man was standing respectfully next to Xingyu Shenner, which meant that her identity was even more extraordinary. Those people seemed to be Su Ping's friends. "It's our Lord. Our Lord is back. He stands in that crowd like an equal, tusk. Everybody on Rhea was just as excited as they watched. The members of the Ryan family were greatly relieved, feeling they had recovered their backbone once they saw O'Neill. On the mountain, in the rumbling thunder continent, all the vast sky thunderous dragons had complicated expressions. Once they saw O'Neill, they understood that it wasn't an opportunity for them to break free from that planet. If they did, the Lord of the Ryan family would definitely go after them and drag them back. "It's over." Just now, the mutant seemed to have killed Star State humans. How can the mutant be that strong? Some of the dragons looked at the long white serpent and the strong, vast sky thunderous dragon that were still impaled to the execution ground. They had been sentenced to death because they had given birth to a mixed breed, bringing shame to dragons. However, was it really a shame? The vast sky thunderous dragon with white scales was born from the humble body of that long white serpent, yet it carried unimaginable power. Was it really an inferior bastard? Linner, the long white serpent, and the large dragon looked at each other and mutually saw their delight in tears. They felt comforted after seeing that their child was safe and strong. They could die without regrets. At least they had seen that their child had grown much stronger in the hands of that human being. Clan Master, one of the elder vast sky thunderous dragons, couldn't help but look at their clan master, which was the only Star State being. Many dragons turned their way upon hearing that. The magnificent dragon shivered, as if having just woken up from a dream, then waved its tail as if the attention was uncomfortable. It was an involuntary reaction of awkwardness. "Shall we proceed with the execution?" asked the elder in a low voice. Silence. A long silence. There was not a sound on the mountaintop. The vast sky thunderous dragons who demanded to execute the wretched, long serpent fell quiet. Although they still despised the creature, they were somewhat scared. If they really killed them, would the mutant child come back for revenge? The vast sky thunderous dragons had been caged like cattle. Should they really continue brutalizing each other? After several minutes of silence, an old voice sighed and said, "Keep them in prison for now. Postpone the execution." Many dragons felt somewhat relaxed after such a command. The elder was obviously relieved too, and quickly got to work. The long white serpent and the vast sky thunderous dragon on the ground looked at each other, eyes showing delight. They didn't expect their child to be so intimidating, enough for their lives to be spared. On the blue planet, Longjiang Base City in the subcontinent district. Whoosh! Su Ping, Xingyu Shenner and the others entered the Longjiang Base City under the spotlight of global media. Everybody knew it was the place where Su Ping, the Lord of the Blue Planet, had been born. That reason alone had turned the Longjiang Base City into the economic center of the Blue Planet and the biggest city in the world. Once they got closer to the Federation, the base city had grown tenfold. Even the former slums had become fancy neighborhoods. The suburbs had also been modified and developed. The street where Su Ping had opened his shop in the past had become one of the busiest business streets in the city. It was a globally famous sight, because everybody knew that the Lord of the Blue Planet used to do business there. It wasn't just a business street, it was a famous AAAA scenic spot. "It's Mr. Su. Boss Su is back." Legendary warriors flew with high spirits in the base city. They were the legends from the 5 major families and the tower. The legends in the tower had once hated Su Ping, but no one harbored ill thoughts after he defeated Nai Huofeng and saved the planet. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Yuan Tianqian. He didn't resume his business activities in Longjiang. For that he chose a different city. At the moment he could only watch Su Ping fly to Longjiang, while the media followed him. He never expected that the man who once competed with his granddaughter for legacies would reach such heights. The man had killed star state opponents easily. Even as he moved in a federation full of experts, that young man remained daunting and unstoppable. Maybe I made a mistake. Lur, I wonder if you can keep up with him in that academy. Yuan Tianqian mumbled with complicated feelings. He knew that it wouldn't help even if he were to lower his head and apologize to Su Ping. It was better for him to just avoid the man. That way, Su Ping might just forget such an unimportant person as himself. Su Ping saw Zai Jinshui and Qin Duhuang. Both of them flew out of their bases and quickly rushed to meet him. Zai Jinshui had also broken through to the legendary rank. He was in the ocean state. Earlier on, Su Ping had felt that he was talented and capable of becoming a legend on his own. His judgment didn't fail him. In fact, their new dealings with the Federation and the cultivation methods they could get from them had aided many to become legends, including Qin Shujian from the Qin family. In addition, Qin Xiaoshan, the young master of the Qin family, had stayed on the blue planet to eventually take over the family's leadership. Qin Xiaoshan was already a titled warrior at the moment. He tagged along with his father and uncles to meet Su Ping. He no longer looked like the young man he used to be. He seemed much more mature and self-contained. Life had somehow worn out his edges. Su Ping saw a lot of familiar faces. He couldn't help trembling all of a sudden as he saw his father and mother. Su Yuanqian, his father, was flying from a distant place while carrying his mother with astral power. Both of them were excited. However, Su Ping didn't see the girl who used to be his headache, and whom he always missed, next to them. His heart was slightly heavy. "Dad, Mom." Su Ping walked to them and asked, "Where's my sister?" His mother laid her hands on Su Ping's shoulder and hugged him. Then she took a good look at him and said, "You've lost weight." His father said with a smile, "Your sister said she wanted to go out so she could catch up with you. She went to another planet. I couldn't talk her out of it. Besides, young people need to gain more experience. The world is dangerous, but hiding in one place for life is boring." Su Ping's lips twitched, as it wasn't something a father would normally say. "She's your dear daughter. Although she doesn't always deserve it, this is a bit too casual of you. Considering her sister's abilities, she would probably have it hard on another planet." Su Ping heaved a helpless sigh and admitted that there was nothing he could do. Nobody could be an eternal protector. Everyone had their own lives. It was better to live a spectacular life than to live a long one. "Mr. Su. Mr. Su." Qin Duhuang, the leader of the Yi family, and the others moved closer and greeted him respectfully. Qin Shujian and Qin Xiaoshan, who stood next to Qin Duhuang, both wore weird expressions. Both had watched Su Ping grow up, but later on they had been left in the dust. However, they weren't jealous at all. They simply had a lot of mixed feelings about this. Some people were just geniuses that you could never catch up with. Competing with them would only bring you pain. Su Ping was exactly one of those people. Su Ping felt warm when he saw the familiar faces he had always missed. He nodded and said, "It's been a while. You've been troubled lately." "You're too kind." "Good thing that you returned in time, Boss Su." "Boss Su, are they all your friends?" Everybody was courteous and respectful. Liu Tianzong also was among them. He and Su Ping had a history in the past, but it was already resolved when the Lius apologized. He knew that Su Ping wouldn't pick on them any longer. He simply felt that life was strange. Chapter 844, Ancient Tree of Sacred Beasts. "Yes, they're all my friends," Su Ping replied briefly. Such an answer left Qin Duhuang, Zai Jinshui, and the others in shock. The people around Su Ping felt as scary and immeasurable as the foreign invaders they had met before. All of them were undoubtedly Star State big shots. Su Ping had only been away for a short time, yet he had made friends with so many Star State experts. Was it because experts were always attracted to each other? Whoosh! A person suddenly dashed close and then disappeared just then, before he reappeared next to them. He was exactly Nai Huofeng, who had been recovering in a special hospital. He was still seriously injured at the moment, but he stood straight, not showing any weakness. Boss Su. Nai Huofeng wore a complicated expression when he saw Su Ping. He even pondered whether to call him Brother Su or Lord. Eventually, he chose the title that Su Ping was called the most. Right after greeting Su Ping, Nai Huofeng noticed Xingyu Shenner, who was next to Su Ping, and quickly bowed respectfully. "I am Nai Huofeng. It's an honor to meet you, Senior." "Yes." Xingyu Shenner nodded. She could easily tell that the guy's astral power intensity was lower than the average of the early Star State, probably because of the lack of astral power on that planet and his lack of talent. Nai Huofeng naturally didn't know he had left the impression of untalented on that Star Lord. He would have probably vomited blood if he did. He was definitely not untalented. The astral power density had soared since the blue planet had been unsealed. It was truly barren in the past. He had reached the Star State during an age of scarcity, which indicated his talent. He would have reached a higher cultivation if he would have been born on another planet of the Federation, considering his talent and tenacity. "You're wounded." Su Ping looked at Nai Huofeng and easily noticed his condition. Nai Huofeng was slightly shocked, feeling Su Ping's strength even more clearly. He couldn't help but remember how the latter had slaughtered the invaders. He said with a bitter smile, "You have keen eyes, Boss Su. I was indeed wounded when I tried to stop those who wanted to take the tree away." He didn't exaggerate about his work, but he did state his contribution. Su Ping nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. When you have time, bring me your pet. I'll help you train it." Nai Huofeng had already learned that Su Ping was better at training than most on the blue planet. He was even distinguished even in the Federation. "Thank you very much, Boss Su," said Nai Huofeng quickly. Su Ping flipped a divine pill at him. It was one of the pills he hadn't had and could be used for healing. "Take it." Nai Huofeng was slightly puzzled. He accepted the pill and nodded. Someone from the Alliance of Stars asked curiously just then, "Brother Heaven Destroyer, why do they call you Boss Su? Are you a trainer too?" Su Ping nodded and said, "More or less." He wasn't feigning modesty. Having seen the awesomeness of the system, he knew that he was only a beginner in the system's eyes. Just a beginner. Certainly not more or less, O'Neill, who was at the rear of the crowd, said to himself. If a Grandmaster Trainer is this modest, how could the Master Trainers bear the shame? Brother Heaven Destroyer, you're truly multi-skilled. I didn't know that Brother Heaven Destroyer was not only a capable warrior, but also a pet trainer. Both of them are time-consuming. So to speak, wouldn't Brother Heaven Destroyer be even stronger if he would have only focused on cultivating? His fellow Alliance of Stars members remarked and sought the chance to adulate him. None of them dared to underestimate Su Ping, even though he had claimed he was in the void state. Someone of that level would have never caught their eye. Su Ping could defeat all of them with ease. He was completely unlike those in the void state. O'Neill, however, didn't join the rounds of flattery. He simply chuckled, as they didn't know the first thing about the guy's training capabilities. However, it was good that they didn't know. Xingyu Shenner looked at Su Ping in surprise but didn't think too much of it. A lot of geniuses she knew had quirks of their own. Some loved gambling, traveling, making movies, while others loved making love. Those geniuses would always spend a huge amount of time on things they were interested in. Fighting and cultivating seemed to be their hobby, but their strength wasn't affected at all. Geniuses were never easy to understand, not to mention that Su Ping was a genius among geniuses. Brother Heaven Destroyer. Qin Duwang, Liu Tianzong, and the others all looked at Su Ping in confusion. They had already picked up the common tongue and were puzzled by the newcomer's way of addressing Su Ping. They didn't know when or how Su Ping had gotten that nickname. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Su Ping blushed and coughed. "Let's go back first. Dad, Mom, let's head back too. I want to eat some dumplings." Okay, I'll make dumplings for you." His mother smiled and glanced at Xing Yushen'er now and then, as if measuring her up. Su Yuanchen was quite familiar with that kind of observation. His wife was assessing a potential daughter-in-law. However, he was a legendary battle pet warrior, and could easily tell that she was clearly the commander of the Star State cultivators present, and probably stronger than all of them regardless of her seemingly young age. Those who were beyond the Star State were dominators of their respective regions. Obviously, there was no way that such a girl would be interested in his son. He knew his boy was excellent, but it would probably be really hard for him to conquer such a dominator. Nevertheless, son, keep it up. Su Yuanchen secretly cheered for him and smiled. Su Ping was really creeped out by his parents' weird smiles, although he didn't think much of it as he took them back to the Longjiang base city. Xing Yushen'er and the others tagged along. They had already scanned the entire base city, but they didn't do it openly since it was Su Ping's hometown. They simply gave a secret scan and found that the city was definitely new. It seems that Brother Heaven Destroyer's hometown is still in rapid development. Once they got back to Longjiang, Su Ping held a victory banquet with Nai Huofeng, Qin Du Huang, and the others. It was also meant to express his gratitude to them. There were 2 tiers of tables at the banquet. Those underneath the Star State, such as Qin Du Huang, were seated in a few tables, while those from the Alliance of Stars were in another pair of tables. Although Su Ping wanted Qin Du Huang and the others to make friends with those experts from the Alliance, he didn't go as far as have them dine at the same table, which would have made them feel uncomfortable. The whole base city, and even the entire blue planet, was cheering at the moment. The foreign forces that had invaded the planet had been crushed. Their lord had returned like a majestic king and suppressed all disasters. All the base cities across the globe were cheering and celebrating on that day. Even though some of the ordinary people would have to work on the next day, they actually felt more energetic to work the next morning and kept on talking about the battle with their colleagues. There was a heated discussion on the blue planet's internet. The most heated and acknowledged thread was that the blue planet was on the rise. From that day onwards, the blue planet would no longer be a small planet that anyone could take advantage of. Ever since the blue planet was connected to the Federation, many corporations had been trading with foreigners, but the trades weren't fair. The best goods were often sold for the cheapest prices in order to open the market. However, things would be different from then on. Su Ping had defended the divine tree and the dignity of the blue planet in that battle, right when he returned. Henceforth, nobody would dare to underestimate and exploit the natives of the blue planet as they had before. While being in a good mood, Su Ping got drunk and dizzy. He later removed all the alcohol in his body with astral power and regained his calmness. He would occasionally have fun with others, but he knew how to live alone. I need to take care of the divine tree before I go. Su Ping wasn't in a hurry to train in seclusion. He looked at the distance where a tall tree could be vaguely seen. Whoosh! Su Ping flashed into the 4th space and then dashed out. Once he reappeared, he had already reached the divine tree, flying above the sea. The base cities across the subcontinent district were ablaze with lights from that view, which indicated their prosperity. The wind was cold on the sea at night. Su Ping frowned as he saw the huge tree and thought of something. He took out the 2 divine fruits from his storage. System, can you detect what fruits they are? Su Ping asked in his heart. Yes. Great. Don't be so quick to get happy. Su Ping gnashed his teeth. You want energy again. I never demand energy against other people's will, said the system casually and proudly. It's a necessary skill for a trainer to distinguish pet food. Your pet food identification skill is too low. Once it's upgraded, you'll know what the fruits are. Stunned, Su Ping asked, but is the divine tree pet food too? Everything is a pet, Everything can be trained and everything is pet food, declared the system with an indifferent and majestic tone. Su Ping was left speechless. He was always frightened by the system's definitions. Okay, I'll upgrade the pet food identification skill. It requires 100,000 energy points to upgrade it to the middle level. Sure thing. Soon after, Su Ping felt a tremendous amount of information that contained many categories surge in his head. It wasn't until a couple of minutes later that Su Ping finally digested the information. However, he found that he still didn't recognize the divine tree. Keep upgrading. The advanced food identification skill requires 50 million energy points, said the system. Shouldn't it be 10 times higher? From 100,000 to 50 million, what kind of increase is that? You may choose to refuse. The system sounded aloof. Su Ping. Damn you, system. You know I can't refuse, not after learning this much useful information. First offense. I'll have it. He. That chuckle was quite insulting. Su Ping gritted his teeth and had to hold himself back. Very soon, Su Ping sensed a torrent of information flooding into his head. His mind was overwhelmed for a long time before he was finally able to see the ocean of information that elaborated on countless fields. This is the advanced food identification skill, Su Ping mumbled in shock. He didn't know what to say. Should I have been less reluctant? No way. He would rather kill himself than to lower his head to the system. Is this the ancient tree of sacred beasts? Su Ping focused his eyes on the tall tree. This time, a lot of relevant information popped up in his head. It turned out to be a rarely seen super treasure. In terms of value, it was at least in the ascendant state. What shocked Su Ping the most was the function of the tree. The fruits it yielded could breed strong sacred beasts, which contained refined bloodlines of the gods and the essence of the tree. They were born as divine beasts and would have the divine tree constitution. It was a rather powerful divine constitution, which would grant stamina in battles and extraordinary healing abilities. However, that was not the greatest value of that divine tree. If the fruits were eaten before they were fully mature, they would awaken human beings and turn them into demigods. The more fruits eaten, the more effective they would be. A complete ancient tree of sacred beasts could only yield 99 fruits in total. However, if the 99 fruits were eaten by the same creature, no matter what level or species the creature was, it could later evolve into an ancient sacred beast in the ascendant state. This tree can breed ascendant state beasts. Su Ping was too shocked to talk. It was too unbelievable. He didn't know that a tree could possibly achieve that. No wonder the system said that everything was pet food. That could indeed be counted as pet food, and it was among the best. Such trees went extinct in ancient times. I wonder if anyone in the Federation is aware of them. If the news were to spread, probably even ascendants would come for it. After all, they can breed ascendant state pets with this tree, or give the fruits to their own ascendant state pets to strengthen them. Su Ping suddenly grew nervous. It wasn't necessarily a good thing that such a treasure had emerged on the blue planet. At least, he wasn't yet able to defend it against ascendant experts. He could only hope that the information about that formerly extinct tree was not registered in the Federation's database so that nobody could recognize it. Chapter 845, Planet Sealing. I'll have to seal the blue planet until the contest is over, Su Ping said to himself. If more people learned about the divine tree, some of the knowledgeable sort might recognize that it was one of the extinct wondrous trees. This could mean a disaster for the blue planet. That is, unless he was willing to give the tree away obediently. Even so, the experts who could be attracted to the tree would fight over it on the blue planet. He had increased the planet's fame by slaughtering the invaders after his return. A lot of top organizations and corporations might have been attracted. This would later boost its economy, but he would have to abandon them for the sake of the divine tree. Su Ping quickly came up with a plan after making the decision. He returned to the banquet, aiming to talk to Zai Jinshui and Nai Huofeng, who were drinking at the moment. They were seizing the opportunity to talk to two Star State Alliance members, who were happy to talk to the two most powerful men of the Blue Planet, mainly as a friendly gesture to Su Ping. Beep! Suddenly, both of them received a message. Nai Huofeng lowered his head and read it, then he instantly said goodbye to the guests. The guests were slightly confused, but they were less angry when they heard that they had been summoned by Su Ping. They let both leave, while asking to mention them in front of Su Ping. Zai Jinshui and Nai Huofeng went quickly to meet with Su Ping. "Boss Su, how may we help you?" Both of them reeked of alcohol, but they pushed the alcohol out of their bodies and calmly offered a respectful bow when they arrived. He was standing on the top of a skyscraper in the base city. As he looked down at the streets, he said, "Although I've taken care of the invaders, I have to participate in the Universe Geniuses contest, so I won't be staying in the Blue Planet for long. Since the tree may cause more trouble while I'm gone, I plan to seal the planet." Seal the planet. Both of them were rather stunned by the news. Nai Huofeng quickly said, "Boss Su, you've shown unparalleled strength upon your return. There's also a Star Lord behind your back. Even if others learn of the tree, they surely wouldn't dare to invade the planet like before, would they?" "Indeed, Boss Su, they've been scared off and certainly won't be back. We'll suffer huge losses if the planet is sealed. We would return to the old days on the Blue Planet." Zai Jinshui was just as reluctant to seal the planet too. Sealing the planet would mean returning to the primitive age. The Blue Planet at the moment was like a high-speed train, boosted by the locomotive that was the Federation. Greed is in the nature of every human being. My friends from the Alliance of Stars will leave with me, but even if any one of them stays, they wouldn't dare to show up if another Star Lord invaded. You'd be the ones getting hurt in the end. Su Ping didn't tell them the truth about the divine tree to avoid any leaks. After all, it was associated with ascendant state interests, and he wasn't sure that it wouldn't invoke the greed in their hearts. A lot of people were decent guys, unless there were enough temptations. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing that. Nai Huofeng hesitated. "Boss Su, isn't it a bit rushed? Should we reconsider the matter?" "I've already made a decision. Just follow my instructions. You'll get twice as much compensation after I distinguish myself in the contest. Don't be too short-sighted," said Su Ping with the authoritative tone of a lord who would not be refused. Both of them were intrigued. Indeed, Su Ping was so talented that he probably would become famous in the Universe Geniuses contest. In such a case, they wouldn't need to persuade organizations to come to the Blue Planet. They would get to pick them. Both of them became rather passionate. It was true that those in higher places had better views. The short-term interests they had been obsessed with were just petty in Su Ping's eyes. "I understand," Zai Jinshui nodded and said. He had watched Su Ping grow up and was very confident in him. He had already learned about the general matters of the Federation, such as the cultivations beyond the Star State, Star Lord State, Ascendant State, and Celestial State. Su Ping had killed a bunch of people in the Star State while being a Void State warrior. He was definitely going to shock a lot of people in the contest. "Sure." Nai Huofeng nodded too and accepted Su Ping's arrangement. Su Ping told them to leave after giving detailed instructions. Then he went to see Xingyu Shener, who was drinking on the most honorable seat at the banquet. Her face was red and her eyes were invitingly hazy, attracting the attention of a lot of people. Still, nobody dared to leer at her, as she was a real expert who could butcher a planet. "Anything I can help you with?" Xingyu Shener seemed less drunk upon seeing Su Ping arrive in a flash, but she wasn't entirely sober. In fact, someone as strong as her could easily sober up whenever she wanted to. However, the easiest moments in life were those when one was drunk. "Yes." Su Ping nodded. Xingyu Shener glanced at him and said, "Okay." She then made a quick move and followed Su Ping to the clouds, tens of thousands of meters above the base city. The square base city under their feet was only the size of a matchbox from that height. It was glittering with dots of light. Outside the base city was the darkness of the night. Speaker. Senior, I plan to train myself in seclusion for the contest, but the tree in my hometown has caught a lot of attention. I fear that someone else may come for it after I leave, causing damage to my planet in the process, so I intend to seal it, said Su Ping in a straightforward manner. Xingyu Shen'er nodded. Understandable, don't worry about that. I won't let anything upset you. You're absolutely talented enough to distinguish yourself in the contest, or even to make it to the top 10. Just let me take care of such trivia for you. Many thanks, Su Ping said sincerely. You must have a lot of contacts and sources. A lot of news and rumors are still spreading on the internet in nearby galaxies. I wonder if you can help me erase them. That's easy, Xingyu Shen'er replied calmly. Since you're going to seal the planet, I'll ask someone to erase the news for you. I will also let everybody know that I'm protecting your planet. Nobody will dare to come for trouble, not even the Star Lords. Su Ping was quite amazed, so he thanked her again. Many thanks. Xingyu Shen'er raised her eyebrows and said, No need to be so courteous. I'll repay the favors I owe you, and this is in fact not a big deal. You should simply focus on advancing into the Fate state so that you'll be even stronger in the contest. Also, I'll be accompanying you during the contest. You'll be my living when you win a good ranking. No problem, Su Ping replied with a smile. Xingyu Shen'er glanced at him and said, By the way, don't call me senior in the future. I'm a gifted girl, although not as gifted as you. But I'm still very young, all right. If you keep calling me that, people might think that I've cultivated thousands of years, and I don't want that. Well, just call me Sister Shen'er, all right. Fine. What's that unwilling attitude? I would tear off anyone's tongue if someone else would dare to call me that. Su Ping could only accept with a bitter smile. In any case, Xingyu Shen'er had agreed to help him in keeping the tree a secret, which was a relief. Fortunately, that proud girl was too young and inexperienced to recognize that allegedly extinct tree. Otherwise, she might not have accepted the arrangement. The next day, Su Ping spent the entire day in his parents' place. It wasn't easy for him to leave. He watched TV with his mother and listened to her talk about trivia, such as the dog that a neighbor lost and the best way to make dumplings. Su Ping enjoyed the casual life. He wasted the day, choosing not to train because he had been busy for such a long time that he had almost forgotten how it felt like to be relaxed. While he was taking that time off, Su Ping couldn't help but consider what the purpose of his life should be. Was it to climb to the peak alone, or to live a happy life? Su Ping thought that the latter was more important and significant. However, in order to be really happy, he had to climb to the peak, or misfortunes would happen to him sooner or later. If he was unable to resist them, he would later end up wailing due to despair and regret because of all the time wasted. On the third day, Su Ping bid farewell to his parents and embarked on the expedition. The divine tree had yielded another pair of fruits before he left. Su Ping collected them and left the purple python behind. Then, he asked Nai Huofeng to help collect the following fruits. Su Ping was planning to leave the purple python to keep an eye on the fruits for him. Among Su Ping's many pets, the purple python was the weakest except for the void bug. Even though it had a special grade aptitude, it was restricted by its bloodline. It was already unimaginable that it had star-state combat ability when it only had a 6th-rank bloodline. Su Ping left it there partly because he thought that it was too weak for the contest, and partly because it could prevent Nai Huofeng from greedily claiming the fruits. After all, if the tree yielded dozens of fruits in a row, the latter might secretly try a few of them no matter how firm he was. The ancient tree of sacred beasts could only produce a limited number of fruits, and a person had to eat all the 99 fruits in order to reach the ascendant state. Not even one of them could be missing. The purple python had already become intelligent after having followed Su Ping for a long time. It bid farewell to Su Ping together with Nai Huofeng, Zai Jinshui, Su Ping's parents and the others. Su Ping petted the purple python upon seeing its reluctant eyes, all to offer some comfort and then say goodbye. Su Ping returned to Rhea right before he left the blue planet. Rhea's Wafat city was crowded. It had almost become the most prosperous city on the camp continent. It was much busier than before. The Grandmaster is back. Who would have thought that our Grandmaster trainer was also a Star State expert? He's probably the strongest pet store owner in history, isn't he? I wonder if we still have the privilege to ask the Grandmaster to train our pets. I'm almost too ashamed to present my pet. The street outside of the Pixie Pet Store was so crammed that many customers' feet could hardly touch the ground. The city guards were busy and sweaty too as they tried to maintain the order. Su Ping didn't want to cause another riot. He asked Xingyu Shenner and the others to wait close to the atmosphere above Rhea while he said goodbye. Then he flashed to the outside of the store and then quickly entered it. He had still caused reactions, even though he had moved at a high speed. Countless people shouted, excited to see him. The cheering was awfully chaotic, because they found that they didn't know how to address that Grandmaster trainer. Tang Ruyan was delighted to see Su Ping at first. Then she called out to him with a complicated expression, "You're back." Su Ping nodded, then said to Green Lady and Joanna, "I'll be away for a while. The Universe Geniuses contest has begun and I'm going to participate." "The Universe Geniuses contest," asked Joanna, "is that the holy battle of the elected in your world? I heard the voice that came from the universe. It must have been a superior god." Joanna was quite shocked to find that there was a superior god in Su Ping's world, but then she found it understandable. After all, whatever was behind Su Ping's store was probably even stronger than a superior god. She had never left the store to travel in Su Ping's world, but she knew it had to be a horrifying world beyond her imagination. However, she had been observing the customers in the store and found that their cultivation techniques weren't as remarkable as she thought. She was quite puzzled, but she didn't ask Su Ping because she didn't think he would answer, at least not seriously. Green Lady nodded, who had their own way of addressing the matter. She had sensed that the voice contained the power that only belonged to the deity kings. "I'm going too," she said to Su Ping. "As I said, I won't let you get away from my sight." "Yes." Lost for words, Su Ping asked, "Are you going to push the planet again?" "Why not?" Green Lady asked back. O'Neill's face suddenly flashed in Su Ping's head. He thought, "Sorry, dude, it seems that your planet is going to be pushed again." Chapter 846, to Michelle. Su Ping vanished from the store and then reached a place in the sky, tens of thousands of meters high. He saw that Xingyu Shenner and the others were waiting. "Let's go." Once she saw Su Ping, Xingyu Shenner said, "You can do your secluded training on my spaceship. I'll call you when we reach the Emir Royal Academy." About that, Su Ping coughed and said, "Why don't we go there by planet? It'll be more convenient." "Okay," Xingyu Shenner unconsciously nodded, but then realized what she had just heard. By planet. She suddenly realized that the planet didn't belong there, and that it was absolutely still, not interacting with the other planets at all. She asked in shock, "Are you saying that the big shot behind your back is going to push the planet and escort you there?" She was about to say, "old guy," but she remembered that the other Ascendant State big shots weren't not as close as her father. They could find such a form of address offensive. O'Neill widened his eyes too. Is that Ascendant expert still on the planet? Will the planet be pushed away again? He was dumbfounded and then felt like crying. Why does that big shot have to push my planet? Was there not another way to escort Su Ping? Su Ping knew it was impossible to explain, so he coughed and said, "Well, she likes this planet." "She likes this planet." O'Neill didn't know whether to cry or smile after hearing such a reply. It was definitely an honor that an Ascendant State expert would be interested in the planet he managed, but this expert seemed overly fond of it. Did his planet have to go anywhere Su Ping went in the future? His planet would become a wanderer in space. Everybody was lost for words. Someone looked at O'Neill sympathetically. He was the lord in name and a servant in practice. Fine, Xingyu Shen'er didn't know what to say either. Some ascendant did have some quirks, but that was fine. It wasn't her planet anyway, and it was just one planet. If so, the journey will probably take longer, said Xingyu Shen'er. Su Ping asked, will we get there in time? Yes. Fine then, let's take this planet too, and take this chance to meet the big shot backing you, said Xingyu Shen'er. Su Ping was happy to hear that. That's great. Then he suddenly thought of something and then found O'Neill. He asked, Brother Zeus, are you fine with this arrangement? Am I fine with the arrangement? Definitely not. But do you think I would dare voice it? O'Neill was quite depressed in his heart, but he didn't show anything on the surface. Instead, he said with a smile, it is my honor to be appreciated by an ascendant state expert. That's good, Su Ping nodded. Then he led them back to Wafat City. All the customers fell silent when they arrived. They had previously seen the strangers beat off a Star Lord. It was truly horrifying. They also saw the Lord of Rhea among them. However, the high and mighty Lord whose statues were everywhere across the globe was following a girl, while the others were respectful and humble. The position of a person in a crowd often indicated their importance. The Lord of Rhea was clearly at the rear of the crowd, while his peers seemed just as strong as him. So many big shots, are they all in the Star State? Cut the crap, the two leaders might be Star Lords. They're almost like gods. To what does Rhea owe the pleasure of receiving this many big shots? All the planet's inhabitants had their eyes focused on that street. It was certain that Wafat's economy would soar again, to eventually become the best city on Rhea. Is this your store? Xingyu Shen'er looked at the Pixie Pet store and gazed at the statues by the gate. Then she glanced at the fat, low-level rat that was crouching underneath one of the statues. The rat wasn't strong, it wasn't even a legend. However, she easily recognized that the energy inside the rat was unbelievably disproportionate to its bloodline. Please follow me. Su Ping led the way. The members of the Alliance of Stars would be his potential customers as soon as his store became capable of training Star State pets. Considering the store's revenue, the function would be unlocked very soon. Everybody entered the store and soon met Joanna, Tang Ruyan, and Green Lady, the most eye-catching of all. In terms of beauty, Green Lady and Joanna were both impeccable in their own way. Their styles were different, and yet both were stunningly gorgeous. However, Green Lady was in the ascendant state. She was more eye-catching thanks to her aura. Joanna was just a clone. She was inevitably much less intimidating. Is she? Xingyu Shen'er looked at Green Lady with solemn eyes, while also amazed by her looks. She also sensed the same intimidating aura her old man radiated. It's an honor to meet you, Senior. Xingyu Shen'er instantly lowered her head and paid respects. She could act willfully before her father, but she had to show basic courtesy to other ascendants. After all, they didn't care for her at all. The others quickly realized the situation based on her actions and hurried to pay respects. Green Lady saw that they were the people who had lent Su Ping a hand. She then looked at Su Ping and asked, "Who are they?" "They're friends who dropped by to say hi," said Su Ping with a smile. Everybody, including Xingyu Shen'er, was surprised by Su Ping's casual attitude. They guessed that the Ascendant was Su Ping's backer, but they didn't expect him to interact so casually with her. Are they blood-related? Okay, Green Lady nodded at the visitors, not bothering to add anything else. She had followed the Twilight Deity King and met countless brilliant people in too many worlds. She was cold even to those who were as strong as her, not to mention to those who were significantly weaker. Everybody, I'm planning to close the store so I can cultivate. Why don't you take a tour around the planet in the meantime? Said Su Ping, who planned to make the most of the time available to cultivate. Xingyu Shen'er raised her head and glanced at Green Lady. Then she nodded at Su Ping and said, "Okay, just do what you must. Call me if you need anything. I'll be right here on this planet. You don't have my number, right? I'll give it to you. Contact me if you need any help." Then she looked at Green Lady again and realized that her help would probably be unnecessary. especially when an ascendant state expert was by his side. Sure. Su Ping nodded and exchanged numbers with Xingyu Shenner. He had a sudden thought right before they left. The members of the Alliance of Stars were sort of his connections now. He asked, "Well, there's indeed something that I wonder if you could help me with." "What is it?" Everybody was refreshed. Helping Su Ping was actually an opportunity for them. Most people would turn down weaklings when they asked for help, but it would be an opportunity to befriend the strong. "I need some training materials. I wonder if you have any sources to get them. I'll definitely repay you if you can find them for me." Su Ping intended to have them help him find materials for the third level of the solar bulwark. It was easier to find materials since he was at the moment connected to the Federation. "That's easy. What do you need, Brother Heaven Destroyer? Just tell me. I have a herb store and many suppliers. I have friends who can help Brother Heaven Destroyer search for materials too." "What do you need?" asked Xingyu Shenner with a solemn and straight face. She didn't promise him she would get anything he needed, because she realized that what he needed was probably something extremely rare, or the Ascendant by his side would have gotten it for him. Su Ping would remember their favor, seeing how friendly they were. That was the benefit of having a lot of friends. "These are the things I need." Su Ping instantly listed the materials for the third level of the solar bulwark. He projected their pictures and descriptions with astral power. All the materials were manifested. Everybody watched and made notes, promising that they would try their best to help Su Ping find them. "Thank you very much." Su Ping cupped his hands and thanked everybody present. "You're too kind, Brother Heaven Destroyer." "I'll do my best. No need to be so courteous, Brother Heaven Destroyer." "We haven't repaid your favor yet, Brother Heaven Destroyer. This is no big deal." Everybody smiled politely. Su Ping began to cultivate in seclusion after seeing everybody off. As usual, he closed the store. He had confirmed the planet's trajectory with Xingyu Shenner. They were leaving for Michelle, a planet where the Emir Royal Academy was located. It was quite the respectable Tier 1 planet, much more developed than Rhea in every aspect. Su Ping gave the Lord badge to Green Lady after setting the coordinates, asking her to follow the route. Then Su Ping took Joanna to the demigod burial. Su Ping preferred training in the cultivation sites. He would be fine even if he accidentally died during training, since he could always revive himself. Joanna would also be there, looking after him in the demigod burial so that he wouldn't be disturbed. Green Lady was slightly stunned to see the space channel that Su Ping had invoked. She vaguely sensed that it was linked to another world. That was something that even she might not be capable of doing, breaking the barrier between the two worlds. However, Su Ping seemed to have opened the channel with ease. She didn't even feel the slightest energy waves. Is that the power of the terrifying will? The Green Lady was solemn. She was left in awe when she felt an ancient will as she signed the contract. There was indeed a veritable big shot behind Su Ping's back. It could be a deity king or someone even stronger. Green Lady was further reassured that following Su Ping had been the right choice. He could really have a way to visit the chaotic realm of the undead. Tang Ruyan was nearby. That was the first time she had witnessed Su Ping enter a cultivation site, which left her dumbfounded. She had seen Su Ping entering rooms that she couldn't access, so she simply thought that he was training there. Never did she think that Su Ping could travel to another world with a power she couldn't understand. No wonder the pets he trained became so strong. It was because they weren't trained in the store, which was too small for them to exercise. Thinking it through, Tang Ruyan wore a troubled expression. She found that Su Ping was even more enigmatic and far away from her than she had thought. Once entering the demigod burial, Su Ping traveled with Joanna back to the palace where she lived. The god warriors on the mountain had been instructed to lock down the area and make sure that nobody disturbed Su Ping during his training. Su Ping then trained in the following days on an open ground at the mountaintop. He took out the fruits that Xingyu Shenner gave him and swallowed them. He then enshrouded them with astral power for a quick absorption. It would have been hard for an ordinary fate state cultivator to absorb the fruit, just like digesting a pine. However, Su Ping only needed half an hour to absorb one. The first fruit was quickly absorbed, and Su Ping grasped a law named domination during his state of meditation. It was quite a powerful law that could dominate other laws. Of course, it would only be able to interfere if other laws were even more powerful. Su Ping then swallowed the second fruit. The second fruit brought the law of prophecy, which belonged to the time class. He wasn't able to directly grasp the law of time, but there was a possibility that he would reach the field of time if he attained a better understanding of the law. The law of prophecy allowed him to predict dangers and foresee the enemy's attacks. It was very useful in melee battles and could work even against the laws that were even more powerful. Other laws, such as Su Ping's boom, was a pure offensive law that would be crushed by more powerful laws. He continued ingesting more and more fruits. All the fruits were absorbed, and the laws melded into Su Ping's body. Some of the laws contained in the fruits overlapped, but their repetitive ingestion allowed him to get a deeper understanding of the laws, finding more of their usages. While Su Ping was training in seclusion, in the outside world, Green Lady was already pushing Rhea towards Michelle, according to the map displayed on the Lord badge. The planet disappeared with a blue, glittering trail in the dark and quiet universe. Chapter 847, Fate State. Michelle was in the Hera planetary system, which was the second largest in the Sylvie galaxy. It was a Tier 1 planet that had a good prosperity ranking, being one of the top 10 planets in Sylvie. Michelle's business taxes could compare to the GDP of some small planetary systems. Michelle was quite enormous and had a population of several trillion. It had 22 continents, each being the size of 7 Rheas and 100 blue planets. Not the old blue planet, but the new one, in its unsealed and expanded form. All galaxies seethed with excitement when Mu Shen's announcement was spread across the universe. There was a carnival on Michelle, a place where everybody loved fighting. Michelle's natives were of the aggressive sort. They would always have the greatest number of participants in every Universe Geniuses contest in the galaxy. The most appalling point was that they would also have the greatest number of winners. The Emir Royal Academy, one of the 4 best academies, was located on the Parisian continent, which was the most prosperous continent of all. While everybody on Michelle was celebrating, a blue ball of light flashed out of the darkness of space and rushed over. Underneath the atmosphere of this planet, in a store inside a crowded city, the clouds that blocked the view were suddenly gone, revealing the top of a magnificent mountain. Boom, boom. Humming noises came from a young man on the mountain, as if thunder were rumbling inside his body. The young man was none other than Su Ping. His torso was exposed, as he was only wearing a pair of short pants. His muscles were obvious but not bulging, seeming to be strong in a contained way. Lightning and flames were bouncing on his hair. He was shrouded in a strange energy field. Several men were gazing at Su Ping from a palace in the distance. "Your Highness, is Lord Su really just advancing to the fate state?" one of the god warriors asked in fear. Not just him. Another few god warriors also looked at Joanna at the center. Those god warriors were in the star state, and the major gods were as strong as star lords. However, they felt threatened by that Lord Su, who hadn't even become a god warrior yet. His pressure was so enormous that even they felt wary. "Yes." Joanna let out a nasal sound unconsciously. She was quite solemn at the moment. Not just the god warriors, even she who had fought in the demigod burial for years, felt that her blood was curdling. She thought that her clone might no longer be Su Ping's match after his advancement. Unless she were to use forbidden skills, but such skills would produce a backlash and destroy her body. Such a storage is too much, even for my titanic celestial state to bear. Joanna's eyes twitched. The energy inside Su Ping's body was horrifying. Not just the void state, even those in the star state could have hardly endured it, but Su Ping had weathered it through. Joanna believed that it had something to do with Su Ping's cultivation methods and his ancient body-tempering skill. The aura of ancient golden crows left a deep impression on her. She didn't know where he had gotten the long-lost constitution, which gave him a huge capacity. Su Ping's cultivation methods were also a source of puzzlement for her. She felt that they were even more mysterious than her own. He has grasped 100 laws, yet he's only in the void state. Oh my God, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. No wonder he gets to stand alongside Her Highness. All the god warriors wore troubled faces. They were not jealous, because they would rather not frustrate themselves by trying to compare themselves with such a genius. They wondered if this Lord Su was the clone of a certain god of rules, if not a superior god. A noise suddenly came from the divine mountain just then. There was a boom, and the force field around Su Ping became violent. The power of laws that carried their original features, such as flames, lightning, and ice, twisted the space around Su Ping, making it as chaotic as a big bang. He's about to advance. Everybody felt refreshed after seeing that. In the next moment, all the power of laws was condensed on Su Ping and wrapped around him like threads. At the same time, the illusion of a fiery bird emerged on his back and soared to the sky, shrieking. The illusionary bird flapped its wings and attracted all the nearby energy, turning them into a furious pillar of energy that wreathed Su Ping. He's still absorbing the energy. They were all lost for words. Joanna was equally stunned. Su Ping's body began to evolve under the magnificent energy. His cells were vibrating. The features of the laws learned entered his cells, separating his flesh from his bones. He seemed to have been torn apart, but no blood was shed. His skeleton was entirely separated from his flesh. His veins were nimbly floating like snakes too. In the next moment, the independent flesh, veins, and bones were reassembled, and all the energy in the environment was compressed in his body. The energy was gone, and Su Ping's new body was exposed after being reassembled. He was much taller than before, with a flawless body figure. His skin was as fair as that of a girl, yet it glowed with divine power. Su Ping opened his eyes where thousands of stars seemed to be flashing. They were so brilliant that he seemed to be like an immortal that was independent from the secular world. Phew! Su Ping breathed out gently. He felt the abundant energy inside his body. He could not help but put on a smile, clench his fist, and punch at the sky. A golden fist aura was pushed out. After traveling thousands of meters in the void, it bashed the array that locked the mountain and shattered it. The scene was dumbfounding for the god warriors near Joanna. The array had been established by the god warriors and Joanna together. Even if 10 top god warriors had attacked together, it would have taken them some time to destroy it. Yet Su Ping had shattered it with one punch. And he was only in the fate state. Joanna was lost for words too. She withdrew her gaze from the shattered arrays and looked at Su Ping. She loosened her fingers, secretly comforting herself that she was a god of rules, and that she would very likely become a superior good when the time came when Su Ping fulfilled his promise and took her to the Archean divinity. She had been ahead of Su Ping for a long time. That guy couldn't possibly catch up to her, or could he? I have established a bridge that connects the sky and the earth. This feeling. On the mountaintop, Su Ping looked at the shattered array with a smile. He felt that he was much more closely connected to the sky and the earth. At this moment, he could enter the deeper spaces as easily as he could lift a curtain. The moment he advanced to the fate state, he had actually reached the very peak of the level. He was almost halfway in the star state. Many people would reach that level when they vaguely grasped the power of laws. They had mostly perceived the laws when they were more familiar with nature. They wouldn't have such a deep understanding when they had just set foot in the fate state. I feel like I can enter the star state any minute. It'll be very easy with my understanding of laws. Su Ping smiled. Having swallowed 100 fruits of law, he had gained a new understanding on the workings of laws. What was the power of laws? Laws were order and how things in the world functioned. Laws were like the roots the being who constructed that universe followed. Everything had to follow their respective route. For example, planets needed to absorb sunlight, human beings needed to eat and defecate. Those were the basic laws. Su Ping had long heard that the Star Lords could create small worlds, accumulate power of faith, and kill enemies with the power of faith instead of the power of laws. However, Su Ping had a strange thought after eating the fruits. He wondered about what would happen if he used the laws in reverse. Would they lead to destruction or result in something else? Su Ping intended to find out, but he detected the auras far away. He turned around and saw Joanna. Then he flashed towards her. As for the god warriors, Su Ping sensed that even though they were stronger than they looked, it seemed that he could still squeeze and kill them easily. Earlier, when he just entered the demigod burial, the god warriors were still unreachable beings that he had to look up to. How long have I been in seclusion? Joanna came back to herself and said expressionlessly, 2 months. That long? Su Ping was stunned. He had never stayed in a cultivation site for 2 months in one go. I wonder if we've reached our destination. Su Ping's eyes flashed and he intended to find out. He said to Joanna, let's return to the store. Sure. Joanna accepted. More and more vessels emerged in space and flew towards Michelle. As the Universe Geniuses contest was just about to begin, they were all going to Michelle to sign up. It's finally begun. I can't wait any longer. I wish I could meet the guys from the Amir Royal Academy. Me too. The Amir Royal Academy refused to admit me. I'll show them that I'm strong and they failed to recognize it. Indeed. On a spaceship, a couple of young men were talking. They wore the same uniform, which indicated that they were students from a senior academy on a planet nearby. The academy wasn't one of the best, but it had high requirements too. Look, what's that? What the heck? Soon, someone noticed that an enormous object was glittering and approaching their spaceship. As it got closer, everybody widened their eyes. Was it a planet? A planet or a meteorite? Someone couldn't believe their eyes and quickly blinked, soon recognizing that it was a planet because there were seas on it. The contours of cities were also visible. However, why was this planet moving like a meteorite? Also, was it heading towards their spaceship? Everybody on the spaceship was scared when the planet moved closer without decelerating. The mentors on the spaceship changed their expressions too. One of them roared, "Hurry, go to Michelle's space station. If it heads towards Michelle, experts will show up and destroy it." The pilot panicked but quickly complied. Very soon, the engines of the spaceship were fully activated and changed its course. But right when they dodged in panic, the planet slowed down and approached Michelle's space station at a lower speed. Then the planet came to a halt. It didn't revolve or get any closer to Michelle. It didn't seem influenced by Michelle's gravity. Instead, it slowly followed Michelle as it moved in space. What's going on? The spaceships nearby were shocked too, and so were the staff on the space station, as they had never seen such a thing. On Rhea, countless people across the globe saw the enormous planet above their heads. The planet was so vast that everybody was stunned. Where had they drifted to this time? Very soon, a powerful thought spread out of Michelle and shrouded Rhea. Everybody on Rhea sensed the intimidating thought that felt like a giant looking down at them. They were terrified, feeling like insignificant ants. At the same time, Green Lady narrowed her eyes coldly and responded with a thought of her own. The first thought was a cold question. The Green Lady's thought was a cold reply. Sensing Green Lady's thought, the first thought retreated after a moment of silence. If someone in the ascendant state pushed a planet like this for fun, there was no way to restrain them. That was the freedom and privilege of the ascendant state. If a Star Lord would have done that, they would have been taught a lesson about what rules and law meant. In the following days, everybody who left for Michelle noticed the planet that was outside of its orbit. They were all curious, not knowing what it was about. Some even speculated that it was a small celestial body that someone on Michelle had created. S. However, they were soon distracted by the sign-up process for the contest, and nobody had any time to care about the weird planet any longer. On this day, Su Ping returned from the demigod burial back to his store. "You're back," Green Lady observed Su Ping solemnly, and amazement emanated from her eyes. After such a short amount of time, she felt like Su Ping had been reborn. Su Ping was a genius in the first place. He was the man whose combat ability was the most disproportionate to their level that she had ever seen. However, he seemed even more monstrous at the moment. Chapter 848, The Amir Royal Academy. "Have we arrived?" Su Ping asked the moment he saw Green Lady. The astonishment in Green Lady's eyes was gone. She looked at Su Ping's naked upper body without batting an eye. "Yes." Relieved, Su Ping asked, "Was there any trouble on the way?" After all, she had been pushing the planet all the way. There was no telling how many meteorites and other obstacles she could have met on the way. The people on Michelle had very likely done something as they saw the planet approaching. A crash would have led to a huge disaster. "Nope," Green Lady said briefly. "The Ascendant guy's thought from that planet had been pushed back and no problem arose from this. It was pointless to mention it." Su Ping looked at her. It didn't seem that she was lying. He then nodded and reached out to Xingyu Shen'er via the Lord badge. The call soon went through. Su Ping informed her that he had finished his training. "Okay, I'm on my way." Su Ping hung up and then put on a new set of clothes he had found in the store. Once he got out, he found that the queue outside the store was still filling up the street. He would probably never end training even if he were to work all day for years. Countless customers had turned up. Business would never end. Su Ping raised his head and saw an enormous planet, although it seemed more of a continent in the void than a planet. It was only possible to see part of it from Rhea. The rest went beyond their view. Rhea was to the planet what a bean was to an egg. Whoosh! Xingyu Shen'er flashed out of the void, raising a round of exclamations. "You!" Xingyu Shen'er was about to talk when she saw Su Ping. She was stunned and wide-eyed. Su Ping had concealed his aura, but she clearly sensed that the man was different from how he used to be. He already had peak star state combat ability in the past. Still, he seemed to be breaking the limits at the moment. However, was it possible for someone in the Fate state to fight a Star Lord? There was a gap of 2 major levels between them. Xingyu Shen'er came back to herself after a moment. She shook her head and thought that it was impossible no matter how talented Su Ping was. Nobody had managed such a feat in all of the Universe Geniuses contests. "Has the contest started?" Su Ping instantly asked. Xingyu Shen'er nodded and said, "The screening phase has begun, but it's not impossible. I can recommend you to the Amir Royal Academy so that they save a spot for you." "Thanks. Should we go there now?" "Okay." Xingyu Shen'er was about to move when a few members of the Alliance of Stars arrived. O'Neill was among them. All of them were astonished to see Su Ping, as they could detect that he had become even stronger. "Brother Heaven Destroyer," O'Neill coughed and said, "You missed the pet contest, but I've seen your pet's performance and it could have won the championship easily. Here are 3 Transcendence fruits. Please keep them." Su Ping finally noticed he had completely forgotten about the pet contest, mainly because the situation on the blue planet had angered him to no end and missed it. He accepted the black boxes and said, "Thanks. I'll help you train your pets when I get a chance. You can also come to see me if you need other help." O'Neill's eyes glittered. He knew that Su Ping was a grandmaster trainer able to handle star state pets. He had the idea that Su Ping had been training pets with inferior cultivation for fun, as it would have been very exhausting for him to train star state pets. O'Neill held back his excitement and said carefully, "Thank you very much, Brother Heaven Destroyer." Su Ping nodded. Xingyu Shen'er and the others all looked at O'Neill weirdly. They knew how precious the Transcendence fruits were, yet the guy had generously given 3 of them to Su Ping right then and there. "Are you a good pet trainer? Do you have any certificates?" asked Xingyu Shen'er curiously. She had noticed that those close to Su Ping were calling him Boss Su in his hometown. Her curiosity was piqued since O'Neill had once again mentioned that Su Ping could train pets, as the former seemed to be very excited about a promise of the latter. I had a level 8 certificate in the past. I'm not much of an expert, just a beginner, said Su Ping truthfully. When Xingyu Shenner and the others thought he literally meant it, he added, but it shouldn't be a problem for me to train your Star State pets. Everybody was lost for words. You say you're just a beginner, yet you want to train our pets. Do you think we're your experiment subjects? Nobody was interested. They would rather not have their precious pets be Su Ping's toys. It's getting late. We should go to Michelle, Xingyu Shenner said, ignoring Su Ping's proposal. Before they left, Su Ping asked Tang Ruyan, Green Lady and the others to carry on with business. They could do normal training even without him. While normal training wasn't as profitable, it was more efficient and could be conducted more frequently. Let's take my spaceship, said Xingyu Shenner as she took out her spaceship. The members of the Alliance of Stars had almost all arrived. Some had even gone ahead to Michelle so they could meet their friends. Whoosh! The spaceship flew out of Ria's atmosphere and entered Michelle after being inspected at the space station. Su Ping instantly realized that Michelle's astral power density was 3 times that on Ria and 10 times that on the blue planet when they got closer. A 3-time gap meant that cultivating there for a year was as productive as cultivating for 3 years on Ria. People who reached the bottleneck prior to the legendary level would need an environment where astral power density was suitable to make breakthroughs. This meant that anybody on that planet could become a legend as long as they were talented enough. More astral power would be needed by the time they reached the ocean state, and their cultivation speed would drop. That would be the time when aptitude and hard work played a more important role. Su Ping could not help but remark, "This is an excellent environment." He decided he would consider modifying the blue planet when he advanced to higher levels. Michelle is one of the top 10 planets in Sylvie, said Xingyu Shenner casually. Su Ping became even more earnest. The ranking was only in Sylvie. Such a planet was probably nothing remarkable in the Star region or the rest of the Federation. How vast would the top-ranking planets in the Federation be? All of them were probably cultivation sanctuaries that people had to wait in line to enter. Xingyu Shenner stored the spaceship upon arrival and led everybody to a continent along with the deputy. Michelle has 22 continents, and the Amir Royal Academy is on the one named Parisian, said Xingyu Shenner and tore into a deeper space. They then traveled through a channel for half a minute. They appeared in the sky of a continent when they reappeared. The continent was extremely spacious. Enormous ships were docked in the seaside of the continent. Waves were surging further away, and scary shadows were moving about deep under the water. Next to her, the smiling deputy leader said softly, "Miss, you're back." Affection popped up from her eyes. She chuckled and said proudly, "Yes, I am. Let's see if those kids have broken my records." All those present were stunned after hearing that. Did our leader graduate from the Amir Royal Academy too? Su Ping aside, all of them knew that the Amir Royal Academy only admitted talented students from powerful backgrounds. All students came from families that at minimum ruled a planet. People like O'Neill were only mediocre in such an institution. Most of the remaining students had Star Lord parents. The distinguished ones among them, such as Xingyu Shenner, had Ascendant State experts as backers. "Let's go." Xingyu Shenner was giddy and excited to return to her old school. She quickly carried everyone to the biggest city in the Parisian continent. The city was right at the center of the continent. It was mentioned as a city, but its size was actually half the size of their blue planet. The Amir Royal Academy was right at the center of the city. Chapter 849, Asking for a Recommendation. Inside the small world, the members of the Alliance of Stars whispered hopefully, "I heard that there's a guardian array outside of this continent. This is the first time I've come to Michelle. I was told that all the beasts in the sea are tamed, all for appreciation purposes. Every inch of land on Michelle is precious and has been developed. Tell me about it. It's not easy to immigrate to Michelle. Even those in the void state aren't always approved. Is this the Amir Royal Academy? My friend's granddaughter studies here. This time, they had chosen to tag along, both to keep Su Ping company and to select potential students among the contestants. Of course, they didn't consider the geniuses whose ranking was too high. Those geniuses would probably not be interested in them either. They would only choose students they could teach and were satisfied with. Soon after, they reached the sky above the Amir Royal Academy. Xingyu Shenner was no longer able to tear apart the void, mainly because the deeper spaces in that region had been locked by ascendant experts. Otherwise, the campus might get accidentally caught in battles in the deeper spaces. Xingyu Shenner looked up at a statue that was on the back of another statue, which depicted a tall and scholarly middle-aged man. He was the president of the Amir Royal Academy and an ascendant state expert. The statue was quite vivid. Ordinary people would have felt pressured if they saw it. President Allen. Lord Allen. The members of the Alliance of Stars became solemn, standing straight respectfully when they saw the statue. They knew that the current president was very strong and had personally taught an ascendant state student. Xingyu Shenner, however, raised her brows as if she didn't like the president. What an old fogey. Whoosh. Just then, a peak star state man flew over. He glanced down at everybody with a cold and proud attitude. His expression changed a bit when he laid eyes on Xingyu Shenner, but he still said with pride, "You've reached the Amir Royal Academy. Why are you here?" Xingyu Shenner raised her brows and said coldly, "Have you just started working here? You don't know me." You. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He would have scolded her if she were in the star state, but she was actually a star lord. Feeling puzzled, he observed her carefully, only to tremble and widen his eyes a moment after. You're Xingyu Shenner, the one at the top of the royal rank." The members of the Star Alliance were also shocked. Top of the royal rank. Damn, that's the most golden rank in the Amir Royal Academy. Our leader is at the top. Only the super geniuses can make it to that rank. Our leader is so awesome. She deserves to be the unparalleled divine lady of the 9 heavens. I'd like to worship our leader as my goddess. Relax. This is nothing but a minor achievement that our leader has accomplished. Chill. Su Ping didn't say anything, but he found the way everybody tried to suck up to her hilarious. The Alliance of Stars was truly an interesting group. When considering other alliances, even if the members wanted to please their leader, they wouldn't have tried to flatter so blatantly. That girl was the only one who didn't care. She even advocated it. The top of the royal rank is nothing. I made it there 2 years after I came here. It's no big deal, said Xingyu Shenner casually, but there was an obvious delight in her eyes. Reaching the top of the royal rank in only 2 years was an astonishing feat for the entire academy. Even the other main academies had also learned about the news and invited her to study there. Awesome, our leader is truly unimaginable for us mortals. Brother Heaven Destroyer is probably the only person who can catch up with the leader. Everybody remarked while torn by mixed feelings. All of them knew how hard it was to be listed on the Amir Royal rank. Making it to the top 10 was probably a tall order for them. The middle-aged man had already fallen prey to dumbfoundedness, not expecting the girl to truly be the super genius who had broken the academy records. She was a genius who had graduated decades earlier, but her tailies had been spreading even to the present day. Most of the older people on Michelle had almost been able to recognize her. I didn't recognize you, Miss Shenner. What brings you here?" The middle-aged man changed his expression and put on an ingratiating smile. Xingyu Shenner snapped, "Am I not allowed to come back?" "Yes, of course you are. You have got to be kidding, Miss Shenner. Your mentor will be so much happier to know that you're back. Your school is your second home, one that will always welcome you," said the middle-aged apologetically. Many people in the academy knew that Xingyu Shenner was not just a super genius, but also a child of an ascendant state parent. She was definitely someone not to be trifled with. Humph, it just so happens that I need to talk to my mentor. Help me inform him. Of course, please follow me, Miss Jenner. The middle-aged man humbly led the way. The members of the Alliance of Stars had mixed feelings when they saw the change of attitude. They were sort of big shots too, but they were nothing in front of the Emir Royal Academy. Only Star Lords mattered there. Besides, Xingyu Shenner was not just a Star Lord but also a super genius. Respect was not earned unless someone was strong enough. The Universe Geniuses contest has begun. You have 10 recommendations, right? Have they been given away? Xingyu Shenner asked on the way. The middle-aged man was stunned, but he realized the purpose of her visit. He shook his head and said, I'm just a gatekeeper. I don't know anything about that. Do you have anyone you intend to recommend, Miss Shenner? Xingyu Shenner raised her eyebrows, not even bothering to answer the question. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly after seeing that his question had been left unanswered, but he didn't try to burst into fury. He simply led the way dutifully. Soon, a man flew over from the forest at the rear. He wore a black and golden robe that was evidently some sort of uniform. There was a golden badge on his chest, indicating that he was a top-tier teacher in the Emir Royal Academy. Shenner. The man was white-haired and old. He looked quite friendly. After a cry of excitement, he quickly moved close like an unpredictable snowflake. He instantly appeared in front of everyone as if he would have used a flash movement. The middle-aged man who led the way saw him and greeted him respectfully. Mr. Frankiel. The old man glanced at him and slightly nodded. The middle-aged man had to bow before Xingyu Shenner and retreated. Let me see, I've long heard that you rose to become a Star Lord. The waves of your small world are almost as powerful as mine. Good girl, ha-ha, Frankiel laughed after observing her. He was also a Star Lord, and also one of the 12 golden mentors in the Emir Royal Academy. Almost as powerful as yours. I've already surpassed you. I'm just keeping a low profile, boasted Xingyu Shenner, as if she would become a student again. Frankiel smiled. He was already used to that. He asked, why didn't you inform me of your return? Are you here to visit me? No, I'm only visiting you, by the way. The Universe Geniuses contest has begun. Our academy has 10 recommendations, right? I want one, said Xingyu Shenner casually. By the way, Frankiel put on a bitter smile, but he wasn't truly upset. He knew that the girl didn't mean what she had just said. He asked, why do you have anyone to recommend? There might not be enough recommendations. There's a lot of distinguished candidates this year. There are also some of the president's friends who wanted recommendations too. I'm afraid. You're afraid? Xingyu Shenner lost her cool after hearing that. She said, it's not easy for me to return to my academy, yet I can't even have one recommendation. I'm the pride of the academy. Is this how you treat your pride? Frankiel. Where did that come from? He said helplessly, don't be too childish. The competition for recommendations is truly fierce. You'll definitely get a recommendation first if you haven't reached the star state. We've never treated you unfairly, have we? Right, who are you seeking the recommendation for? I've just remembered that you're just too proud to know people who are under the star state. Isn't that right? Chapter 850, Competition. Xingyu Shenner didn't defend herself, merely saying proudly, I'm too proud to make friends with untalented idiots, but I've met a brilliant genius as talented as me. Don't you think I deserve a recommendation? Her comparison made the Alliance of Stars members smile. They truly revered Xingyu Shenner, but they knew that Su Ping was probably much more talented than her. As talented as you. Frankiel was rather surprised to hear that. He knew that the girl had always been proud, and that she wouldn't compare herself with anyone who wasn't a real genius. What kind of guy had won the admiration of such a proud girl? What about it? I deserve one of the recommendations, right? She snorted and said. Frankiel searched and noticed Su Ping in her small world since he was too eye-catching. The others were obviously Star State warriors, even though they were concealing their cultivation. But Su Ping appeared to be peculiar from every perspective. Is he hiding his cultivation? He must be at least a Star Lord. to be able to hide his cultivation in front of Frankiel. But most Star Lords were too proud to stay in other people's small worlds unless they were really close. "It's him," Frankel asked in confusion as he carefully observed Su Ping. "Yes, he's a member of my alliance and has just made a breakthrough to the Fate State. He actually reached the peak of the Fate State right after he broke through," said Xingyu Shenner proudly after bringing out Su Ping from her small world. "His nickname is Heaven-Destroying Celestial. See, sir, it's a name that's only second to mine. He was already able to fight Peel Star State opponents when he was a Void State warrior. He definitely has a chance of making it to the finals." "Frankiel, aren't you afraid of being beaten because of that nickname?" He was sweating bullets at the moment. He didn't comment on the name since he knew about her weird tastes and only focused on what she said next. He asked solemnly. He was able to fight Peak Star State opponents when he was only in the Void State. Not even you were able to do that unless you used your father's forbidden items. There was a slight change of expression in her face. She coughed and said, "Who says I wasn't able to? I didn't try my best back then. As I said, Brother Heaven Destroyer is as talented as me." Frankiel was lost for words. "You almost detonated your own constitution back then, and you weren't trying your best. If he's so talented, he will advance smoothly even without having a recommendation. He's probably going to be in the top 10 of Sylvie. Wouldn't it be a waste to give him a recommendation?" Frankel felt that the situation was somehow suspicious. He knew that the girl was proud and would never approve of anyone easily, but he didn't think that someone in the Void State could face a Star State warrior. There might not be such a genius in all of Sylvie. He trained himself in seclusion and missed the initial screening. Besides, it wouldn't be fair for the others if he takes part in the screening battles, and it would be a huge waste of time. "Don't you know that time is precious for geniuses?" said Xingyu Shenner, rolling her eyes. "Frankiel, is it my fault that he missed the screening phase?" Frankiel refrained from contesting her arguments, seeing how defensive she was of the young man. He vaguely noticed the abundant power inside Su Ping's body, which was dozens of times greater than what you would find in normal Fate State experts. The man was definitely a genius in his own right. "Okay, but the recommendations are limited. I don't know if they've been given away. I'll take you to meet with the president." Frankiel turned around and added, "But don't make a fuss if there aren't any left. It's said that the offspring of many senior experts will be taking part in this year's Universe Geniuses contest." "Humph, no matter which families they're from, all of them will have to kneel before Brother Heaven Destroyer," declared Xingyu Shenner contemptuously. She had participated in the Universe Geniuses contest and knew it well. Even if the competition were to be fiercer that year, how fierce could it be? Su Ping had shown enough strength to make it to the top 10 of Sylvie while he still was in the Void State. His recent breakthrough doubled his combat abilities. Frankel frowned and said, "You can say that to me, but don't say it to others in case you cause trouble for your father. Those senior experts aren't only ascendants, there are also celestials involved. You should keep a low profile." Xingyu Shenner slightly raised her eyebrows, but the term celestials was quite intimidating. She didn't want to give in, but she no longer dared to say more. It was okay to be rude when dealing with ascendants, but celestial state warriors were able to look down on the entire Federation. They could make ascendants lower their heads with a single thought. Their names had to be mentioned respectfully. The members of the Alliance of Stars wore troubled expressions while still inside the small world. Those who distinguished themselves in the contest would have a good chance of reaching the ascendant state. Even celestials might pay attention to them. After all, they had grasped laws and found their own path. It would be easier to train and educate them. Soon after, Xingyu Shenner and Su Ping followed Frankiel and headed to a certain manor in the academy. They passed plains, forests, and arenas on the way. The academy was as vast as a continent. "Mr. President." Several men flew out all of a sudden when they were about to enter the manor. One of them was a tall, middle-aged man who looked identical to the statue at the main entrance of the academy, except that he was even more extraordinary in the flesh. He was standing right there, but trying to detect his presence was impossible. Once he overcame his shock, Frankel quickly flew to him and bowed respectfully. "President Allen." "Huh?" The middle-aged man looked at him and immediately shifted his attention to Xingyu Shenner in surprise. Then he put on a smile and said, "What brings you here? Why didn't you tell me that you were coming?" The members of the Alliance of Stars in the small world were in awe, as the famous President Allen was an Ascendant State mentor who had tutored an Ascendant State student. Nobody expected him to be that gentle towards Xingyu Shenner. The latter, however, was less rude than when she was interacting with Frankiel. She paid her respects obediently and pouted her cheeks. "Mr. President, I was planning to surprise you while on my visit." Frankiel glanced at her. "Little girl, that was not what you said to me just now. Have you learned better now that you're in front of the president?" Alan smiled and said, "Indeed, I'm surprised. You're at the top of the royal rank and the most distinguished student in hundreds of years. Breaking to the advanced phase of the Star Lord state will soon arrive. Keep it up. You can come back when you reach the peak. I'll help you reach the ascendant state." Xingyu Shenner's eyes glittered. She said quickly, "Thank you, Mr. President." Frankiel also thanked him with glittering eyes. Xingyu Shenner was his student. It would be a remarkable feat in his career if she broke through to the ascendant state. "Who's he?" Another mentor who wore the same uniform as Frankiel did look at Su Ping and frowned just then, as he didn't pay respects to the president at all, when he was only a fate state expert. He would have scolded the young man if the latter wouldn't have arrived together with Xingyu Shenner. He could very well be her brother. Alan had also noticed Su Ping, but he kept a nonchalant attitude. He didn't care if a little guy who hadn't even reached the star state would revere him. "He is my friend," Xingyu Shenner quickly said to Alan. "Mr. President, by the way, I was hoping you could give me a recommendation for the Universe Geniuses contest to me. Is it possible?" Frankiel. "So this is not a casual visit. You straight out asked for a recommendation." Alan was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Su Ping and realized what was going on. He chuckled and said, "Speaking of recommendations, we're about to distribute them. There are also a lot of promising candidates in our academy too. They should get the recommendations." Xingyu Shenner said anxiously, "Mr. President, the students should take part in the screening battles. Challenging opponents tier by tier will be a good practice, won't it? The recommendations should be given to those who are too strong for the screening phase, which will be a waste of time for them." Amused, Alan said, "You're back mainly for the recommendation, aren't you?" Xingyu Shenner wasn't at all embarrassed. She flashed a big smile and said, "Of course not. I've always missed you since I left the academy." "You never missed your teacher." "Him too." "Frankiel." "Too?" Frankiel's awkward expression made Alan burst into laughter and say, "What a mischievous girl. All right, now that you have expressly come for it, I'll give you one recommendation." Xingyu Shenner was stunned, not expecting to obtain it so easily. She asked in surprise, "Really? Mr. President, you must not go back on your word." Alan smiled and said, "Those recommendations aren't too valuable anyway. It's mainly for the guys who are too lazy to take part in the screening phase. Recommendations can only take them to the galactic elimination phase, not the finals. It will depend on their personal strength whether or not they manage to distinguish themselves in the galaxy." He looked at Su Ping and nodded. "Your friend looks strong enough. He's deserving of a recommendation." Xingyu Shenner smiled proudly. "Mr. President, you do have keen eyes. My friend is a super genius. You'll soon find out how strong he is. Very soon." Alan smiled and said, "Now that you're back, why don't you come to Goddess Suha's arena with us? You'll be an inspiration to the current younger generation." "Okay, I've been meaning to see the changes in the royal rank too." Xingyu Shenner accepted with delight. Su Ping stood there, never having a chance to talk. He was quite happy since he was being ignored. "Let's go." Alan waved his sleeves and flew forward. Xingyu Shenner followed Frankiel while carrying Su Ping. In Goddess Suha's arena. It was the place where the students of the Emir Royal Academy fought for the royal rank. Goddess Suha was a talented student in the early years, having reached the ascendant state back then. She specifically built that arena on a subsequent visit to the academy. That place had witnessed the rise and fall of countless geniuses. The Amir Royal Academy only accepted geniuses from powerful backgrounds, who in turn were proud and mostly spoiled. They always challenged each other in the academy, making the Amir Royal Academy only less competitive than the Dragon Tomb Academy, known as the Academy of Lunatics. Goddess Suha's arena was crowded at the moment. The massive arena stood on a plain. The place was filled with students. Countless of them were excited since the Universe Geniuses contest had just begun. It was an opportunity for them to prove themselves. They were also craving for the Academy's recommendations, which would allow them to skip the screening phase and directly enter the galactic stage that everybody would watch. Sister Offit, are all the members of the conduct committee going to compete for the recommendations? Said a worried silver-haired girl in the crowd. Next to her was another girl with silver hair. She seemed to be even younger, not older than 20. And yet, she seemed calm and composed. It's fine even if they do. I can beat them, the girl named Offit said with a smile and a pair of sharp eyes. I believe in you, sis. Unfortunately, something did happen to the divine residents. I wonder what's going on in our hometown. Otherwise, you could have visited Boss Sue's store. You definitely could have benefited from a strength increase, said the first girl regretfully. Our family leader will find a way to prevent a disaster from happening. It is said that Ascendant State experts have been deployed to take care of it. We're too weak to help. I can still win without that pet store. It would not make a difference, said Offit gracefully and confidently. A battle had already begun in the arena up ahead while they spoke.